The rain had finally stopped. Water still dripped from crooked rooftops as Kai Rowan walked through the old merchant district carrying a single wooden box beneath one arm. The district had once been the beating heart of Goldleaf City's commerce. Now, it was mostly quiet. Many storefronts stood empty. Faded signs swayed gently in the afternoon breeze. A blacksmith's forge had gone cold years ago. An old bakery had become a storage shed. A toy shop displayed dolls so faded by sunlight that they looked like ghosts staring through dusty glass. Kai slowed as he reached the end of the narrow street. There it was, the building his grandfather had left him. A modest two-story shop squeezed between an herbalist and a tailor. Its faded wooden sign simply read, "Universal Commission Shopping." The words meant nothing to him. He looked down at the brass key resting in his palm. Grandfather. The old man had always been strange. Whenever Kai asked what kind of business he owned, the answer was always the same: helping people. That was it. No explanation. No stories about famous customers. No talk of fortune. Just helping people. When his grandfather passed away a week earlier, the lawyer had handed Kai a single envelope. Inside was only a key and one handwritten sentence. "About to abroad. The rest will explain itself." Kai had almost laughed. Almost. Instead, he quit the bookkeeping job he had never liked, packed everything he owned into 2 suitcases, and traveled to Goldleaf City. Not because he believed the letter. Because he had nothing left to lose. He slid the key into the lock. Click. The old door creaked open. Dust greeted him first. Then silence. The shop was smaller than he expected. Wooden shelves lined both walls. Most stood completely empty. A long oak counter stretched across the front. Behind it rested a plain wooden door. No windows. No decorations. Just an ordinary storage room door. Sunlight filtered through the front windows, illuminating tiny particles of dust floating lazily through the air. Kai stepped inside. The floor creaked beneath his boots. He closed the door behind him. The quiet somehow became even deeper. He placed the wooden box on the counter and slowly walked around. Everything looked normal. Almost disappointingly normal. No hidden treasure. He opened a cabinet. Empty. Another. Empty. The shelves contained nothing but dust. So this is the inheritance. A bankrupt shop. Excellent. He couldn't even sell the furniture. Most of it looked older than the kingdom itself. Kai sighed. I should have stayed an accountant. Nothing answered. He walked behind the counter toward the wooden door. Storage room. He turned the handle. Locked. There wasn't another key. He searched every drawer. Nothing. Every cupboard. Nothing. Even underneath the counter. Still nothing. He frowned. The only locked room. His grandfather had definitely planned this. He knocked twice. Solid wood. No sound from inside. He leaned closer. Maybe the hinges are stuck. The moment his fingers touched the brass handle again, a soft bell chimed somewhere overhead. Not from the entrance. From nowhere. A warm blue light spread gently across the shop. Kai froze. What? The dust in the room stopped falling. Every floating particle simply hung in the air. Time itself seemed to pause. Then another voice echoed softly through the silence. Bright, cheerful, almost sleepy. New owner detected. Kai slowly looked around. Who's there? Identity confirmed. The blue light grew brighter. Inheritance protocol complete. Excuse me. Loading. The air above the counter shimmered. Tiny glowing symbols circled together like drifting fireflies. They gathered into a small floating sphere. The sphere stretched, folded, wiggled. 2 long ears appeared, little paws, round eyes, a fluffy tail. Several seconds later, a tiny blue rabbit floated upside down in front of Kai. It blinked, yawned, stretched its paws, then opened one sleepy eye. Oh, it looked directly at him. So you're Kai. Kai stared. The rabbit stared back. Neither moved. Finally, the rabbit tilted its head. You look taller than expected. Kai blinked. The rabbit blinked too. Am I dead? The rabbit burst into laughter. No. Kai waited. Have I inhaled something? No. Am I dreaming? No. Should I see a doctor? Probably. The rabbit nodded seriously. Everyone should have regular health examinations. Kai rubbed his forehead. This is either an extremely realistic hallucination. The rabbit raised one tiny paw. Or you're... Finally done talking, Kai stopped. The rabbit floated upward until it sat comfortably in midair. My name is Lumi. It bowed dramatically. acting assistant administrator of the Universal Commission System. Kai remained silent. Lumi waited. Nothing happened. You were supposed to be surprised. I think I've reached my daily limit. Lumi scratched one ear. Fair. The rabbit floated lazily around the room. So, you inherited the shop. Congratulations. You are now responsible for one of the oldest businesses in existence. Kai looked around the empty room again. It doesn't appear very successful. Lumi looked at the dusty shelves. We may have experienced a slight decline. A slight decline? Business has been quiet. There isn't a single product. Correct. There aren't any customers. Also correct. The storage room is locked. Correct again. Kai crossed his arms. So what exactly am I selling? Lumi smiled. Anything. Kai waited. Anything? Anything. Kai glanced at the empty shelves. I feel like one of us is misunderstanding the word. Lumi laughed again. Oh, you're going to be fun. It floated toward the wooden door behind the counter. The previous owner left you one final demonstration. The rabbit gently placed one paw against the brass handle. Click. The door unlocked itself. Kai frowned. I checked that. I know. You couldn't open it. Why? Because it wasn't yours. Lumi looked back over one shoulder. It is now. The rabbit pushed the door open. Darkness waited beyond it. Not an ordinary dark room. A deep, endless darkness. No walls, no floor, no ceiling. Just infinite black. Kai slowly approached. That's impossible. The room should have been barely 3 meters deep. Instead, there was no end. The air felt different. Cool, still. Ancient. Tiny lights drifted somewhere far away like distant stars. He stood at the doorway, unable to speak. Lumi smiled quietly. Welcome. Its cheerful voice became strangely gentle. To the warehouse. Kai looked inside. Rows of towering shelves slowly emerged from the darkness. They stretched farther than his eyes could follow. Thousands, tens of thousands, perhaps millions. Each shelf disappeared into the infinite distance. Every aisle continued beyond the horizon. Wooden ladders climbed towards ceilings that didn't exist. Floating lanterns illuminated endless corridors. Entire buildings seemed to stand inside the impossible warehouse. Somewhere incredibly far away, he heard what sounded like machinery. Elsewhere, running water. Another direction, birdsong, then silence again. Kai whispered without realizing it. How big is this? Lumi floated beside him. It smiled. We don't know. You don't know? I've been here for the rabbit paused. Very long time. I still haven't found the end. Kai continued staring. His logical mind desperately searched for an explanation. Hidden dimension. Magic. Ancient artifact. Illusion. None of them fit. He looked toward Lumi. What exactly is this place? The rabbit's smile remained unchanged. Authority insufficient, Kai sighed. I had a feeling that would be the answer. It usually is. Lumi floated farther into the doorway before turning back. Come on. There are a few things every new shopkeeper needs to learn. Kai hesitated only a moment. Then he stepped across the threshold. The instant his foot touched the warehouse floor, a clear chime echoed throughout the endless space. Countless lanterns lit one after another. Somewhere far beyond sight, something enormous awakened. Rows of towering shelves stretched endlessly into the darkness. The warehouse was impossibly quiet. Not silent. Alive. Kai could hear distant wheels turning somewhere beyond sight. Metal rang softly against metal. Water flowed through unseen channels. Every sound was faint, as though the warehouse were an entire world, breathing far beyond the limits of his vision. The stone beneath his boots was smooth and warm. It didn't feel abandoned. It felt maintained. Lumi floated several meters ahead before stopping beside a polished bronze pedestal, standing at the center of the entrance hall. Kai was certain it hadn't been there a moment earlier. This, Lumi announced proudly, is reception. Kai looked around. I don't see anyone. You are reception. You'll get used to it. The rabbit landed on the pedestal and tapped it twice. Golden light spread across its surface. Letters slowly formed. Universal Commission, System Owner, Cairo and Authority. Level 1 Shop Rank, Unknown Warehouse Access. Basic Goods Available Staff. 1 Available Sections. 1 Daily Commission Capacity. 1 Daily Commission Capacity. 3. Kai read the display twice. Only 3? For now. I thought you said the warehouse could provide anything. It can. Lumi smiled. You can't. Kai looked at the endless shelves. So the limitation is me. The limitation is your authority. The rabbit hopped onto Kai's shoulder. The warehouse is older than kingdoms. It doesn't hand unlimited power to someone who learned about its existence 5 minutes ago. Fair. The previous owner also started at authority level 1. Kai turned toward the endless aisles. So where are all these items? Everywhere. How do I find them? You don't. You make a request. Kai frowned. To whom? The warehouse. The warehouse responds. That's different. It is. Lumi floated off his shoulder. Watch. The rabbit raised one tiny paw. Warehouse. A gentle chime echoed somewhere in the distance. Please retrieve. A small wooden crate slid silently from between two shelves, severally from between two shelves, dozen meters away. No footsteps. No workers. No machinery. It simply emerged. The crate glided across the polished floor before stopping neatly in front of Kai. Lumi gestured proudly. Open it. Kai lifted the lid. Inside sat a simple ceramic mug. Nothing remarkable. He picked it up. Warm. Freshly made. Not dusty. Not old. It looked as though it had left the potter's workshop moments ago. You prepared this? Lumi shook its head. No. The warehouse did. Kai turned the mug over. No maker's mark. Perfect glaze. Perfect weight. Where did it come from? Lumi answered exactly as Kai expected. Authority insufficient. Kai laughed despite himself. I'm beginning to dislike those two words. You'll hear them often. He placed the mug back inside the crate. If a customer wants a mug, the warehouse retrieves one. If they want 1,000, depends on authority. Kai nodded slowly. Everything seemed to come back to that. Authority, not strength, not magic. Permission. He liked that. It felt strangely responsible. What happens if someone asks for something I don't have permission to retrieve? You decline. And if I accept anyway, you fail. The warehouse simply won't respond. So I shouldn't promise what I can't deliver. Lumi pointed a tiny paw at him. Exactly. The shop's reputation is built on certainty, not optimism. Kai smiled faintly. That sounds like something grandfather would say. Lumi's cheerful expression softened. He said it often. Answer lingered between them. Kai looked around again. For the first time since entering the warehouse, he no longer saw endless shelves. He saw responsibility. Every aisle represented trust. Every object represented someone's problem waiting to be solved. The scale was overwhelming, yet strangely calming. He took a slow breath. So, how do I gain authority? Lumi's ears perked up. Excellent question. Another screen appeared above the pedestal. Authority advancement current objective complete 3 successful commissions. Customer satisfaction. Required rule violations. None shop reputation. Improve reward authority level 2. Kai blinked. That's surprisingly straightforward. The warehouse values action, not promises. I suppose that's fair. The display dissolved into drifting blue light. Lumi floated backward toward the entrance. Come. We should prepare the shop. Kai followed. As they crossed back through the doorway, the endless warehouse quietly disappeared behind them. The wooden door closed with a soft click. Once again, it looked completely ordinary. Kai tried opening it immediately. Nothing. Locked. He looked toward Lumi. You have to invite me? Correct. So even I can't wander in whenever I want. You'll learn the proper procedure. Authority insufficient. Lumi grinned. You learn quickly. Kai rolled his eyes. They spent the next hour cleaning. It wasn't glamorous work. Dust covered nearly every shelf. Spiderwebs occupied the upper corners. The front windows needed scrubbing. Kai found an old broom behind the counter. Lumi proved entirely useless. The rabbit floated around the room giving enthusiastic encouragement. A little to the left. There. You missed a spot. Kai glanced up. Would you like to help? I am helping. Emotionally. Kai stared at the floating rabbit. Morale is important. You've lifted exactly 1 feather. I supervised efficiently. Kai laughed. You're impossible. So everyone tells me. By sunset, the shop looked transformed. Still modest, still nearly empty, but no longer abandoned. The counter shone beneath the warm evening light. Shelves stood neatly arranged. The floorboards were clean. Kai stepped outside. The old sign still hung above the entrance. Its faded letters barely remained visible. Universal Commission Shop. He looked at it for a long moment. We'll need a new sign. We will. We'll need products. Eventually. We'll need customers. Definitely. Kai nodded once. Tomorrow. Lumi floated beside him. Tomorrow? The district had begun to quiet. Merchants closed shutters. Workers headed home. The scent of fresh bread drifted from a nearby bakery. A pair of children chased one another through the street before disappearing around the corner. An elderly tailor locked his shop across the road. He glanced curiously toward Kai. New owner? Kai smiled politely. That's right, the tailor nodded. Good luck. You'll need it? He walked away before Kai could respond. Lumi chuckled. Honest fellow. Kai wasn't offended. Looking around the nearly deserted district, he understood exactly what the old man meant. This neighborhood had seen better days. Winning people back would take time. He returned inside and flipped the wooden sign on the door. Open it looked oddly optimistic, considering there wasn't a single item for sale. Kai laughed quietly. What if someone actually walks in? Lumi looked up from the counter. I hope they do. Kai folded his arms. And if they ask for something? The rabbit's smile widened. Then we'll discover whether the shop still remembers how to help people. As if the world had been waiting for those exact words, the brass bell above the entrance rang. Clink. Both of them turned. A middle-aged man stepped hesitantly into the shop, carrying a weathered leather satchel. He looked around the nearly empty shelves, clearly questioning whether he had entered the right building. He scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry to bother you. I heard this place had reopened. Kai exchanged a brief glance with Lumi. Lumi gave the smallest nod. Their first customer had arrived. The man removed his cap. I was looking for the owner. You're speaking to him, Kai said. The customer's eyes moved from Kai's rolled sleeves to the bare shelves behind him. You just reopened? Today? Then this may be a bad time. That depends on what you need. The man set his satchel on the counter and opened it. Inside lay several brass components stained with grease. Most were ordinary bolts and washers. One piece, however, had split cleanly through its threaded center. The man placed both halves in front of Kai. This is a pressure screw from a Harland Model 7 steam pump. Kai picked up one half. The screw was shorter than his thumb, with 3 narrow grooves spiraling around a square shaft. A tiny hole had been drilled through its head. Can it be repaired? Not safely. The man shook his head. My name is Thomas. I maintain the water pumps for the West tenements. This screw controls the pressure release valve. Kai examined the fracture. The pumps are down. One is. The other 2 are carrying the load, but they weren't built for it. If another valve fails, several streets lose running water. Can a machinist make a replacement? I've asked 6. Thomas leaned against the counter, fatigue settling into his voice. Harlan Works closed 12 years ago. Their Model 7 used a reverse-cut thread that no modern workshop bothers with. A machinist could recreate it, but he would need the original measurements in at least 3 days. How long do you have? Maybe until morning. The shop became quiet. This wasn't a collector testing an old rumor. It wasn't someone asking for a luxury. Several streets needed a screw smaller than Kai's thumb. Lumi floated behind Tomas, invisible to him. A blue panel appeared beside the rabbit. White Commission Detective requested item. Harlan Model 7 pressure regulation screw condition. Unused required specification. Original manufacturer standard difficulty. Basic customer intent. Essential infrastructure maintenance recommended price. 3 silver marks fulfillment available. Kai read the display. 3 silver marks, less than the cost of a decent dinner. Do you need only one? He asked. Thomas hesitated. One gets the pump running. That isn't what I asked. The mechanic looked at the broken screw, then at the other parts in his satchel. The other 2 pumps use the same valve. Their screws are worn. How many would let you repair the failed pump and maintain the others? 3. The panel changed. Quantity updated. 3 recommended price. 8 silver marks. Kai placed the broken pieces on the counter. I can supply 3 unused originals. Thomas stared at him. Originals? Made to the Harlan standard. You have them here. Not in this room. Thomas looked toward the empty shelves. Again, how long? Kai glanced at Lumi. The rabbit's ears rose expectantly. He remembered the phrase they had discussed only minutes earlier. Please take a seat. There were no chairs. Kai noticed this at the same moment. Thomas did. Lumi covered its mouth with both paws. Kai cleared his throat. Actually, give me a moment. He opened the wooden door behind the counter. Darkness waited beyond it. To Thomas it appeared to be an unlit storage room. Kai stepped through and closed the door. The warehouse lanterns awakened in a chain stretching into infinity. Lumi appeared beside him. First commission, it whispered. Kai held up the broken screw. Warehouse. The word felt strange. Too simple for the vast intelligence listening from beyond the shelves. A chime answered. Please retrieve 3. Unused Harlan Model 7 pressure regulation screws, manufactured to original standard. For 1 second, nothing happened. Then a distant metallic click traveled through the aisle. A narrow drawer slid from a cabinet 30 meters away. 3 small objects rose from it, wrapped in oiled paper. They crossed the warehouse in a shallow arc and settled into Kai's palm. He unwrapped one. Square shaft. Reverse-cut thread. Tiny hole through the head. Every mark matched the broken original except for the fracture and years of wear. A notification appeared. Y commission item retrieved in inspection recommended. Kai compared the measurements as best he could. Lumi produced a brass gauge from nowhere. You had that the entire time? Administrative equipment? You could have helped clean. That would be an inappropriate use of official resources. Kai took the gauge from it. The new screws matched the old one precisely. He wrapped them again and returned to the shop. Barely 20 seconds had passed. Thomas was still standing at the counter. Kai placed the 3 packets in front of him. Check them. The mechanic frowned. He opened the first packet. His fingers stopped. The fatigue vanished from his face. He took a measuring tool from his satchel and checked the shaft. Then the thread spacing. Then the head. He checked again. Where did you get this? Kai leaned lightly against the counter. That isn't usually part of the purchase. Thomas turned the screw beneath the fading sunlight. This hasn't been used. No. The factory seal is still stamped under. The head. Kai looked closer. A tiny crowned hammer had been pressed into the brass. Thomas opened the other packets. All 3 carried the same seal. I spent 4 days searching salvage yards. He spoke more quietly now. Every Harlan part I found was corroded or stripped. These look like they left the factory this morning. Will they work? Thomas seemed almost offended by the question. They're perfect. He reached for his coin purse. How much? 8 silver marks. The mechanic paused. For all 3. Yes? 8. Custom machinist quoted me 14 gold marks for one. Then you should be glad you came here. Thomas counted 8 silver coins onto the counter. Kai gathered them. The moment the final coin touched his palm, a clear bell rang inside his mind. We commission complete customer satisfaction. Exceptional rule violations. Non-commission progress. 1-3 reward. Basic goods catalog expanded. Lumi spun silently in the air behind Thomas. Kai kept his expression steady. The mechanic packed the screws with greater care than some people gave jewelry. If these restore the pump, I'll return tomorrow. For another purchase? To tell you they worked. Thomas closed his satchel, and to ask what else this place can find. The bell above the entrance chimed as he left. Kai watched through the window as the mechanic hurried down the wet street. The moment he disappeared around the corner, Lumi dropped onto the counter. 1. Kai looked at the silver coins. His first sale. 8 marks wouldn't transform the shop. They wouldn't repair the faded sign or fill the empty shelves. Yet they felt heavier than his final month's salary from the accounting office. Someone had entered with a real problem. The shop had solved it. Exceptional satisfaction, Lumi said. Very good. He hasn't installed them yet. The system evaluates the entire transaction. It knows they'll work. The warehouse doesn't provide approximations. Kai placed the coins in the empty register drawer. So what expanded? Lumi flicked one ear. A translucent catalog unfolded above the counter. Before, the list had contained broad categories. Household goods, basic tools, common food, simple mechanical components. Now several new sections had appeared. Specialized fittings, discontinued hardware, legacy machinery components, regional manufacturer archives. Kai scanned the names, so completing requests unlocks related items. Sometimes, what decides it? Performance. Need. Customer satisfaction. How well you understood the request. Kai tapped the heading for discontinued hardware. Hundreds of names appeared. Some manufacturers had closed decades ago. Others came from cities he had never visited. If Thomas had only asked for a screw, you might have retrieved an ordinary screw, which wouldn't help him. Specific requests produce specific results. Lumi pointed toward the wooden door. The warehouse can contain the perfect answer, and still fail to help if the shopkeeper asks the wrong question. Kai looked at the broken screw Thomas had left behind. Then the important part isn't finding the item. It's understanding what the customer actually needs. Lumi smiled. Your grandfather understood that. Kai placed the broken component beneath the counter. Not as merchandise, as a reminder. By the time he looked outside again, evening had deepened. 1 commission completed. 2 remained before his first authority advancement. He turned the sign to closed. No more customers today? We don't have chairs. Lumi nodded solemnly. A devastating operational weakness. We also need packaging, receipt paper, cleaning supplies, a proper ledger, and something on the shelves so people don't think we've been robbed. You have 8 silver marks, 7 after dinner. 6 if you want a good dinner. Kai picked up his coat. We'll have a mediocre dinner. The next morning, Thomas returned before Kai finished unlocking the front door. The mechanic was smiling. All 3 pumps are running. His voice carried far enough for the herbalist next door to hear. Pressure is stable, no leakage. No leakage. The original valve is working better than it has in years. Kai opened the door fully. Good. That's all? What else should I say? Thomas laughed. I thought you'd want to know you saved half the West District from hauling water buckets. The arrow. Screws did the work. You found the screws. Thomas stepped aside. An elderly woman stood behind him holding a small cloth purse. And because I mentioned your shop at the pump station, Mrs. Vale insisted on coming with me. The woman peered at Kai through narrow spectacles. You sell old things. I sell requested things. That's a suspicious answer. So I've been told. She entered without waiting for an invitation. Thomas gave Kai an apologetic nod and hurried away. Mrs. Vale approached the counter and placed a small wooden case upon it. The case was lined with faded green velvet. At its center rested an empty circular indentation. My husband collected royal mint coins, she said. He died 7 years ago. Kai waited. He had every official coronation silver issued during Queen Elira's reign, except one. She opened a folded note. Written across it was a date from 43 years earlier. The Eastbridge coronation mark. Kai recognized neither the name nor the denomination. Mrs. Vale continued. The Eastbridge mint flooded 3 days after production. Most of the first batch was lost before distribution. How many survived? 23 were recorded. And where are they now? Private collections? Museums? A few disappeared. She adjusted her spectacles. I don't need a famous specimen. I don't need one owned by a duke or stolen from a museum. Her gaze sharpened. I need a legitimate coin with clear provenance. No counterfeit. No theft. No curse. People always forget to mention curses. Lumi appeared over her shoulder, struggling not to laugh. A system panel opened. Aggie Commission detected requested item. Eastbridge Coronation Silver Mark Year. Queen Elira. Coronation Year 7. Condition. Collectible, clearly identifiable restrictions. Legally transferable, unstolen, uncursed, documented provenance difficulty. Uncommon customer intent. Completion of deceased spouse's collection. Recommended price. 6 gold marks fulfillment available. Kai read the requirements carefully. Why now? Mrs. Vale's stern expression shifted. My granddaughter's getting married next month. She was the only child who ever sat through her grandfather's lectures about minting errors. A small smile touched her lips. I want to give her the collection. And the missing coin. He searched for it for 31 years. She closed the case. I thought perhaps it was time someone finished the work. Kai nodded. 6 gold marks. Mrs. Vale's eyebrows rose. A dealer in the noble district asked 60. Then he is welcome to keep asking. May I inspect it before payment? You should. She studied him for another second. How long? This time, Kai had prepared. He gestured toward a newly purchased chair beside the window. Please take a seat. Lumi applauded silently. Kai entered the warehouse. The lanterns illuminated a different corridor. Where the mechanical section had been lined with drawers and cabinets, this aisle resembled a vast underground treasury. Iron doors stood between marble pillars. Glass cases floated in the darkness. Coins turned slowly beneath beams of golden light. Some were crude pieces of hammered copper. Others were so intricate that their surfaces seemed to contain miniature paintings. Kai gave the request. The warehouse answered with a lower chime than before. Far down the aisle, a circular vault door rotated open. A narrow velvet case glided toward him. Beside it came a sealed document packet. Kai opened the case. A silver coin rested inside. Queen Elira's profile occupied one face. A 7-pointed crown filled the other. The edge carried a wave pattern interrupted by a tiny bridge. The accompanying document recorded its minting, recovery from the flooded Eastbridge archive, and lawful transfer through 3 private estates before entering warehouse custody. Kai paused at the final line. Warehouse custody, no date, no seller. Nothing explaining how it had arrived here. Can I show this document to the customer? Yes, Lumi said. Will she notice that the last entry makes no sense? The visible certificate will contain sufficient legal provenance for this world's institutions. Visible? The warehouse adapts verification records without falsifying origin. Kai glanced at the endless treasury. That sounds dangerously close to an explanation. Authority insufficient, of course. When Kai returned, Mrs. Vale was examining the empty shelves with open disapproval. You need merchandise. I'm working on it. You need curtains. Perhaps, and a proper coat. That seems unrelated. Everything is related to presentation. Kai placed the velvet case before her. She stopped talking. Her hands remained still for several seconds before she opened it. The sternness vanished, not dramatically. It simply left her. She lifted the coin by its edge and turned it toward the window. Die cracked beneath the 7th crown point, she whispered. She checked the reverse. Misaligned bridge rail. Her eyes moved to the edge. Double wave before the mint seam. Kai watched recognition settle over her. This is from the flood batch. She opened the provenance packet. Her scrutiny returned. She read every line, checked every seal, compared the registration mark against a small reference book from her purse. At last, she lowered herself into the chair. My husband would have talked about this coin until everyone in the family escaped the room. That sounds like a collector. He was unbearable. Her thumb rested near the velvet case. I miss it, Kai said. Nothing. The moment didn't require advice from a stranger. Mrs. Vale closed the case and placed 6 gold marks on the counter. You should charge more. The listed price is 6. Then your listing system is poor. Lumi, Kai said under his breath. The customer has feedback. The rabbit floated upside down above Mrs. Vale. Customer feedback rejected. Kai hid a smile. Mrs. Vale narrowed her eyes. What? Nothing. The system notification appeared. Why commission complete customer satisfaction? Exceptional rule violations. Non-commission progress? 2-3 reward. Antique and collectible verification unlocked. Mrs. Vale tucked the case carefully into her bag. At the door she stopped. My name is Agnes Vale. She looked back at him. If this coin proves false, I will make certain every collector in Goldleaf knows your name. Understood. If it proves genuine. Her fingers tightened around the bag. I'll do the same. The bell chimed behind her. Kai watched her cross the street with the measured dignity of someone carrying a piece of the past. Lumi settled on the counter. 2 on more. And then authority level 2. Kai opened the ledger and recorded the sale. 6 gold marks. Enough to replace the sign. Enough to stock the front shelves with ordinary goods. Enough to make the business look real. But Agnes's final words concerned him more than the money pleased him. How many collectors do you think she knows? Lumi considered. Based on her attitude. All of them. By noon, Kai discovered the answer was apparently all of them and their relatives. 3 collectors entered within the same hour. The first wanted to sell him a counterfeit military medal. Kai refused. The second demanded a crown worn by the first king of Eldoria. The system marked it unavailable at his authority. Kai declined without pretending otherwise. The man left disappointed but not angry. The third spent 20 minutes explaining why no merchant alive could locate a complete first printing of the Sailor's Atlas, then refused the quoted price, because he had expected the impossible to be cheap. Kai let him leave. The shop could retrieve objects. It couldn't retrieve common sense. By late afternoon, curiosity had become foot traffic. Some visitors only stared at the empty shelves. Others asked vague questions. Can you find rare things? Which rare thing? Anything valuable. Be specific. Something nobody else has. That is not a specific object. They left muttering that the shop's rules were too strict. Kai began to understand why the system demanded precise commissions. Greed was vague. Need usually wasn't. Near sunset the bell rang again. A young man entered carrying 3 bags, a portable recording crystal, and the confidence of someone accustomed to being watched. His bright red coat carried the embroidered logo of Goldleaf Eats. Kai had seen it painted on restaurant windows throughout the city. The man set the recording crystal on the counter. Are you Kai Rowan? Yes, owner of the shop that found an Eastbridge coronation mark this morning. That information traveled quickly. Agnes Vale verified it at the Royal Numismatic Hall. He tapped the crystal. They confirmed the coin is genuine. Blue light glowed inside the device. Words began appearing above it. Live broadcast active. Viewer count, 12 on 12-4. Lumi appeared beside the display. That seems like a lot. Kai kept his attention on the visitor. What can I help you with? The young man smiled toward the recording crystal. My name is Leo Vance. I review food, restaurants, and unusual businesses across Goldleaf. I'm familiar with the logo. Then you know my viewers value honest testing. Comments race through the projection. Ask for a dragon steak. Make him find royal wine. The shelves are empty. This place looks fake. Leo turned the crystal, so it captured the bare shop. People are saying you can sell anything. I haven't said that. Your sign says Universal Commission Shop. It doesn't say Unlimited Commission Shop. Several comments filled with laughing. Symbols. Leo's smile sharpened. Good answer. He placed one gold mark on the counter. I want ramen. Kai looked at him. Lumi looked at him. Leo waited. Ramen. Kai repeated. Authentic Kiyomori-style black garlic ramen. The comments accelerated. That's from the Eastern Islands. No Kiyomori chef in Gold Leaf. It takes 2 days to make the broth. Leo continued. Pork bone broth boiled until creamy. Hand-cut alkaline noodles. Charred river pork. Marinated egg. Black garlic oil. He leaned closer to the crystal. Served at the correct temperature. Kai understood the challenge. A coin could sit in storage for decades. A mechanical part could wait on a shelf. Food was different. It had to be finished. Fresh. A system panel appeared. A commissioned detective requested item, 1 complete bowl of authentic Kiyomori-style black garlic ramen specifications. Freshly prepared pork bone, broth hand-cut alkaline noodles, charred river pork marinated egg, black garlic oil serving temperature. Optimal difficulty. Basic customer intent, public verification recommended price. 8 silver marks fulfillment available. 8 silver marks, Kai said. Leo glanced at the gold coin. Keep the change if it's real. The price is 8 silver. Kai pushed the gold mark back. Leo exchanged it for silver with a theatrical sigh. Strict pricing. I respect it. Kai gathered the coins. Please take a seat. Leo looked toward the single chair, Agnes's chair. I hope you have a table. Kai did not. The shop possessed 1 chair, empty shelves, and an impossible warehouse. He carried a small side table from beneath the front window and placed it before Leo. Temporary arrangement. Very luxurious. Your ramen won't care. More laughing symbols appeared in the comments. Kai entered the warehouse. This time, the change was immediate. Warm air met him beyond the door. The distant scent of roasted garlic drifted through an aisle lined with kitchens. Not shelves, kitchens. Hundreds of them. Perhaps thousands. Stone ovens burned beside steel ranges. Copper pots simmered unattended. Knives moved across cutting boards without visible hands. Steam rose into darkness and vanished before reaching any ceiling. Different aromas layered through the air. Fresh bread, grilled fish, spices, sugar caramelizing too. Kai made the requests. The warehouse makes food. It supplies finished physical objects, Lumi said. A bowl of ramen is a physical object. That's a very administrative way to describe lunch. I am an administrator. Kai made the request. A kitchen lantern flared to life. A black ceramic bowl appeared on a serving tray. The broth was pale and creamy, streaked with dark garlic oil. Noodles rested beneath slices of charred pork. A marinated egg had been cut cleanly in half, its golden center soft, but not runny. Steam curled upward. Beside the bowl lay chopsticks, a spoon, and a folded cloth. Kai reached for the tray. Lumi blocked him. Inspection. How? Taste it. The customer ordered 1 bowl. A smaller tasting cup appeared beside the tray. Kai stared at it. Convenient. Quality assurance. He sipped the broth. Richness arrived first. Then roasted garlic. Then a clean savory depth that lingered without becoming heavy. Kai had eaten ramen twice in his life. Neither bowl belonged in the same category as this. Lumi watched expectantly. Well, Kai took another sip, for quality assurance, naturally. The rabbit dipped 1 paw toward the cup. It passed through the liquid. Lumi stared at its translucent paw. Kai carried the tray away before laughing. Cruel. You don't eat. I appreciate inclusion. The wooden door opened. Leo turned the recording crystal toward Kai. The comments slowed. The aroma reached the front of the shop before the tray reached the table. Several passers-by outside stopped near the window. Leo's confident performance faded. Kai placed the bowl before him. Your commission. The broadcaster leaned over it. Steam fogged the lower edge of the crystal. He examined the noodles, the pork, the egg, then the broth. It looks right, he admitted. A comment appeared. Check the noodles. Leo lifted a portion with the chopsticks. They stretched without clumping. He bit into them. Silence. Viewer count. 2018. He tasted the broth. Then the pork. Then half the egg. The comments flooded upward. Say something? Is it bad? He's still eating. Leo ignored them. He took another mouthful. Then another. Kai leaned against the counter. Honest testing? Leo raised 1 finger without looking up. He finished the mouthful, drank more broth, and finally faced the crystal. This is not restaurant ramen. The comments froze for half a breath. Leo continued. This is master-level ramen. Viewer count, 3,406. He pointed toward the bowl. The broth has been cooked long enough to extract the marrow without turning bitter. The noodles were cut less than 10 minutes ago. The pork was charred over fruitwood. He looked at Kai. Who made this? The shop supplied it. That's not an answer. It's the answer available. Leo tasted the black garlic oil separately. His expression changed again. This oil takes weeks. So I've heard. You reopened yesterday afternoon. Where is the kitchen? Kai glanced toward the wooden door. Behind me. Leo looked at the narrow wall surrounding it. There looked at the narrow wall surrounding it. Isn't space. Yet the ramen fits. The comments erupted. Open the door. Show the kitchen. It's a trick room. Leo rose with the crystal. May I see it? No. Why? Customers aren't permitted in the back room. Can I record from the doorway? No. Can I speak to the chef? No. Does the chef have a name? No. Lumi floated beside Kai. Excellent. Confidentiality policy. Leo said again. You're making this very suspicious. Is the food genuine? Yes. Is it what you requested? Exactly. Then the commission is complete. A bell sounded in Kai's mind. Wine commission completed customer. Satisfaction. Exceptional rule violations. Non-commission progress. 3 authority advancement requirements met. Golden light gathered behind the counter. Only Kai and Lumi could see it. The rabbit rose into the air as symbols circled the shop. Authority increased in level 1, level 2. Daily commission capacity. 310 new warehouse access. Prepared food, specialized consumer goods, legacy components, new function. Function. Request appraisal shop upgrade available. Front display inventory. The wooden shelves behind Kai shimmered. A row of simple goods appeared across them. Ceramic cups, writing paper, basic tools, packaged tea, candles. Thread. Nothing rare, nothing miraculous. But the shop no longer looked abandoned. Leo slowly lowered his spoon. Those shelves were empty. Kai turned. The items had appeared without sound. To anyone watching, they had materialized between one breath and the next. The recording crystal captured everything. Viewer count, 5,018.91. Comments became unreadable. Leo looked from the shelves to Kai. Did you just restock your shop while standing there? Apparently. How? Kai glanced at Lumi. The rabbit smiled sweetly. Authority insufficient. Kai faced the crystal again. Administrative process. Leo stared. Then he began laughing. Not mockingly. With delighted disbelief. This is the strangest restaurant review I've ever done. We aren't a restaurant. You serve the best ramen in Gold Leaf. We're still not a restaurant. Can people order other food, if they can specify it? Leo looked out directly into the recording crystal. You heard him. Kai realized too late what those 3 words would do. The viewer count crossed 7,000 before Leo finished the broth. By the time he left, a small crowd had gathered outside. A baker wanted to know whether Kai could provide a perfect northern soufflé. A dock worker shouted a request for coastal curry. Someone asked for an entire roast wyvern. Kai raised both hands. The shop is closing. A chorus of complaints met him. We just arrived. One request. I only want dessert. Tomorrow, Kai said. We reopen at 9. What if we wait? Then you'll be first tomorrow. That answer produced an immediate argument over who was already first. Lumi floated near the ceiling, delighted. Kai locked the door before the crowd could organize itself into a permanent settlement. The shop fell quiet. Outside, people remained gathered beneath the street lamps, discussing ramen, coins, and shelves that had appeared from nowhere. Kai looked at the new inventory, then at his upgraded status, then at the single chair beside the window. We need more chairs. We need a menu, Lumi said. We aren't a restaurant. Tell that to the 37 people outside discussing breakfast. Kai opened the ledger. 3 completed commissions. A pump component. A rare coin. A bowl of ramen. None seemed connected. Yet each had revealed a different part of the shop. Utility, history, freshness. He wrote the final total. 6 gold marks and 16 silver. Tomorrow will be busy. Lumi landed beside the ledger. Tomorrow will be chaos. The rabbit sounded pleased. Kai looked through the window. Across the road, the elderly tailor had reopened his shutters despite the late hour. He was watching the crowd with open astonishment. When he noticed Kai, he lifted one hand. Good luck, the gesture seemed to say again. This time, however, he was smiling. Kai turned the sign to closed. Behind him, the ordinary wooden door gave a faint click. Deep inside the warehouse, another section had awakened. The next morning began before sunrise. Kai unlocked the shop to find the queue already waiting. Not 37 people. 43. Someone had counted. The first customer, An elderly baker with flour still dusting his sleeves held up both hands as soon as the door opened. I was here first. A fisherman behind him immediately objected. I've been standing here since dawn. You arrived after me. I arrived before sunrise. You don't own the sunrise. The argument spread 3 places down the line before Kai even reached the door. Lumi floated beside his shoulder. We require organization. I noticed. Kai stepped onto the front step. Good morning. The voices quieted. The shop will help everyone it can. He looked along the growing line, but only one customer at a time. A young merchant raised a hand. So who's first? Kai pointed toward the elderly baker. He was standing closest to the door. Several people groaned. The baker smiled triumphantly. I told you, Kai continued before anyone could protest. After today, I'll introduce a proper ticket system. That calmed the crowd. Mostly. The baker entered while everyone else remained outside. Kai closed the door. The old man looked around at the shelves. They weren't here yesterday. They're here today. He nodded approvingly. Looks more like a proper shop. My wife would say the same. The baker laughed. I own Hearthstone Bakery. I watched that fellow with food crystal yesterday. Leo? He claimed you served better ramen than anything he'd eaten. Kai smiled. He seemed satisfied. The baker folded his arms. Good, because I don't want ramen. I assume not. I want something much harder. Lumi quietly projected the system panel. The baker continued. I apprenticed in the northern provinces when I was 16. There was an old pastry called snow-crowned soufflé. My master made one every winter festival. I've spent 30 years trying to recreate it. He sighed. I've failed every time. Kai listened without interrupting. What exactly do you want? One authentic snow-crowned soufflé. The baker smiled. The one from Master Henri's original recipe. The system panel flashed. Gwang commission detected, requested. Item. Snow-crowned soufflé origin. Master Henri original recipe serving requirement. Immediately after baking difficulty. Basic customer intent. Professional study recommended price. 1 gold mark fulfillment available. Kai nodded. 1 gold mark. The baker blinked. That's all? The listed price. I've wasted more than that on eggs. Kai gestured toward the chair. Please take a seat. The baker chuckled. I've always wanted someone to say that dramatically. Kai disappeared into the warehouse. This time the kitchen district greeted him like an old friend. Rows of kitchens stretched endlessly in every direction. Some resembled humble cottages. Others looked capable of serving entire royal banquets. Different recipes seemed to exist in different corners of the warehouse. He made the request. One kitchen awakened. Inside stood an old brick oven. A single white porcelain plate rested on the counter. At its center, a golden soufflé. Its top rose perfectly above the ramekin. Powdered sugar drifted gently across its surface, as though falling snow had paused in midair. The aroma alone explained why the dessert had survived in memory for decades. A notification appeared. Freshness timer, optimal quality 12 minutes. Kai immediately picked up the plate. So food actually expires? Lumi nodded. Fresh food must remain fresh. The warehouse does not cheat. Kai returned at once. The baker inhaled before the plate even touched the table. His eyes widened. No. He leaned closer. The sugar. He touched none of it. Instead, he tapped the side of the ramekin. A soft, hollow note answered. He smiled. The rise is correct. He broke the surface with his spoon. Steam escaped. The center flowed exactly as it should. 1 bite. The old baker closed his eyes. Not dramatically. Simply because there was nothing else worth looking at for that moment. After swallowing, he laughed. A quiet, genuine laugh. I finally know. Kai waited. I've been baking it too long. The baker pointed at the soufflé. The center isn't undercooked. It finishes from residual heat. He shook his head. 30 years. He laughed again. I was chasing perfection. My master stopped cooking before perfection. He finished the dessert slowly, not because he wanted to savor it, because he was studying it. Every spoonful answered another question. When only powdered sugar remained, he stood. I'll never make this exact soufflé. No? My ingredients aren't yours, he smiled. But I'll make a better baker. He paid. The system chimed. A commission, complete customer satisfaction. Exceptional. The baker stopped at the door. My apprentices will ask where I learned this. Kai looked up from the ledger. You'll tell them. The truth. What truth? The old man smiled. That I found a better teacher than pride. He left. Lumi watched him disappear. I like him. So do I. The next customer entered almost immediately. A young woman carrying a wrapped bundle. She carefully placed it upon the counter. Inside rested a faded stuffed rabbit. One button eye was missing. Several seams had split. The cotton stuffing had yellowed with age. My daughter won't sleep without him. Kai gently picked it up. You want it repaired? No. She hesitated. I want... Her voice grew quieter. The same rabbit. She looked at the toy. My mother gave this to me. I gave it to my daughter. I don't want another rabbit. I want this rabbit before time damaged it. Lumi's panel appeared. In-commission detected requested item. Original stuffed rabbit factory condition. Original materials difficulty. Basic customer intent. Family keepsake fulfillment available. Kai frowned. The original rabbit, yes, not a repaired version. She nodded. I've paid 3 toy makers. They all repaired it. She smiled apologetically. They did beautiful work, but it wasn't the same. She lowered her head. My daughter deserves to see what her grandmother once held. Kai looked at the worn toy. The warehouse wasn't replacing memories. It was retrieving an object, the original. He entered the warehouse. This aisle surprised him. Shelves filled with toys, wooden trains, dolls, music boxes, paper kites, stuffed animals. Millions of childhood memories carefully preserved. The request echoed. One rabbit quietly floated from an upper shelf. Its fur remained bright white. The ribbon around its neck had never faded. The missing button eye reflected warm lantern light. Kai carried it back. The woman gasped. She reached out. Stopped. Pulled her hand back. May I? Kai nodded. She picked up the rabbit. Every seam, every stitch, every tiny detail matched the old toy before years of love had worn it away. Tears gathered quietly. I forgot. She smiled through them. It used to be this white. Kai wrapped both rabbits separately. The original. And yours. She looked confused. I received both. The original is your commission. The old rabbit belongs to your family. For a long moment she simply stood there. Then she bowed, not politely, deeply. When she left, she held one rabbit in each arm. Lumi remained unusually quiet. Finally, the rabbit spoke. Your grandfather did that too. What? He always returned sentimental originals without taking memories away. Kai looked toward the door. It felt wrong to replace it. The warehouse approved. Another soft chime. Customer satisfaction. Exceptional relationship bonus applied. Kai looked up. Relationship bonus? Lumi smiled mysteriously. People return. The morning passed in a steady rhythm. A jeweler requested a discontinued polishing compound. A violinist ordered horsehair from a specific mountain breed. A gardener searched for seeds from an extinct rose variety. Not every commission succeeded. One noble demanded a crown currently worn by a neighboring king. Declined. A scholar requested tomorrow's newspaper. Declined. A gambler asked for loaded dice that could never lose. Declined. The shop refused each request without hesitation. Oddly, those refusals strengthened its reputation. People began to understand the rules. It wasn't magic without limits. It was reliable. By lunchtime, the queue extended halfway down the street. The herbalist next door stepped outside carrying a tray of tea. You should charge them rent. Kai accepted a cup. I'm trying to avoid becoming unpopular. Too late. The herbalist pointed toward the crowd. They're arguing about who's impossible. Request is most impossible. Kai listened. One wanted a discontinued cookbook. Another wanted a retired knight's favorite spear. Someone insisted only a complete first printing of the Sailor's Atlas deserved first priority. Lumi floated beside the window. Excellent marketing. Kai took another sip of tea. I didn't do anything. Exactly. A sudden shout came from outside. Move! Several people stepped aside. A carriage stopped before the shop. Not extravagant, but expensive enough to silence the line. A young man stepped down wearing an immaculate charcoal coat embroidered with silver thread. He looked no older than Kai. His gloves alone probably cost more than the shop's front shelves. He glanced once at the queue, then walked directly toward the entrance. The baker immediately blocked him, back of the line. The newcomer looked mildly surprised. I only have a question. So do we. I represent the Merchant Guild. So wait. Several people nodded in agreement. The young man studied the crowd. Then, to everyone's surprise, he stepped to the back of the queue without another word. Lumi blinked. Unexpected. Kai watched through the window. So did everyone else. Nearly an hour later, the well-dressed man finally entered. He removed one glove before offering his hand. Edwin Clark, Merchant Guild Registry Office. Kai shook it. Kai Rowan. I know. Edwin looked around the shop. The reports were unusual. I've heard. The guild isn't here to interfere. Good. We simply verify businesses that suddenly become popular. He glanced toward the shelves and determined whether regulations need updating. Kai nodded. Reasonable. Edwin opened a notebook. My first question. Do you claim this shop can supply any physical object? Kai considered the wording carefully. No. Edwin looked up. No. I claim the shop accepts commissions for physical objects, and it either fulfills them or politely declines. Edwin wrote something. My second question. Have you ever knowingly sold stolen goods? No. Counterfeits? No. Forbidden magical artifacts? No. Edwin looked satisfied. My third question. What happens if someone requests an item beyond your capability? I tell them so. Edwin closed the notebook. I appreciate honest merchants. He finally smiled. It saves paperwork. Kai poured him tea. So, did you actually come only to ask questions? Edwin accepted the cup. I also have a commission. Lumi's ears twitched. Edwin removed a folded document. The Merchant Guild archives require an original guild charter from the city's founding. Kai unfolded the paper. The archive copy was destroyed in a fire 68 years ago. He met Kai's eyes. We have every revision. None of us has ever seen the first. The system panel quietly appeared. Kai looked at the request, then at the difficulty rating slowly forming. It wasn't green. It wasn't blue. It glowed gold. A commissioned detective requested item. Original founding charter of the Goldleaf Merchant Guild document date. First year of city recognition condition. Original legally transferable for archival custody restrictions. No theft, no duplicate currently claimed by another institution difficulty. Rare customer intent. Historical restoration and legal verification recommended price. 40 gold marks fulfillment available. Kai read the final line twice. 40 gold marks was more than the shop had earned since reopening. More importantly, the system had accepted the request. When would you need it? He asked. Edwin paused over his tea. You believe you can provide it? I asked when. The guild's annual assembly is in 5 days. If the charter exists, our archivists would require time to authenticate it before then. Kai folded the copied description. 40 gold marks. Edwin's professional calm slipped. 40? That is the listed price. The guild spent nearly 300 searching privateering collections. Then 40 is comparatively affordable. Edwin studied him. Payment after authentication. Inspection before payment is allowed. Removal from the shop is not. How long will retrieval take? Kai gestured toward the waiting chair. Edwin looked at it, then at the line visible through the window. You truly use the same process for everyone. The chair doesn't distinguish between guild officials and bakers. A faint smile appeared. Good. Kai entered the warehouse. The golden request followed him through the doorway. Unlike previous commissions, no nearby eye awakened. The lanterns ahead remained dark. Instead, a line of golden light appeared across the floor and stretched toward the distant shelves. Lumi floated beside it. Rare commissions may be stored beyond your current mapped sections. Mapped? You have access to the item. That does not mean the warehouse places it conveniently beside the entrance. How far? Lumi looked down the glowing path. Far enough to justify walking quickly. Kai followed. The entrance hall disappeared behind them. They passed the mechanical archives, the treasury, and the endless kitchens. Beyond them stood sections he had never seen. Rows of sealed portraits. Libraries where books rearranged themselves in silence. Stone chambers filled with banners from forgotten kingdoms. The warehouse did not feel like a storeroom. It felt like history refusing to disappear. The path ended before a narrow wooden cabinet standing alone beneath a lantern. No guards. No vault door. Only one drawer. Kai opened it. Inside rested a rolled sheet of pale parchment bound with dark green cord. A bronze seal hung from the knot. The insignia showed a leaf growing through the center of a coin. Beside it lay a thin record tablet. Kai touched the tablet. Words appeared. Goldleaf Free Traders Covenanting Founding Signatories. 17 Independent Merchants Purpose. Establishment of shared roads, weights, dispute arbitration and emergency. Reserves custodial status. Abandoned after destruction of original guild archive eligible recipient. Recognized successor institution. Why is the name different? Kai asked. The modern merchant guild was not founded under its current title. So Edwin may not recognize it. He requested the original founding charter. This is it. Kai examined the seal. The wax bore 17 impressions arranged in a circle. Some were simple trademarks. A hammer, a wheat stalk, a ship, a needle. At the center sat an empty space. No king's crest. No noble seal. The first merchants of Goldleaf had founded their guild without royal sponsorship. Kai understood why the document mattered. It wasn't merely old. It proved what the organization had originally been created to protect. Can the guild legally hold this? The recognized successor institution qualifies. Then retrieve it. The parchment rose from the drawer and settled into a protective glass case that formed around it. Kai lifted the case. It was heavier than expected. As he turned back, a deep sound rolled through the warehouse. Not a chime. A bell. Far beyond the shelves, something answered. Kai stopped. What was that? Lumi's ears lowered. The warehouse acknowledged a historical transfer. Does that happen often? No. What does it mean? The rabbit looked toward the darkness, authority insufficient. For once. The answer carried no humor. Kai returned to the shop. Edwin had finished his tea and opened his notebook again. The glass case landed gently on the counter. He stared at the seal. This isn't the Merchant Guild emblem. No. It predates it. Edwin rose. Kai handed him the record tablet. The official read the title. His face changed. The Free Traders Covenant. You know it? Every registry apprentice knows the name. His eyes moved rapidly across the text. Before Goldleaf became a royal city, 17 merchants maintained the roads and markets themselves. Historians believe their covenant was oral. He leaned over the parchment. The first guildmaster's memoir mentioned a sealed charter, but no copy survived. Apparently one did. Edwin reached toward the case, then stopped before touching it. May I open this? Not without an archivist present. The system had not stated that rule. Kai did. 40 gold marks was valuable. A document that could alter the recorded foundation of the city's most powerful commercial institution required more care than a coin. Edwin nodded immediately. I'll bring one. One archivist. 3. The shop is small. 1 senior archivist and 2 witnesses. Kai considered the waiting crowd. After closing, Edwin closed his notebook. Agreed. He left without taking the lead. He left without taking the charter. Outside, the crowd immediately surrounded him. Kai could not hear every question through the glass, but the phrases original charter and 40 gold traveled quickly. The next customer entered before Edwin reached his carriage. A fisherman requested a brass compass made in a coastal village that had vanished in a landslide. A retired soldier wanted a replacement buckle from his first uniform. A cook demanded black pepper harvested from a particular island during a particular monsoon year, then admitted he could not afford the recommended price. Kai declined the sale and offered ordinary pepper from the shelves instead. The cook bought that. By midday, the commission counter had reached 7. The shop could accept 3 more before its daily limit. Kai placed a wooden board beside the entrance. 8 commissions remaining today. 3 specific physical objects only Hano entry to back room. The board reduced arguments by half. It doubled the number of people inventing loopholes. A written answer is a physical object, one student insisted. The object you actually want is information, Kai replied. What if I request a book containing the answer? Which book? The one with the answer. That is not specific. The student left muttering about oppressive commercial interpretation. Lumi added a new line to the board. Clever wording does not change intention. The 9th commission went to a carpenter who needed a complete wheel for a 40-year-old cargo wagon. He had brought measurements. He had brought a sketch. He had even brought a sample of the original wood. The warehouse provided a finished wheel, made from the same mountain ash, fitted with an iron rim bearing the discontinued maker's stamp. The carpenter rolled it through the shop and into the street. The crowd erupted. Until then, most commissions had fit on the counter. The wheel made the shop's capabilities visible from the far end of the district. People moved aside as it passed. A child ran alongside it. The elderly tailor crossed the street, inspected the joinery, and gave Kai a slow nod. Good work. I didn't make it. Good merchants know which craftsmen to trust. He returned to his shop before Kai could explain. 1 commission remained. The line stretched around the corner. Kai stepped outside. Only 1 more request today. 100 voices rose at once. I've waited 4 hours. Mine is urgent. I came from the academy. I was here before lunch. Kai looked along the crowd. The system's priority rule existed for exactly this reason. Need before status. But he couldn't understand 100 requests at once. We'll hear them in order, he said. Anyone whose request can safely wait until tomorrow will receive a numbered token. A broad man in an expensive blue coat pushed forward. My time cannot. Wait. The people around him moved reluctantly. 2 assistants followed carrying a polished iron case. The man opened it on the street. Inside lay 2 halves of a broken sword. The blade was black, veined with faint red lines. Several people recognized it. Whispers spread. That's the Emberfang. Lord Heron's tournament blade. It broke last week. The man lifted his chin. I require an identical replacement before the royal exhibition tomorrow. Kai examined the blade without touching it. The break had occurred near the guard. The metal still carried residual heat. A panel appeared. A commissioned detective requested item. Identical replacement for Emberfang exhibition sword specifications. Blackfire alloy master Solvin's original forging style. Tournament balanced legally transferable difficulty. Rare customer intent. Prestige exhibition recommended price. 90 gold marks. Fulfillment available priority. Low. The commission was valid. Expensive. Available. And low priority. Behind Lord Heron, a thin boy clutched the sleeve of an older adventurer. The adventurer's left forearm was wrapped in blood-stained linen. He had remained silent until now. Kai looked at him. What do you need? Lord Heron's expression hardened. I am speaking. I heard your request. And? The shop hasn't accepted it. The adventurer stepped forward reluctantly. My partner was bitten by a marsh basilisk. The crowd quieted. The healers slowed the venom. But the guild dispensary used its last dose of green root antidote this morning. Kai looked at the bandage. Dark vines had begun spreading above the wrist. How long? 2 hours, perhaps 3. The boy beside him swallowed hard. Please. A new panel replaced the first. Green Commission detected requested item. Green root, basilisk, antidote dosage. Adult condition. Fresh and medically viable difficulty. Uncommon customer intent. Emergency treatment recommended price. 4 gold marks fulfillment available priority. Critical. Kai faced Lord Heron. Your sword can wait until tomorrow. The noble stared as though he had misheard. The exhibition begins at noon. This man may not reach noon. I arrived first. You pushed past the queue. A few people laughed. Lord Heron's assistants looked away. The noble lowered his voice. I will pay double. The priority doesn't change. Triple. No. Do you understand who I am? Kai glanced toward the board. Someone requesting a physical object. The crowd went still. Lord Heron's face flushed. Kai turned to the adventurer. 4 gold marks. The man opened his purse. 2 gold. Several silver. Not enough. The boy immediately pulled a small copper chain from beneath his shirt. I have this. Kai looked at Lumi. The system panel remained unchanged. 4 gold marks. No negotiation. The shop determined the price. He couldn't lower it. He also couldn't pretend the missing payment didn't matter. What is your name? Kai asked. Gareth. And the boy? My apprentice. Nico? Kai looked at the broken sword. Then at Lord Heron. Your commission costs 90 gold marks. The noble's anger paused. What? 90? Delivery tomorrow morning. That is absurd. Master Solvin is dead. Blackfire alloy is restricted. An identical, legally transferable blade is rare. Heron hesitated. The price was high, but not impossible for him. Kai continued. I will accept your commission today under one condition. The noble narrowed his eyes. You do not dictate conditions to me. The shop does. Lumi glanced at Kai, interested. Kai had no system condition to rely upon. He was making a commercial proposal. You pay 4 gold marks now to purchase the antidote for Gareth. Lord Heron stared. The remaining 90 for your sword is due upon inspection tomorrow. Why should I pay for a stranger? Because his commission takes today's final slot. Then you cannot accept mine. I can record yours as tomorrow's first commission if the deposit is paid today. Heron looked at the crowd. Everyone was listening. Refusing would save 4 gold marks. It would also mean publicly placing a sword above a dying man's life after demanding special treatment. The noble understood reputation. His jaw tightened. Fine. He threw 4 gold marks onto the counter. Retrieve the antidote. Kai gathered the coins. Your generosity will be recorded on the receipt. Heron stopped. Several people laughed again. Kai looked at Gareth. Please take a seat. The adventurer swayed. Nico helped him into the chair. Kai entered the warehouse. The medical section had not appeared before. At first, the warehouse remained dark. Then green lanterns ignited along a narrow corridor lined with glass cabinets. Bundles of dried herbs hung above metal tables. Bottles stood in temperature-controlled cases. Labels changed language as Kai passed them, settling into words he could understand. He made the request. A small green vial emerged from a refrigerated drawer. Beside it came a sealed instruction card and a disposable measuring cup. Medical item retrieved identity. Green root basilisk antidote dosage. Full vial administration. Oral treatment window. Effective warning. Requires follow-up examination. Kai returned immediately. Gareth drank the antidote. The effect was not miraculous. No golden light. No instant recovery. His breathing gradually steadied. The dark veins stopped spreading. Within minutes, their color began to fade. Nico gripped his uninjured hand. The crowd outside remained silent until Gareth opened his eyes fully. "That tastes terrible," he said. Nico laughed so suddenly it became a sob. Kai handed him the instruction card. "Take him to a healer. The antidote stops the venom. It doesn't repair the damage." Gareth nodded. He looked toward Lord Heron. "I'll repay you." The noble adjusted one glove. "It was 4 gold. "I know. Then don't die before you do." His tone remained unfriendly, but he had not demanded the money back. The system chimed. A commission complete by customer satisfaction. Exceptional priority principle upheld relationship bonus, applied reputation trait unlocked. Fair service daily commission capacity reached. The words appeared again beneath the notification. Why fair service ship's public priority system is now recognized. Customer disputes over status will carry reduced influence within shop boundaries. Lord Heron noticed none of it. He placed the broken Emberfang on the counter. "Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. I will arrive at 8. The door opens at 9. Heron gave Kai a long look. Then he left the sword and walked away. The crowd parted for Gareth and Nico. This time, no one complained about waiting until tomorrow. Kai closed the shop early, not because the street had emptied. It hadn't, but the daily limit had been reached. He distributed numbered wooden tokens for the morning queue and wrote each customer's requested category in the ledger. By sunset, 37 people held tokens. The rest agreed to return later in the week. For the first time, the line dispersed without argument. Lumi hovered above the counter while Kai counted the day's earnings. That was clever. The token system? The sword. Kai glanced at Emberfang's broken halves. "I didn't break any rules." "No. You used one commission to enable another. The warehouse like sufficient shopkeepers." Kai recorded Lord Heron's deposits separately. He paid because people were watching. Does motive matter if the result saved someone? It matters to the system. Lumi considered. His primary intent was reputation management, so not generosity. But he still accepted the cost. Kai closed the ledger. Perhaps he'll become generous accidentally. That would be entertaining. A knock sounded at the door. Edwin had returned with 3 archivists and a locked payment case. The senior archivist was a small woman with silver hair and ink permanently darkening the edges of her fingers. She introduced herself as Master Pell. She did not waste time on pleasantries. "Show me the document." Kai placed the glass case beneath the shop's brightest lamp. Master Pell inspected the exterior first, then the seals, then the parchment through magnifying lenses. Only after recording every visible feature did she request permission to open the case. Kai granted it. The moment air touched the charter, a faint scent of cedar and old smoke filled the shop. The archivists worked for nearly 2 hours. They tested the ink without removing a sample, compared the signatures to tax rolls, measured the parchment weave, examined the bronze seal. One witness left midway through the inspection and returned carrying 5 additional ledgers. Master Pell said nothing until the final comparison was complete. Then she sat back. "It is genuine." Edwin released a breath. "You are certain?" "I am never certain." She pointed to the lower edge of the parchment. "But the hide preparation matches 1st century gold leaf methods. The iron gall ink predates the royal standard. 11 signatures correspond to independent records." Her finger moved toward the central clause. "And this language appears in the 2nd charter. Though later copies attributed to Guildmaster Pharaoh." Edwin read aloud. "No merchant shall be denied road, scale, or hearing by reason of birth, title, or trade." His gaze lifted toward Kai. "The original equality clause." Master Pell nodded. "The guild didn't invent it after royal recognition. It was there from the beginning." Kai looked toward the waiting chair. Need before status. His grandfather's rule sounded less unusual now. Perhaps the shop had served gold leaf before the guild possessed its current name. "Where did you find this?" Master Pell asked. "In the shop's inventory." "Who owned it previously?" "The warehouse record lists abandoned custodial status after the archive fire." "Which warehouse?" Kai met her gaze. "The private one." Master Pell disliked the answer. Edwin intervened. "Is the provenance sufficient for guild custody, combined with material authentication?" "Yes." She looked back at the charter. "But I want access to the seller's full archive." "Not available," Kai said. "Everything is available for the right scholarly purpose. Not this." Master Pell stared at him. Kai did not soften the refusal. Eventually, she closed the case. "Then I will authenticate the object, not the merchant. That's all I require." Edwin unlocked the payment case. 40 gold marks filled 4 neat rows. Kai issued a receipt. Master Pell signed the transfer record. When Edwin lifted the charter, the system notification appeared. Rare commission completed, customer satisfaction. Exceptional historical custody transfer confirmed reward. Document and archive catalog expanded authority progress. Level 2. 34%. The percentage surprised Kai. One rare commission had advanced him far more than several basic ones. Difficulty influences advancement, Lumi whispered. So does significance. Yes. Edwin paused at the door. The annual assembly is public this year. And you should attend. I have a shop to run. The guild will formally present the charter, then present it. Edwin smiled. You genuinely don't care who receives credit. The charter was the commission. That attitude may earn you more attention than attitude may earn you more attention. Claiming it would, he left with the archivists. Kai watched the locked case enter the carriage. Lumi floated near the ceiling. The warehouse bell rang when that document transferred. I remember. It may ring again. Do you know why? Lumi looked toward the backroom door. No. The answer was more troubling than authority insufficient. The next morning, Lord Heron arrived at 8. He waited outside for an hour. At 9 precisely, Kai opened the door. The noble entered without complaint. Several dozen token holders gathered behind him. Kai placed the broken Emberfang beside the request ledger. Identical replacement. Master Solvent's forging style. Blackfire alloy. Tournament balanced. Legally transferable. Heron nodded. And no hidden defect. That is implied. I prefer it stated. The system accepted the final specification. Kai entered the warehouse. The weapons section opened beyond a pair of black iron doors. Racks stretched through a cavernous hall. Swords, spears, bows, and armor rested beneath individual seals. Some radiated heat. Others gathered frost. Most remained silent. Emberfang waited on a stone stand. Its black blade carried red mineral veins identical to the broken original. The guard curved like a pair of flames. The leather grip showed no wear. A certificate rested beside it. Master Solvent had forged 3 exhibition blades from the same batch of Blackfire alloy. Lord Heron had owned one. This was another. Not a copy. Not stolen. A legitimate sister blade. Kai returned carrying it in a plain wooden case. Heron lifted the sword. He tested the balance. The blade sang softly through the air. Red lines glowed for one breath before fading. The noble skepticism disappeared. This is Solvent's work. The certificate confirms it. Heron read the forging record. He made 3, apparently. My father claimed only 1 survived. One may have been the only known surviving blade. Heron checked the serial mark beneath the guard. Number 2. His original had been number 3. He placed 90 gold marks on the counter. No bargaining. No demand for special treatment. Before leaving, he looked toward the chair where Gareth had received the antidote. Did the adventurer survive? His apprentice returned this morning. The healer expects a full recovery. Heron nodded once. Good. He carried the sword outside. The crowd watched him draw it beneath the morning light. Someone recognized the serial stamp. A collector demanded to inspect it. Lord Heron refused, climbed into his carriage, and left with a satisfied smile. The line surged toward the door. Kai raised the commission board. Tokens first. The crowd slowed. The system trait activated so subtly that he almost missed it. People checked their numbers. Those without tokens moved aside. No noble rank, no wealth. No shouting changed the order. Fair service had become more than a policy. The shop itself now supported it. By noon, business had settled into a rhythm. Kai accepted specific requests. Lumi appraised them. The warehouse retrieved what his authority permitted. He learned to ask better questions. A woman requesting a wedding ring did not want any gold ring. She wanted the discontinued design her parents had exchanged 40 years earlier. A sailor requesting a map did not need an antique. He needed a legally reproduced chart showing a recently reopened river route. A farmer asking for the strongest plow actually needed a replacement blade compatible with his existing frame. The more carefully Kai listened, the faster the commissions became. The shop was not powerful, because it held everything. It was useful because it could identify the right thing. 3 days after Leo's broadcast, the queue no longer consisted only of locals. Carriages arrived from other districts. Guild apprentices visited during lunch. Collectors sent agents. People carried recording crystals openly now. Most asked permission before filming. Some did not. Kai posted another rule, recording aloud. Do not block customers. Leo returned that afternoon with a grin and 2 assistants. You become the most discussed business in Goldleaf. I noticed. My ramen review has been viewed 80,000 times. Congratulations. You're not going. To thank me? The queue was easier before you arrived. Leo laughed. I brought compensation. One assistant placed a stack of numbered brass tokens on the counter. The other carried a wooden dispenser. Kai tested it. A lever produced the next token automatically. Numbers appeared on a display above the door. This is useful. I knew you'd appreciate practical gifts. What do you want? Leo's grin widened. Nothing today. Lumi floated closer. Suspicious. Then why are you filming? Because someone else does. The bell rang. A man entered wearing a plain brown coat and an expression carefully arranged to look unimpressed. He carried a polished black case. Leo's crystal turned toward him. Viewer count. 6,120. The man placed the case on the counter. My name is Dorian Pike. Kai recognized it. A professional exposer. Dorian's broadcasts specialized in fraudulent healers, fake relic dealers, and staged magical performances. His reputation came from proving that impressive claims had ordinary explanations. He opened the case. Inside rested a small silver pocket watch. I've spent 2 days investigating your business. Kai looked at Leo. You arranged this? Leo raised both hands. He contacted me. Dorian continued. You don't reveal your suppliers. No. You refuse. Warehouse inspections. Correct. Your goods possess suspiciously complete documentation. Accurate documentation. And every dramatic request so far has come from someone with a story convenient enough to attract public sympathy. Gareth's antidote. Agnes's coin. The stuffed rabbit. Kai understood the accusation. Dorian believed the commissions were staged. The crowd outside pressed closer to the windows. What do you want? Kai asked. Dorian lifted the watch. This was manufactured yesterday. The back displayed a serial number and a small engraved fox. My assistant purchased it from a random workshop 1 hour ago. The craftsman made only 2. He placed the watch in Kai's palm. I kept one. My assistant has the other. Neither watch has ever been advertised or registered. Kai examined the engraving. The fox's left ear contained a tiny notch. Dorian smiled toward the crystal. I want a third identical watch, the crowd murmured. Leo moved closer. Dorian continued. Same silver composition, same internal mechanism, same engraving flaw, same serial sequence, and it must not be either of the 2 existing watches. The system panel appeared. When commission detected, requested item. Third matching silver pocket watch specifications. Same workshop design, same material composition, same mechanism, same fox engraving flaw, sequential serial number condition. New restriction, must not be either existing watch difficulty. Uncommon customer intent. Public challenge and fraud investigation. Fulfillment available. Recommended price. 12 gold marks. Dorian placed 12 gold marks on the counter before Kai could quote the price. I researched your pricing pattern. Then you also know the rules. Physical object. Specific request. Listed payment. Correct. Dorian pointed toward the wooden door. And no one enters the back room. Correct. Convenient. Kai pushed the coins back toward him. Payment after inspection. Dorian's confident smile tightened slightly. Very well. Kai gestured to the chair. Please take a seat. The crowd laughed. The phrase had become familiar throughout Goldleaf. Dorian sat. Kai entered the warehouse carrying the sample watch. The mechanical archive awakened. He made the request. A drawer opened. Nothing emerged. A red line appeared. Why sequential serial requirement requires verification existing items. Serial 1842. Serial 1843. Requested item. Serial 1844. Manufacturing status. Incomplete. Kai frowned. Fulfillment was available. It is, Lumi said. But the requested watch does not yet exist. The warehouse retrieves existing objects. At your current authority. So how can it fulfill the commission? Lumi pointed toward a workbench that had appeared beside the drawer. On it rested an unfinished silver watch case. The mechanism lay beside it in separate components. A craftsman's order slip identified the same workshop Dorian had used. Third watch had been commissioned as part of the batch. It simply had not been assembled yet. The requested object exists in incomplete form, Lumi said. The warehouse may complete ordinary production already authorized by the original maker when no design alteration is required. Isn't that? Manufacturing? Basic completion? That sounds like manufacturing with a smaller name. Authority terminology is precise. The components lifted from the bench. Gears aligned. Springs tightened. The mechanism entered the case. The fox engraving appeared exactly as the craftsman had marked it on the production guide, including the notched ear. Finally, the number 1844 pressed itself into the silver. The completed watch settled into Kai's hand. It began ticking. A certificate formed beside it, showing that the craftsman had prepared material for a third piece before deciding to sell only 2 finished watches. Kai returned. Less than a minute had passed. He placed both watches side by side. Dorian did not touch the new one immediately. He looked at the serial number, 1844, then the fox. Then the casing. He removed a jeweler's lens. The audience watched him inspect every surface. He opened both backs, compared the gears, weighed each watch, scraped a microscopic sample from the inner casing, and used a portable alchemical reagent to test the silver composition. The colors matched. Dorian wound the new watch. It ticked in perfect rhythm with the original. Leo moved the recording crystal closer. Well? Dorian ignored him. He pressed a hidden latch beneath the crown. A tiny compartment opened inside the original watch. The new watch contained the same compartment. Dorian's confidence finally fractured. The craftsman did not mention that. Kai leaned against the counter. You asked for an identical mechanism. Dorian looked toward the wooden door. You had an accomplice at the workshop. No. You replaced my sample. No. You manufactured this in the back room. Kai considered the exact truth. The shop fulfilled the commission. Open the door. No. Then your proof depends on secrecy. Your challenge depended on the object. Kai pointed toward the ward. Watch. Is it identical? Dorian said nothing. Is it either existing watch? No. Does it carry the correct next serial number? Yes. Then the commission is complete. The system chimed. Wine commission complete. Customer satisfaction. Reluctant acceptance. Public verification successful reward. Basic completion function. Recognized reputation increased. Dorian looked toward Leo's crystal. More than 20,000 people were watching. He could accuse Kai without evidence, or acknowledge the result. His career depended on exposing fraud. It also depended on admitting when a test failed. He closed both watch cases. The object meets every stated condition. The crowd outside cheered. Dorian raised one hand. That does not explain how. The commission did not request an explanation, Kai said. Laughter broke through the shop. Even Dorian smiled once. Barely. He paid the 12 gold marks. Then he left the original watch on the counter. Keep it. I don't accept gifts tied to unresolved investigations. It isn't a gift. Dorian picked up the new watch. I want to know whether you can find this one again after I hide it. Kai slid the original back toward him, then returned with a specific request. Dorian pocketed both. I will. Leo waited until he had left. That was incredible. It was a pocket watch. You ruined a professional skeptic's entire afternoon with a pocket watch. He proved the item was genuine, which is why the clip will spread. Kai looked outside. Half the crowd already held recording crystals. The challenge had not exposed the shop. It had given strangers a repeatable idea. Bring something obscure. Set precise conditions. Try to find the limit. By evening, new signs appeared along the district. Why can't you beat the Universal shop? A tea seller offered discounts to customers holding Q tokens. The tailor across the street began repairing coats for people waiting outside. The herbalists sold headache remedies to those arguing over impossible requests. The old merchant district, quiet only days earlier, remained busy after sunset. Kai stood by the window. This is becoming a challenge destination. Lumi hovered beside him. People enjoy testing limits. What happens when they find one? You decline. They'll celebrate. Perhaps. The rabbit smiled. Then they will return. Tomorrow with a better request. Kai looked toward the ordinary wooden door. Inside the warehouse, entire worlds of objects waited beyond his authority. People believed they were trying to defeat the shop. In truth, every challenge taught him what the shop could become. The following morning, the queue reached the end of the street. By noon, a second line had formed solely for people wishing to watch. At 3, Leo climbed onto a crate and announced the next broadcast challenge. At 4, City Watch officers arrived to clear the road. At 5, Edwin returned carrying an official notice. Kai read it beneath the counter lamp. Temporary crowd management requirements. Mandatory queue barriers. Fire lane access. Maximum indoor capacity. No accusation. No closure order. Just proof that the shop had become too large for its own doorway. Edwin placed another document beside it. The Merchant Guild will provide temporary barriers. Why? The annual assembly accepted the charter this morning. And the guild owes your shop a historical debt. Kai looked at him. Edwin smiled. Also, your customers are blocking 3 registered businesses. That sounds more likely. We would like you to attend tomorrow's assembly. I told you, not for credit. Edwin tapped the second document. For registration. Kai read the heading. Oh. Well, I'm celebration. Be Sean. Complication. Verno. Recognized specialty. Merchant status. What changes? You gain access to certified appraisers, bonded transport and commercial arbitration. And what does the guild gain? A merchant whose existence currently makes our regulations look outdated. Kai read the document carefully. No claim over the warehouse. No inspection right beyond ordinary sales records. No pricing authority. No ownership demand. Why offer favorable terms? Edwin glanced toward the crowd. Because if we treat you like an enemy, the entire city will watch us fail publicly. Honest. I appreciate honest merchants. Kai signed. A system notification appeared. Institutional recognition achieving Gold Leaf Merchant Guild status. Provisional specialty merchant reward. Commercial transport access public reputation. Increased authority progress. Level 2. 81% shop upgrade condition approaching? Edwin watched Kai put down the pen. You look disappointed. I expected more paperwork. There will be more. That sounds reassuringly normal. The official gathered the forms. At the door. He looked toward the new queue barriers being installed. Your grandfather would have enjoyed this. Kai's hand stopped. You knew him? Not well. Edwin glanced back. He visited the registry every year. For what? To renew a shop license for business with no reported sales. Kai frowned. How many years? 32. And no one questioned it. We did. What did he say? Edwin smiled. Business is quiet. He left before Kai could ask more. Lumi remained still above the counter. You said the shop had experienced a slight decline. It had. No reported sales for 32 years is not slight. The warehouse measures time differently. Did grandfather stop accepting commissions? Lumi's ears lowered. Authority insufficient. That answer isn't good enough. It is the only one I can give. Kai looked at the backroom door. The old man had kept the shop open, renewed the license, maintained the connection. Yet he had apparently sold nothing for more than 3 decades. Why preserve a business without customers? Why wait specifically for Kai? Outside, the brass bell rang as the next token number appeared. The question would have to wait. A woman entered carrying a sealed challenge box. Behind her, Leo's recording crystal floated into position. The shop was open, and Gold Leaf had not yet found anything it couldn't deliver. The woman carried the box with both hands, not because it was heavy, because she clearly didn't trust anyone else to touch it. The crowd outside noticed the care immediately. So did Leo. His recording crystal drifted closer. Morning challenge? He asked. I wasn't aware I needed your permission. You don't. Leo smiled. But the viewers appreciate suspense. The woman ignored him. She placed the polished walnut box on Kai's counter. Brass latches, no lock, no identifying marks. Only a small brass plaque. The property of the Aldrin Conservatory. Kai looked up. What are you looking for? My name is Professor Alden. She spoke with the measured precision of someone accustomed to lecture halls. I teach historical artifacts. Lumi quietly floated beside Kai. Interesting. Professor Alden opened the box. Inside rested a faded parchment. It wasn't a map, nor a letter. It appeared to be a charcoal rubbing taken from an engraved stone. Half the image had been burned away. Only fragments remained. A circle. Several geometric lines. 3 unfamiliar symbols. Kai waited. Professor Alden unfolded another sheet. A century ago, explorers discovered a stone monument in the northern cliffs. It collapsed before anyone could properly study it. This rubbing is the only surviving record. Kai examined it. I assume something is missing. Exactly half. The missing half was destroyed during a museum fire. She looked directly at him. I don't want the monument. I don't want speculation. I don't want a reconstruction. I want the missing rubbing. The system appeared. Commission detected. You requested item. Original missing rubbing of the Northern Cliff Monument condition. Original charcoal transfer undamaged, legally transferable difficulty. Rare customer intent. Historical research recommended price. 32 gold marks. Fulfillment available. Kai noticed one unusual line. No restriction regarding historical significance. Only originality. Professor Alden placed both hands on the counter. I've spent 27 years searching. If you fail, I won't be surprised. If you succeed. She glanced toward the recording crystal. History changes. Kai nodded once. 32 gold marks. No negotiation. The listed price. I appreciate consistency. She counted the gold without complaint. Inspection first. As always. Kai picked up the damaged rubbing. Please take a seat. She looked at the single chair. I've heard that's becoming famous. So I'm told. Kai entered the warehouse. The archive district awakened. Unlike the treasury or kitchens, this area resembled an endless library carved into white stone. Shelves carried scrolls instead of books. Thousands, perhaps millions. Every tube bore a tiny engraved tag. Maps, architectural drawings, contracts, engineering plans, sketches, survey notes, copies, originals. The warehouse seemed to preserve not merely objects, but records. The request echoed softly. Far down the aisle, one narrow scroll slowly lifted itself from a shelf. It floated toward Kai. Another followed. Kai frowned. I only requested one. Lumi nodded. The second accompanies the first. Kai opened the nearer tube. Inside rested the missing charcoal rubbing. Every missing line completed perfectly. The second contained a translation prepared decades later by an unknown scholar. Kai looked toward Lumi. I didn't ask for this. The warehouse determined it belongs with the requested object. Does it always do that? No. When does it? When separating objects would reduce understanding. Kai rolled both carefully. So the warehouse understands context. The warehouse understands objects. Those aren't the same thing. Lumi smiled. They become similar after enough centuries. Kai decided not to chase the answer. He returned to the shop. Professor Alden stood before the counter before he had fully emerged. Kai presented the first scroll. She unrolled it slowly. Her breathing stopped, not from shock, from concentration. Her fingers traced the charcoal without touching it. She aligned it beside the damaged rubbing. The broken circle became complete. The symbols formed a coherent sequence. A hidden passage appeared where broken lines had once ended abruptly. Professor Alden whispered one sentence. We've translated it incorrectly for 98 years. Leo looked disappointed. That doesn't sound very dramatic. It is extraordinarily dramatic. Without looking up, she continued. The surviving half suggested the monument marked a royal burial. She pointed toward the completed image. The missing half identifies it as a trade registry. Leo blinked. That's less exciting. Professor Alden looked at him. Every economic history of Northern Eldoria is now wrong. Oh. The royal burial theory justified 3 expensive expeditions. She folded the rubbing carefully. They were searching in the wrong place. Kai placed the second scroll beside her. You may want this as well. She opened it. Her eyebrows lifted. A translation. It accompanied the rubbing. Professor Alden read several lines. A slow smile appeared. This translator noticed details modern historians overlooked. Who wrote it? Kai glanced toward Lumi. No name. She looked almost disappointed. I would have liked to meet them. Kai smiled faintly. So would I. Commission completed. Rare commission completed. Customer satisfaction. Exceptional academic recognition. Increased archive catalog. Expanded authority progress. Level 2, 89%. Professor Alden packed both scrolls. Before leaving, she paused. I teach every Tuesday afternoon. Kai looked up from the ledger. If you ever wish to understand the history of what you're finding. She tapped the archive tube. You already know where to find me. I'll remember. She left. Leo scratched his head. I thought ancient history would be boring. Professor Alden stopped in the doorway. Young man? Yes. History is simply the longest-running customer review. She walked away before Leo could respond. Lumi burst into laughter. I like her. So do I. The next commission arrived before the conversation ended. A clockmaker? Then a glassblower. Then an opera singer searching for a discontinued tuning fork, crafted by a deaf inventor. Every request forced Kai to ask better questions. Not, what do you want, but, what problem are you solving? The answers changed everything. A jeweler requesting a flawless emerald actually needed a matching replacement for one already mounted in a necklace. The warehouse supplied a stone with identical color grading, rather than merely a larger gem. A violinist requesting old strings wasn't preserving nostalgia. She wanted the exact tension required for a competition piece. Specific need, specific solution. By afternoon, Kai stopped thinking like a merchant selling products. He thought like someone translating problems into objects. Lumi noticed. Your retrieval time improved. I stopped guessing. The rabbit nodded approvingly. That's how authority grows. Kai glanced toward the status panel. 89%. So not much farther. Correct. What happens at level 3? Lumi's ears twitched. You'll see. The answer sounded suspiciously cheerful. The shop bell rang again. This time, nobody entered. Instead, someone knocked. 3 deliberate taps. Kai opened the door. Outside stood a young woman holding a stack of ledgers nearly as tall as her shoulders. She wore practical travel clothes. Her chestnut hair was tied into a high ponytail that had begun slipping loose after carrying the books. Several loose pages threatened to escape with the breeze. She shifted the weight awkwardly. Excuse me. One ledger slid sideways. Kai caught it before it hit the ground. Thank you. She quickly balanced the remaining stack. I was looking for the Universal Commission shop. You found it. Oh. She looked around the crowded storefront. I thought... She hesitated. It would be larger. So did I. She laughed despite herself. My name is Elena Hart. I'm looking for work. Kai blinked. Work? She nodded. I heard the shop has lines stretching into the street. Leo raised one hand. Confirmed. I've worked inventory, bookkeeping, purchasing, and customer reception. She looked at Kai, and she lifted the remaining ledgers. I've already organized your queue. Kai looked outside. People now held numbered brass tokens in orderly rows. Someone had drawn waiting lines with chalk. Children occupied one side, merchants another. The street remained passable. Even the city watch officers looked relieved. Kai looked back at Elena. You did this? I was waiting. You decided to reorganize my customers. They were arguing inefficiently. Lumi floated beside Kai. I like her already. Kai smiled. So, you reorganize strangers for fun? No. She adjusted the heavy ledgers. I charge for it. Kai laughed. The shop suddenly felt quieter, not because fewer people waited, because the chaos had somehow become orderly. He looked toward the chalk lines, the numbered groups, the handwritten waiting estimates, then back at Elena. What salary were you hoping for? I haven't seen your books yet. You assume you'll get the job. I assume you'll realize you need help. Kai looked toward Lumi. The rabbit slowly nodded. Accurate assessment. Kai stepped aside. Come in. She entered carefully, immediately noticing the narrow counter, the single chair, the lack of storage, the missing receipt system, the growing stack of unpaid invoices, the overflowing ledger. She said only one sentence. You have absolutely no operational structure. Kai rubbed the back of his neck. I've been slightly busy. No. She looked around again. You've been surviving. She placed her ledgers on the counter. Those are Rogers, on the counter. Different things. Kai couldn't argue. She wasn't criticizing. She was diagnosing. Elena opened the top ledger. Blank forms, inventory sheets, expense trackers, staff schedules, customer logs, supplier templates. Then she stopped. Where are your suppliers? Kai looked toward the wooden door. Lumi looked toward the ceiling. Neither answered immediately. Elena followed Kai's eyes. Behind that door. Kai smiled. That's a surprisingly complicated question. She closed the ledger. I'll ask later. Instead, she picked up his sales book, read 2 pages. Then another. You price by standardized evaluation. Correct. You never negotiate. Correct. You refuse impossible requests. Sometimes. You prioritize emergencies. Always. She nodded slowly. Interesting. What? I've never seen a business with consistent rules. Kai laughed. Most merchants negotiate. Exactly. She closed the ledger. I'd like to work here. Kai looked around. Customers waited. Leo continued filming. Lumi watched both of them with unmistakable amusement. The shop no longer needed another commission. It needed someone to keep the commissions from burying him alive. Kai extended his hand. Let's start with a trial period. Elena shook it. Agreed. A system notification appeared only for Kai. Key personnel detected candidate. Elena Hart operational compatibility. Extremely high recommended position. Shop assistant unlock available upon employment. Kai smiled. The warehouse wasn't the only thing preparing for the future. Elena rolled up her sleeves. First question. Kai nodded. Do I begin today? If you're still interested. She looked through the front window. The queue answers that. Without another word, she picked up the brass token dispenser Leo had donated. She carried it outside. Everyone with tokens 1 through 10, please remain. 11 through 20, estimated wait, 1 hour. If your request requires measurements or reference samples, prepare them now. The crowd instinctively followed her instructions. Within minutes, conversations became orderly. People stopped crowding the entrance. Leo quietly filmed the transformation. I've been trying to interview these people all morning. They wouldn't stand still. Kai watched Elena reorganize nearly 100 customers with nothing but a calm voice and a piece of chalk. Lumi floated beside him. Very efficient. I've noticed. Elena returned, carrying a folded sheet of paper. I've written today's flow. She placed it on the counter. Reception request verification, reference inspection. Queue assignment, queue assignment. Payment verification. Retrieval call, customer inspection. Payment confirmation. A receipt. Departure. Kai blinked. I blinked. I don't have half of these. I know. She opened one of her ledgers. You will. She turned another page. Customer. Information. Another. Repeat commissions. Another. Special handling. Another. Preferred contact. Kai laughed. I've been writing everything in one notebook. I noticed. You looked offended. I was. She picked up his ledger. The same page contains rare coins, antidotes, ramen, and wheel measurements. I could still read it. So can absolutely nobody else. Lumi nodded solemnly. I attempted once. You? I became lost halfway through the noodle section. Kai accepted defeat. Fair? The bell rang. Elena looked toward the entrance. Customer. She reached the door before Kai. Good morning. What token? The customer held up number 4. Please come in. Kai noticed something immediately. Nobody asked for him anymore. They spoke to the shop. The business had begun separating from its owner. That felt healthier. The morning settled into a rhythm unlike the previous days. Elena verified requests. Kai asked questions. Lumi quietly displayed commission panels only Kai could see. Customers inspected completed items. Receipts were issued. The queue advanced. No shouting, no confusion. Even Leo eventually lowered his recording crystal. This is strangely satisfying. It should be, Elena replied without looking up. Organization is underrated. The 4th customer left carrying a replacement sextant lens. The 5th purchased discontinued medical stitching needles. The 6th received a carved chess piece matching a century-old family set. Kai barely noticed the time passing. The work simply flowed. Near noon, Elena quietly placed another sheet beside him. Lunch rotation. Kai looked up. We don't have staff. We have 2. Lumi doesn't eat. I know. She handed Kai a wrapped sandwich. I bought these while organizing the queue. You already planned lunch. You've skipped breakfast. Kai opened his mouth, then closed it. She was correct. Again. You've been watching. I've been managing. She glanced toward the waiting customers. Managers noticed things. Kai accepted the sandwich. Thank you. You're welcome. Lumi floated between them. I cannot eat. Elena looked at the blue. Rabbit, can you drink tea? No. Do you require anything? I appreciate emotional support. She stared for a second, then nodded seriously. I can schedule that. Lumi's eyes sparkled. I like her. Kai laughed. I noticed. That afternoon brought a different kind of customer. Not collectors, not craftsmen, merchants. 3 shop owners entered together. One sold clocks. One specialized in antique furniture. The 3rd owned a stationery store. None carried commission samples. Instead, the oldest bowed politely. We wish to discuss cooperation. Kai gestured toward the chairs. We only have one. Elena looked around the shop. Not for long. The merchants remained standing. We've watched your business. We cannot compete with what? Your inventory. Kai shook his head. You shouldn't. The merchants exchanged confused looks. He continued. I retrieve specific commissions. I don't stock ordinary commercial volume. The stationer frowned. You now sell paper. Basic paper. You sell candles. Basic candles. You sell cups. Basic cups. Kai leaned lightly against the counter. If someone wants ordinary supplies, buy them from the people already serving the district. The 3 merchants looked at one another. You aren't trying to replace us. No. I'm trying to solve problems. The clockmaker laughed first. That's the strangest business strategy I've heard. The furniture merchant nodded. It also happens to be believable. Elena quietly added notes beside them. Potential partnerships, referral network, local suppliers. Kai noticed. So that's what you're writing. If customers ask for standard stock, we refer them. If customers require impossible replacements, they come here. She looked toward the merchants. Everyone earns. The stationer's eyes widened. You were already thinking this. I've been thinking it since I walked through the door. Kai smiled. I think you're hired. You haven't offered a salary. We'll solve that too. The merchants left visibly relieved. The old district had expected the Universal Commission shop to consume business. Instead, it was feeding customers back into the neighborhood. Across the street, the elderly tailor lifted both thumbs toward Kai. Business had returned to the district, not just to the shop. Not just to the shop. That evening, after the last customer departed, Elena closed her ledger. I have one concern. Kai looked up. Only one. The back room. Lumi became suspiciously interested in the ceiling again. You never allow anyone inside. No. Deliveries never arrive? No. You never leave to purchase. Inventory. No. She folded her hands. So where do the objects come from? Kai hesitated. Not because he distrusted her, because he genuinely didn't know how much he was allowed to explain. Lumi quietly floated onto the counter. You may tell her. Kai looked surprised. I can. Operational staff clearance. He blinked. That's a thing? It is now. Kai looked toward Elena. What I'm about to show you doesn't leave this room, she answered immediately. I don't discuss client operations. No, this is larger than that. She studied him for a long second, then nodded. I understand. Kai locked the front door, turned the sign to closed, then walked toward the wooden door. Elena followed. The ordinary storage door slowly opened. Darkness waited beyond it. She frowned. I thought this was lanterns ignited. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Light raced endlessly into infinity. Shelves emerged from the darkness, towering higher than castles, stretching farther than the eye could follow. The impossible warehouse awakened once more. Elena stood completely still, not from fear, from calculation. She looked upward, then farther upward, then toward aisles disappearing into eternity. Finally, she asked the question Kai himself had once asked. How big is it? Lumi smiled. We don't know. Elena nodded once. Reasonable. Kai stared at her. Reasonable. I've already accepted that normal explanations weren't working. She stepped cautiously onto the polished stone floor. No panic, no disbelief, only curiosity. She examined the nearest shelf. Every item carried perfect labels, perfect spacing, perfect organization. She turned toward Kai. This inventory system is magnificent. Kai couldn't help laughing. That's your conclusion? Of course. She pointed farther into the warehouse. Do you realize how much labor this represents? Not really. I do. She walked another few steps. No dust, no moisture damage, no temperature variation, no pests. She looked upward again. I don't know what this place is, but whoever designed its logistics deserves worship. Lumi floated proudly through the air. I'll tell the warehouse, Kai chuckled. Elena finally looked toward the endless distance. Can anyone else access this? No. Can anyone steal from it? Not that I'm aware of. Excellent. She immediately pulled another notebook from her bag. Warehouse procedures. Kai laughed harder. You prepared forms? I always prepare forms, she wrote rapidly. Access rules, commission verification, retrieval log, return policy, inventory classification, restricted areas. Then, she stopped. Actually, she looked toward the endless darkness. There may not be restricted areas. Lumi gently coughed. There are. Oh, she crossed out the sentence. Good. Kai watched her continue writing. Not overwhelmed, not frightened, planning, organizing, improving. Perhaps that was exactly why the system had labeled her compatibility as extremely high. Lumi floated beside Kai. Well, Kai smiled. I think grandfather would have hired her. Lumi nodded. He would have hired her before asking her name. Far beyond the entrance, deep inside the endless warehouse, a bell rang once. Not the familiar commission chime, a heavier sound. Several lanterns awakened in a distant, unexplored district. A new notification appeared before Kai alone. Key personnel confirmed in Elena Hart position. Shop assistant warehouse access. Operational new function, unlocked commission. Preparation, operational efficiency, increased relationship progression initiated. Kai looked at Elena. She was still making notes. We'll need more shelves in the front. We already have infinite shelves. In the warehouse. She looked up with complete seriousness. The customers can't browse infinity. Kai laughed again. No, they probably can't. The Universal Commission Shop had finally become more than one man standing behind a counter. For the first time since inheriting the key, it had become a real business. Elena remained in the warehouse for another 20 minutes. Most of that time was spent discovering which procedures the warehouse had already solved. Items arrived labeled. Commissions carried records. Temperature-sensitive goods remained preserved. Documents appeared with verification materials. Nothing could be misplaced near the entrance, because retrieved objects returned to fixed preparation stations when left unattended. She crossed out entire sections of her notebook, then added new ones. Customer-side errors remain possible, she said. Kai leaned against the bronze reception pedestal. Meaning, wrong measurements, incomplete descriptions, unclear ownership. Customers changing their request after retrieval. That already happens. Then we need signed specifications before you enter the warehouse. She wrote another heading. By final request, confirmation. Lumi floated over her shoulder. You approve. Quickly. Elena glanced at the rabbit. Does the warehouse record spoken requests? Yes. Can I access those records? Operational summaries only. Enough. She turned to Kai. Tomorrow. Every customer confirms the exact object in writing. Some can't read. Then we read it aloud and mark the form with a witness. Kai nodded. It was simple. Practical. The kind of rule that prevented arguments before they began. Elena closed the notebook. One more question. Go ahead. What happens if a customer lies? Kai looked toward Lumi. The rabbit landed on the pedestal. The system evaluates intent. So it knows? It evaluates? That isn't the same thing. No. Elena accepted the distinction more easily than Kai had. Can it refuse fraudulent requests? If the object itself? Violate shop rules. And if the request is technically valid but based on a lie, the owner decides whether to accept it. Elena looked at Kai. Then we require judgment. We already did. No. She tapped the notebook. You did. The difference settled between them. Until now, every difficult decision had rested on Kai alone. The shop could evaluate availability. Lumi could interpret rules. The warehouse could retrieve objects. But someone still had to decide who deserved the final commission of the day. Who was telling the truth? Which risk was acceptable? Elena had joined the operation. She had not removed the burden. She had simply made it possible for Kai to carry it without drowning in paperwork. We'll build procedures, she said. But procedures won't replace you. Kai smiled faintly. Comforting. It wasn't meant to be. They returned to the shop. It wasn't meant to be. They returned to the shop. The warehouse door closed behind them. Elena tested the handle. Locked. Expected? Yes. Emergency access. Through me, Kai said. Unacceptable. Lumi raised one paw. Operational access may be granted during active commissions. May be authority-dependent. Elena looked at Kai. You need more. Authority. I've been told. She reopened the ledger. Then tomorrow we grow the business. By 8 the next morning, Elena had installed 3 new systems. A request desk stood beside the entrance. A wooden board displayed current commission capacity. And every waiting customer received a simple form. What? What exact physical object do you require? What will it be used for? Do you possess a sample, measurement, or verified reference? They're legal. Safety or ownership restrictions. The forms transformed the queue. People who had arrived demanding something rare suddenly discovered they had no actual request. Others realized they had forgotten measurements. Several left to retrieve documents rather than waste a commission slot. The line shortened before the shop opened. Elena stood behind the new request desk. Kai took his place at the main counter. Lumi floated above them. Ready? Kai asked. Elena looked at the organized forms, numbered tokens, and clear waiting area. No. She turned the sign to open, but functional. The bell rang. The first customer required a replacement lens for a surveying instrument. The second requested a legally transferable ceremonial cup from a disbanded military unit. The third wanted an old children's storybook identical to the one her father had read to her, including the printing error on page 17. Each request moved cleanly from Elena's desk to Kai's counter. No repeated explanations, no missing details, no disputes. By the 5th commission, Kai's authority progress reached 93%. By the 7th, 96. The 8th request came from an apothecary searching for a discontinued glass distillation coil. The warehouse retrieved 2. One matched the commission. The other carried a warning label showing that the original design had been recalled after cracking under high heat. Kai returned with both records, but only one physical coil, the safe revision. The apothecary frowned. This isn't the original. It is the corrected model. I requested the earlier version. The earlier version was recalled. I know. Then why request it? The man hesitated. Elena looked up from the intake form. He had written, "Je ne dis on display in historical study." Kai placed the recall notice beside him. Your form says you won't use it. I won't. Then why did you ask whether it still handles flame temperatures? The apothecary's expression tightened. The system panel changed. Customer intent reassessed declared use. Historical display actual intended use. Active distillation risk. Severe equipment failure recommendation. Refuse original model safe alternative available. Kai pushed the safe coil forward. This is what I can sell you. I don't want the revision. Then there is no sale. The apothecary lowered his voice. I've waited 3 hours. So did everyone else. I'll sign a waiver. No. I'll pay double. No. The man looked toward the line outside, then toward Leo's recording crystal near the wall. The broadcaster had returned quietly that morning, less interested in staging challenges than watching the new system operate. The apothecary realized the entire exchange was being recorded. He gathered his documents. Your shop claims to sell anything. Kai shook his head. It accepts commissions and refuses them whenever convenient. It refuses unsafe ones. The man left without the coil. Several customers outside moved aside without comment. Elena watched him go. You lost a sale. I know. You made the correct decision. I know. She marked the form. Declined, misrepresented intended use. The system chimed. Unsafe commission refused. Rule integrity maintained authority. Progress. Level 2, 98%. Elena glanced at Kai. You gained something. He had not told her every detail of the authority display. He hadn't needed to. She noticed patterns. When we follow the rules, good. She placed the next form before him. Then continue. The 9th commission was simple. A replacement hinge for a family shrine. The 10th should have ended the day. Instead, the customer who entered carried no form, no token, no sample. He wore a delivery uniform and held a small sealed envelope. Elena stopped him before he reached the counter. Token number? None. Then you'll need to join tomorrow's queue. This isn't a commission. He placed the envelope on her desk. It's for Kai Rowan. Kai looked up. The seal showed no crest, only a black line drawn across white wax. Elena did not touch it. Sender, anonymous. Then return it. The courier shook his head. Already paid. He stepped backward. I was instructed not to wait. He left before anyone could question him further. Leo's crystal turned toward the envelope. Elena covered it with a ledger. Not everything is content. Leo lowered the crystal. Fair. Kai broke the seal. Inside lay a single card. Egg tomorrow. Noon Huani object. Your shop can provide it. I will admit defeat publicly. Gif it cannot. You will remove the word universal from your sign. No name. No object specified. No explanation. Lumi floated closer. A challenge. Elena read the note. An unserious one. Why? No terms. She tapped the card. No identity. No object. No verification method. No penalty for the sender. Kai turned it over. The back contained one more line. Gold leaf central square. Public broadcast. Leo exhaled. That changes things. Elena looked at him. You know who sent it? No. But every broadcaster in the city will be there. Why? Leo showed them his recording slate. An announcement had already spread across the public channels. Kaidi final test of the Universal Commission shop tomorrow. At noon I can. It really sell anything viewer interest. Had crossed 100,000. Kai placed the card on the counter. This was arranged before the courier arrived. Elena nodded. The note wasn't an invitation. It was notice. Leo read the broadcast announcement again. People are calling it the challenge that ends all challenges. They don't even know the request. That makes it more exciting. Elena's expression remained flat. That makes it poorly documented. Kai almost smiled. Lumi did not. The rabbit stared at the black wax seal. Something is wrong. Kai lowered his voice. Do you recognize it? No. But the system hasn't generated a commission panel. The object hasn't been requested yet. Challenges usually register as pending intent. Elena heard only Kai's side of the exchange. What is it? The system doesn't like the note. Then we decline. Leo looked between them. Publicly, yes, Elena said. Anonymous parties don't dictate business terms. Kai agreed. With the logic. Yet removing himself from the challenge would not end it. The announcement had already framed silence as failure. By tomorrow, the entire city would believe the shop had avoided the one request it couldn't fulfill. That wasn't merely pride. Trust mattered. The pump mechanic had trusted the screws. Agnes had trusted the coin. Gareth had trusted the antidote. The shop's reputation rested on certainty, not the certainty that it could provide everything. The certainty that its answer meant something. We attend, Kai said. Elena turned toward him. Under our conditions. He took a blank request form. The challenger identifies themselves. He wrote the first line. The exact physical object is stated publicly. Second line. Ownership. Legal transfer and safety rules apply. Third. Independent verification. Fourth. And if the request violates the shop's rules, the refusal counts as valid service. Elena read the conditions. Then added one more. No alteration of terms after request confirmation. Leo smiled. That's much less dramatic. Good, she said. It will be easier to prove. Kai handed him the form. Broadcast this. Leo accepted it. You realize this will make even more people attend. We'll need barriers, Elena said. We'll need the city watch. We'll need a transport route. She was already writing. And a temporary commission station. Leo stared. You're planning to move the shop? No, Kai said. We're moving the counter. By sunset, the Merchant Guild had approved the event, not because it supported the challenge, because refusing to supervise would leave Central Square uncontrolled. Edwin arrived with permits, crowd estimates, and the exhausted expression of a man whose week had been destroyed by one unusual merchant. 3 city districts are discussing this. Kai signed the temporary operating declaration. Only 3? Do not sound disappointed. Not. You should be. Edwin placed a second form before Elena. Temporary sales boundary. She reviewed it. This prevents anyone from forcing access behind the counter. Correct. Recording restrictions? None within the public zone. Security? 20 watch officers. Medical support? Edwin paused. Elena stared at him. He added it to the list. Kai watched them. Within 10 minutes, the two had planned crowd control more efficiently than the city apparently expected. Edwin finally looked toward him. Do you know the requested object? No. Do you know the challenger? No. And you're attending? Yes. Why? Kai looked toward the front sign. Universal Commission Shop, faded no longer. The tailor had repainted it 2 nights earlier, refusing payment beyond the price of materials. The letters now stood clear above the doorway, because the sign doesn't promise success, it promises an answer. Edwin studied him. That sounds like something your grandfather would say. Kai looked over. Did he? No. But I suspect he would go over. Have approved. The shop closed early. Elena sent the final customers home with priority tokens for the following day. Leo left to prepare the broadcast. Edwin returned to the guild. Only Kai and Lumi remained. The card with the black seal lay beneath the counter lamp. Can the warehouse fail? Kai asked. Yes. How? Unavailable object. Insufficient authority. Rule conflict. Impossible specification. Anything else? Lumi hesitated. Contradictory. Existence. Kai frowned. Explain. A customer may request an object that cannot exist under its own conditions. An unbreakable glass cup? Potentially. A book containing every book, including itself. Likely. A square circle? Definitely. So the challenger may ask for nonsense. Then you decline. Kai looked at the note. That wouldn't convince a crowd. The shop does not exist to convince crowds. No. He folded the XOR. Card. But tomorrow it must. Lumi floated down. Your grandfather avoided public attention. For 32 years, the rabbit's ears lowered. He believed the shop should find customers, not become a spectacle. And now? Now thousands of off. People are treating commissions as entertainment. Kai understood the concern. Challenges had built the queue. They had also changed the meaning of the shop. People no longer arrived only because they needed something. They arrived to defeat it, to embarrass it, to turn its limits into a performance. Tomorrow ends that, he said. How? By proving the shop doesn't compete. Lumi watched him. Kai turned off the counter lamp. It serves. Central Square was full before 11. It serves. Central Square was full before 11. Temporary barriers divided the stone plaza into viewing sections. Merchant Guild clerks occupied one platform. City watch officers held the central path. Broadcasters stood behind marked lines, their recording crystals floating above the crowd like a field of blue stars. At the center waited a wooden counter. The shop's counter. Kai had refused a ceremonial stage. Elena had approved the decision because stages lacked document storage. She stood beside the request desk with 3 sealed copies of the challenge terms. Edwin waited with 2 guild witnesses. Leo held the primary broadcast crystal. Viewer count. 218,430. Kai arrived carrying the warehouse key. Nothing else. The crowd surged at the sight of him. Questions rose from every direction. What do you think they'll ask for? Can the shop really provide anything? Will you remove the sign if you fail? Kai took his place behind the counter. Elena checked the time. 11:58. No challenger. Then at noon, we announced non-appearance. A black carriage entered the square. No crest. No escort. It stopped beyond the barriers. The door opened. Dorian Pike stepped out. The crowd erupted. Leo stared. You? Dorian walked toward the counter carrying a narrow iron case. His expression held none of the satisfaction of someone enjoying a reveal. Kai noticed that first. You sent the note? No. Dorian placed the case on the counter. I was hired to deliver the request. By whom? Anonymous client. Elena's voice sharpened. Our terms require identification. Dorian placed a contract beside the case. The client authorizes me as legal representative. Edwin reviewed the document. The guild seal was genuine. The hiring party's name had been hidden under a privacy clause, but the guild registry had confirmed that the client existed and possessed legal standing. Unpleasant, Edwin said. But valid? Elena turned to Dorian. Do you know what is inside? Yes. Do you support the request? No. The square quieted. Dorian looked at Kai. I told the client this wasn't a fair test. Why deliver it? Because they threatened to broadcast it through someone less honest. He touched the iron case. At least this way. The conditions remain visible. Kai looked toward Lumi. A pending commission panel finally appeared. Its surface flickered. No item name. No difficulty. Only one warning. Potential rule conflict detected. Await formal request. Elena opened the first copy of the agreed terms. State the exact physical object. Dorian unlocked the case. Inside lay a child's red mitten. Old, faded. One side had been repaired with blue thread. Kai looked at it. The crowd murmured in confusion. Dorian lifted the mitten. The client requests its matching pair. A few people laughed. That was all? A lost mitten? Dorian continued. Identical original set. Same maker. Same materials. Same wear period. Same ownership history. Specifically. The left mitten worn by a girl named Mara Venn on the final day of the Winterbridge avalanche 26 years ago. The laughter vanished. Edwin's face changed. Kai had heard of Winterbridge. Everyone in Goldleaf had. An entire mountain village buried beneath snow and stone. Hundreds dead. Few bodies recovered. Dorian placed the surviving mitten on the counter. The girl wore both when she disappeared. The system panel formed. Slowly. Commissioned detective requested item. Left mitten belonging to Mara Venn set match. Confirmed last known location. Winterbridge avalanche zone condition. As it existed at the time of lost customer intent. Public challenge secondary intent. Recovery of victim-associated remains restriction. No disturbance of human remains without legal authorization difficulty. Restricted fulfillment status. Available transfer status. Prohibited. Kai read the final line. Available, but prohibited. The object existed. The warehouse could retrieve it. Yet doing so would disturb a place treated as a grave. The challenger had found the trap. If Kai refused, the crowd would call it failure. If he accepted, the shop would violate its own rules. Dorian watched him carefully. So? Kai looked at the mitten. Then at the cameras, then at the thousands gathered across the square. He understood the anonymous client's purpose. They had not searched for something impossible. They had searched for something the shop could provide, but should not. A test of greed. A test of pride. A test of whether the word universal mattered more than the rules beneath it. Kai pushed the mitten back toward Dorian. The shop declines. A wave moved through the square. Voices rose. Declines. It can't find it. So the challenge succeeded. Leo kept the recording crystal fixed on Kai. Dorian did not celebrate. He waited. Elena stood beside Kai without moving. She had already understood. Kai raised one hand. The square gradually quieted. The requested object is real. Murmurs spread again. The shop can locate it. Dorian's eyes narrowed. Kai continued. But it cannot legally transfer it. Why? Someone shouted. Because recovering it would disturb a protected disaster site associated with human remains. The crowd quieted. Kai placed the signed challenge terms on the counter. Ownership and legal transfer rules apply. The request violates both. A broadcaster called out. Then you admit there are objects you won't sell? Yes. Another voice followed. Even if you can? Especially then. The answer traveled farther than a shout. Dorian looked toward the primary crystal. The request has failed under the agreed rules. A section of the crowd protested. Others began reading the displayed terms. Edwin stepped forward. The Merchant Guild confirms the refusal as valid. He raised the authorization register. No recovery permit exists for the Winterbridge site. Any merchant removing personal effects from the protected zone would violate city and provincial law. The argument changed. Not whether Kai could retrieve the mitten. Whether he should. And on that question, the crowd was far less united. A woman near the front lifted her voice. My sister died at Winterbridge. The square went still. She was elderly, wrapped in a plain gray shawl. Her hands trembled against the barrier. Who asked for Mara's mitten? Dorian looked toward the sealed contract. I cannot disclose the client. The woman stared at the surviving red mitten. Mara was my niece. Dorian lowered it. The anonymous challenger had chosen a real family, a real child, a real grave. The elderly woman faced Kai. Can you bring it back without disturbing anything else? The system panel shifted. Customer intent changed. Public challenge faded. Family recovery appeared. But the transfer restriction remained. Kai answered honestly. I don't know. She nodded. Then don't. Her voice broke only once. Let her keep it. No broadcaster spoke. No one cheered. The challenge had ceased to be entertainment. The square finally understood what the shop's rules protected. Not the warehouse. People. Kai turned toward Dorian. The commission is refused. Dorian closed the iron case. Recorded. He looked into Leo's crystal. The Universal Commission shop did not fail to locate the object. It refused to exploit a grave for public proof. Eh? Paused. I consider the test invalid. Viewer count. 412,006. The comments no longer demanded spectacle. They moved too quickly to read, but one phrase repeated often enough to remain visible. Nice shop said no. Kai looked toward the elderly woman. May I ask your name? Ressa Venn? Mrs. Venn. The shop can submit a formal request for legal site recovery through the proper authorities. She looked uncertain. Not today. No, not for the broadcast. No, if the family chooses, only then. She nodded. Thank you. Elena wrote nothing. Some moments did not belong in operational forms. The challenge ended without applause. Then someone near the rear began clapping. Once, twice. Others joined, not because the shop had delivered the impossible, because it had refused to. The sound spread through Central Square. Kai did not bow. He did not raise his hands. He simply remained behind the counter as the city decided what kind of merchant stood there. The system notification appeared. Restricted commission refusing legal principle, maintained human dignity, prioritized public trust, established authority progress. Level 2, 100%. Golden light gathered beneath the counter. Lumi rose slowly into the air. This advancement felt different from the first. The sound that followed did not remain inside Kai's mind. A deep bell rang across Central Square. Every recording crystal flickered. The warehouse key grew warm in Kai's hand. Far away, back in the old merchant district, the shop's wooden door opened by itself. Lanterns ignited through entire regions of the warehouse. Mechanical halls, archives, kitchens, workshops, loading stations. A vast central aisle awakened. The system display unfolded before Kai. Authority increased in Level 2, Level 3 daily commission capacity, 1025, new warehouse access. Advanced consumer goods, certified medical supplies, historical recovery support, specialized production materials, new function. Authorized manufacturing, new function. Remote commission preparation, new function. Staff retrieval assistance shop upgrade. Available. Kai read one line again. Authorized manufacturing. Until now, the warehouse had retrieved objects. Completed unfinished ones. Supplied things that existed somewhere within its impossible reaches. Now it could create proved items from verified designs. Not wishes, not miracles, manufacturing. The business had changed. Lumi's voice softened. Congratulations. Kai looked toward Elena. She could not see the full panel, but she heard the bell. What happened? We reached Level 3. Her attention sharpened immediately. What changed? Daily capacity increased. Good. Remote preparation. Better. Staff retrieval assistance. She stopped. I can enter. Without you? During approved operations? Excellent. Authorized manufacturing. Elena became completely still. Leo leaned closer. What does that mean? Kai looked toward the recording crystal. The entire city was waiting. It means the shop can now produce certain objects. The square erupted. Questions flew from every side. What kind? How many? Can it make magical weapons? Can it copy anything? Can it manufacture gold? Kai raised his hand again. The same rules apply. The crowd quieted more quickly this time. Physical quieted more quickly this time. Objects. Specific requests. Legal ownership. Safe use. No harmful commissions. And no promise beyond our authority. Elena added, all manufacturing requests require design verification and material review. Kai glanced at her. She was already building the procedure. Of course she was. Edwin pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. The guild will need a new license category. You said regulations needed updating, Kai reminded him. I was hoping gradually. Dorian closed the iron case. The anonymous client wanted the word removed. From your sign. Kai looked toward the road leading back to the old district. It stays, apparently. Dorian turned to leave. Kai stopped him. You knew the request was wrong. Yes. Why warn me? Dorian looked over one shoulder. I expose dishonest businesses. He glanced toward the counter. Today, that wasn't you. Then he walked into the crowd. Leo kept the crystal trained on Kai. So what happens now? Kai looked across Central Square. Hundreds of faces. Thousands more behind recording crystals. The question had changed. Until today, the world had been trying to find something the shop couldn't deliver. Now they knew the shop's greatest limit was not capability. It was judgment. Now, Kai said. We returned to work. The queue outside the shop doubled by the following morning. But it did not become chaos. Elena had prepared overnight. 2 request desks stood beneath an awning. Guild clerks handled identity verification for rare commissions. Local merchants operated nearby stalls. The tailor offered quick repairs. The herbalist sold tea. Hearthstone Bakery provided breakfast to customers holding early tokens. The old district had become busy enough that carts struggled to find parking. Yet the entrance remained clear. A new board hung beside the door. Why the Universal Commission Shop? We accept commissions for physical objects. Availability is not guaranteed. Safety, law, and ownership rules apply. Priority is based on genuine need. Please prepare exact specifications. When called, please take a seat. Beneath it stood 12 chairs. Elena had insisted. Kai opened the door at 9. The first customer entered carrying a broken farming tool and a set of measurements. The second requested a replacement part for a school heating system. The third wanted 600 identical ceramic medicine jars based on an approved local design. A manufacturing request. Elena checked the documents. Design ownership confirmed. Materials, standard clay and glaze. Safety, medical storage grade. Kai looked toward Lumi. The system panel appeared. Authorized manufacturing available quantity. 600 production window. 4 hours recommended price. 48 gold marks. Kai accepted the commission. Elena stamped the form. Preparation scheduled. For the first time, she took the completed request through the wooden door without him. The warehouse opened for her. Lanterns awakened. A production aisle appeared. She stopped at the threshold only long enough to appreciate the scale. Then she walked inside carrying her ledger. Kai watched her disappear. Lumi floated beside him. She didn't hesitate. She already made a procedure, naturally. Minutes later, Elena returned. Production initiated. She closed the door. Estimated completion matches the system window. Kai smiled. You sound pleased. I am. 600 units in 4 hours. She opened another ledger. Now we need transport. Business moved forward. Not as spectacle, as infrastructure. By noon, the medicine jars were ready. By afternoon, bonded guild wagons carried them to 3 clinics. The warehouse had not merely found an impossible object. It had solved a supply shortage. That difference shaped every request that followed. Craftsmen arrived with licensed designs. Hospitals submitted verified equipment orders. Schools requested durable classroom materials. Collectors still came. So did challengers. But they no longer controlled the shop's identity. Need did. That evening, Kai closed the front door after the 25th commission. Every chair had been used. Every form filed. Every receipt copied. Elena balanced the ledger. Revenue increased by 68%. Daily capacity increased by 150. Demand still exceeds supply. We'll need appointments for specialized commissions, and a separate lane for emergency requests. She turned another page. Also, local merchant referrals increased. Kai looked through the window. The tailor's shop remained open. The bakery had sold out. The herbalist had hired an assistant. Lanterns glowed across storefronts that had stood dark only a week earlier. The Universal Commission Shop had not swallowed the district. It had awakened it. Elena followed his gaze. You planned that? No. Good. Why good? Accidental success is easier to trust than a speech about community. Kai laughed. She closed the ledger. Tomorrow's first appointment is at 8:30. We open at 9. It's an emergency hospital procurement review. Right. Second appointment at 9:15. Who? Mrs. Vale, the collector. She requested a consultation. For what? Elena looked at the note. Wedding gift packaging. Kai smiled. The rare coin had found its family. A knock came from the warehouse door. Both of them turned. Not a click. Not a bell. 3 slow knocks from the other side. Lumi froze. Kai stepped closer. Does the warehouse knock? No. The rabbit's voice had lost all playfulness. The wooden door remained closed. Another knock sounded. 3 times. Elena quietly moved the ledgers away from the edge of the counter. What should we do? Kai took the key from his pocket. The metal had turned cold. A system notification appeared. One registered internal request detective source. Unknown warehouse sector authority requirement. Unavailable access. Denied message retrieval. Permitted. A narrow envelope slid beneath the door. Old paper. Black wax. The same black line seal used on the challenge note. Kai picked it up. No sender. No address. Only his name. He broke the seal. Inside lay a short message written in his grandfather's hand. Weef, the warehouse begins knocking. The quiet period is over. Below it, one final line had been added. Guido not open the deepest door. Yi Kai read the message twice. Elena stood beside him. What does it say? He handed her the paper. Lumi stared at the sealed back room. Far beyond it, deep inside the infinite warehouse, something struck a door again. Once, the sound traveled through shelves older than kingdoms. Then stopped. Elena folded the message carefully. Tomorrow's schedule may need adjustment. Kai looked toward her. She was pale, but steady. No. He placed the letter beneath the ledger. The shop opens at 9. Outside, the last customers disappeared down the Revive Street. Inside, the ordinary shelves stood full. The counter held tomorrow's requests. The sign above the entrance remained unchanged. Universal Commission Shop. For 1 week, Goldleaf had tried to find something it couldn't deliver. The city had failed. But somewhere inside the warehouse, beyond every known aisle and every granted authority, a new request had already begun. Kai turned off the lights. Come on. Elena collected the ledgers. Lumi remained near the back door for one final second before following them. The shop closed. The warehouse stayed awake. The bell above the shop door rang precisely at 9. Kai unlocked the entrance. Elena had already arranged the appointment ledger. Emergency requests occupied the first page. Scheduled manufacturing filled the second. General commissions began on the third. 3 separate queues now waited outside beneath clearly marked signs. No one argued about where to stand. The system worked. The first appointment entered carrying guild authorization papers. Dr. Selwyn from St. Rowan Clinic placed a wooden crate on the counter. Inside rested a fractured ceramic medicine jar. We need 600 more. Elena checked the previous production record. Same design? Yes. No modifications? None. She passed the paperwork to Kai. The system immediately recognized the existing manufacturing template. Manufacturing request? Recognized existing certified design previous verification. Approved revalidation required. No production window. 3 hours 42 minutes. Kai accepted the commission. The workflow had already become faster. Elena disappeared through the warehouse door with a completed order. This time she returned less than 2 minutes later. Production confirmed. Kai smiled. You walked farther. I found the manufacturing registry. There is one. There is now. Lumi nodded approvingly. The warehouse reorganized after level 3. It reorganized? The warehouse prefers efficient operations. Kai had stopped questioning statements like that. The shop continued moving. A clockmaker required precision gears. A conservatory ordered replacement music stands using approved blueprints. A bridge engineer requested discontinued rivets, compatible with an older suspension design. Every manufacturing commission now required verified ownership of the design. The warehouse never copied another craftsman's protected work. It either retrieved legitimate originals, or manufactured only authorized patterns. The rule spread quickly. Instead of fearing the shop, guild craftsmen began bringing their own designs. By midday, 3 artisan workshops had signed manufacturing agreements. We'll never produce 600 pieces ourselves, one potter admitted. But if the warehouse follows our blueprint exactly, we can finally accept larger contracts. Elena added another folder. Licensed design registry. Kai watched her file the agreements. You've built an office. I've prevented one from collapsing. The afternoon remained steady until the front door opened without a customer entering. Edwin stood outside. Not alone. 4 guild porters carried long wooden crates. We have your registration plaque. Kai stepped outside. The plaque had been carved from polished oak. Gold lettering reflected the afternoon sun. Gold Leaf Merchant Guild recognized. Specialty Merchant Universal Commission Shopping Universal Commission and Manufacturing Services. Below it hung a smaller bronze plate. Unregistered fare, for Service Merchant. Kai looked at Edwin. You made that one. The council voted. They liked the Winterbridge decision. They respected it. The tailor crossed the street carrying a hammer. I'll install it. You don't have to. I know. The old man smiled. But I've been waiting all week. Within minutes, half the street had gathered. The herbalist held the ladder. The baker provided nails from his own workshop. Someone fetched tea. The plaque was raised above the entrance. When the final nail settled into place, the entire street applauded. Not loudly. Simply because it felt appropriate. Kai looked up. The faded sign his grandfather had maintained for decades now stood beneath official recognition. The Universal Commission shop no longer existed because one man claimed it did. Goldleaf itself acknowledged it. Lumi quietly floated beside him. He would have liked this. Kai nodded. I think so too. Business resumed almost immediately. Recognition brought another change. More officials, fewer curiosity seekers. People now arrived carrying proper documentation, architectural plans, medical certifications, historical ownership records. The shop felt increasingly like part of the city's infrastructure. Late that afternoon, Professor Alden returned. She carried several rolled maps. I brought payment. Kai blinked. You already paid. For the rubbing. She unrolled one of the maps. The completed translation identified 3 abandoned trade routes. Another. The Academy wishes to survey. Them? A third? We require historical measuring equipment. Elena accepted the paperwork. Research grant? Approved? Estimated quantity? Professor Alden smiled. Far too much for ordinary workshops. Kai glanced at the request. The warehouse recognized dozens of historical survey instruments, compasses, measuring chains, survey rods, drafting sets. Nothing extraordinary. Just forgotten tools no one manufactured anymore. Sometimes, progress didn't come from discovering impossible things. Sometimes it came from recovering practical ones. Professor Alden paused before leaving. The Academy has also voted. Kai looked up. You'll be invited to lecture. He almost laughed. I run a shop. You also corrected a century of historical scholarship. I delivered an object, precisely. She gathered her maps. History occasionally arrives through merchants. She left before he could decline. Elena wrote another note, pending invitations. Kai sighed. You're keeping those? They're opportunities. They're paperwork. They're both. The final commission ended shortly before sunset. 25 accepted. 3 declined. 2 redirected to local merchants. 1 referred to the city archive. Elena balanced the books. Efficiency improved another 14%. Kai looked over. You measured that? I measured everything. Lumi landed beside the ledger. I approve of measurements. The front room had become quiet. Only the ticking of several clocks remained. Kai closed the commission register. Then, 3 knocks echoed from the warehouse door. Not loud, not violent. Exactly the same rhythm as yesterday. Kai and Elena exchanged a glance. Lumi had already turned toward the door. It came earlier. Kai checked the clock. Yesterday, it had happened after closing. Today, before sunset, he approached slowly. No system notification appeared. Only silence. Then another 3 knocks. Elena spoke first. The envelope. Nothing slid beneath the door. Kai rested one hand on the handle. Cold. Far colder than yesterday. The key in his pocket answered with faint warmth. Opposite temperatures. Opposite directions. The warehouse wants something, he said. Lumi corrected him. No. The warehouse is delivering something. Before Kai could ask the difference, the bronze reception pedestal inside the warehouse began glowing through the gaps around the wooden door. Not bright. Steady. Like a lantern being lit somewhere beyond. The system finally appeared. Incoming internal delivery authorized recipient. Current owner origin. Restricted sector escort. Required. Kai frowned. Escort? Lumi nodded once. You. I am the escort? No. The warehouse requires one. Elena quietly closed every ledger. What does that mean? Lumi looked toward her. It means the warehouse intends to move something. From the restricted sector. Kai remembered his grandfather's note. Do not open the deepest door. Nothing in the message had forbidden accepting deliveries. Only opening that door. Can we refuse? Yes. What happens? The delivery waits. For how long? We don't know. Kai considered the possibilities. The knocking had become more frequent. The warehouse had advanced after level 3. Something inside wanted to reach the reception area. Not escape, deliver. He looked toward Elena. We're not opening unknown doors. She nodded immediately. But receiving deliveries is our business. Exactly. Kai unlocked the warehouse. The endless entrance hall awakened. Shelves stretched into infinity. Everything appeared normal, until he noticed a narrow wooden cart standing beside the bronze reception pedestal. It hadn't been there before. Someone, or something, had loaded a single sealed crate onto it. Dark wood. Iron bands. No markings except a wax seal identical to his grandfather's handwriting. No figure waited beside it. No movement echoed from the deeper aisles. Only silence. Lumi remained unusually close to Kai. The delivery has reached the reception boundary. It crossed by itself. Yes. So whatever sent it stayed behind. Correct. Kai approached the crate. The seal carried one sentence. Warn the owner, nothing more. He checked the system. Internal delivery inspection permitted, acceptance optional, opening authorized. Elena examined the crate carefully. No damage. No hidden mechanism. No shipping record. She looked toward Kai. This is officially the strangest receiving process I've ever documented. Kai laughed quietly. I believe that. He broke the seal. Inside lay a leather-bound ledger. Nothing else. No artifact. No weapon. No mysterious crystal. Just one old accounting book. Kai lifted it carefully. Gold lettering covered the front. Owner's journal below it, in smaller letters. Volume 2, he froze. Volume 2, he froze. Volume 2. Elena looked inside the crate. No first volume. Empty. Kai opened the journal. The first page contained only one sentence, written unmistakably in his grandfather's handwriting. You are reading Volume 2. Then the shop has started growing again. The second page listed dates. 32 years of them. Every year. One short entry. No commission records. No customer names. Only observations. Year 1 still quiet. Year 2 no suitable successor. Year 5 warehouse remains stable. Year 9 another knock. Ignored. Ignored. Year 13 in bell rang once. No delivery. Year 18 strange outer sectors continue sleeping. Good. Year 2014 almost opened the deepest door. Didn't. Correct decision. Kai turned pages faster. Year 29. Isn't ready yet. Year 30. Is still waiting? Oh, waiting. Year 31. About shall. OP inherits curiosity, but not impatience. Year 32. The final completed entry. Tomorrow I leave him the key. Kai stopped. The next page remained blank, except at the very bottom. Fresh ink slowly appeared before his eyes. One letter, then another. The handwriting matched the earlier pages. Not written long ago. Written now. Elena watched the words emerge. Is that happening? Yes. The sentence completed itself. Good. You accepted the delivery instead of opening the wrong door. Silence filled the warehouse. Even Lumi looked surprised. Kai waited. More words appeared. That's progress, then. Nothing. The ink dried. Kai looked toward Lumi. My grandfather is dead. Yes. So who wrote that? The rabbit stared at the page for a very long moment. I don't know. For the first time since inheriting the shop, Lumi truly didn't know. That answer worried Kai more than the message itself. He closed the journal carefully. The warehouse had begun answering questions. Unfortunately, each answer seemed to ask an even larger one. Kai kept the journal closed. The warehouse did not knock again. That absence felt deliberate. Elena looked toward the endless aisles. Should we remove it from here? Yes, immediately. They carried the journal back into the shop. The wooden door closed behind them without assistance. Elena tested the handle. Locked. Only then did she return to the counter. Kai placed the journal beneath the lamp. Lumi hovered above it. No system panel appeared. No item classification. No ownership record. Nothing identified the book as part of the warehouse catalog. It isn't registered, Kai said. Lumi nodded. Internal tools usually are. So this isn't a tool. I didn't say that. You didn't say anything useful. I am aware. Elena pulled a fresh ledger toward her. Kai looked over. What are you doing? Creating an incident record. Of course you are. She wrote the time, delivery method, crate description, seal condition, message contents, witnesses present. Then she paused at one blank field. Sender. She drew a line through it. Unknown, Kai said. No. Elena wrote carefully. Shu unverified. Unknown means we have no information. Unverified means we have information we cannot trust. Kai glanced toward the journal. His handwriting can be copied. His knowledge can be observed. The dates can be fabricated. She met his eyes. I'm not saying it isn't your grandfather. I'm saying we don't decide that because we want it to be. Kai sat behind the counter. He had spent the last week trusting the system because it had never lied. The warehouse supplied exactly what it promised. Lumi interpreted rules with frustrating precision. Even dangerous commissions revealed their restrictions before acceptance. The journal was different. It had bypassed the catalog, arrived from a restricted sector, then written to him. Elena closed the incident ledger. We verify what we can. How? Paper, ink, binding, age, handwriting, historical references. She tapped the journal. Everything physical. Kai almost smiled. The shop solved physical questions. Professor Alden, tomorrow, Elena said, after we secure it. They placed the journal inside the iron strongbox beneath the counter. Kai kept the key. Elena kept the incident record. Lumi remained beside the warehouse door. You don't need to guard it, Kai said. I'm not guarding it. What are you doing? Listening. The shop remained quiet. No knock followed. Professor Alden arrived before opening. She carried 3 pairs of gloves, a magnifying lens, and enough equipment to occupy half the counter. Kai had sent no detailed message. Only historical document requiring confidential inspection. She took the request seriously. Elena locked the front entrance. The journal emerged from the strongbox. Professor Alden did not open it immediately. She studied the binding first. Hand-stitched. Local leather. Approximately 40 years old. Perhaps older. She examined the gold lettering. Applied when the cover was made, not recently added. Kai watched every movement. Can you verify the handwriting? With comparison samples. Elena had prepared them. License renewals. Old shop notices. A signed letter Edwin had found in the guild archive. Professor Alden placed them beside the journal. She compared angles, pressure, spacing. Repeated letter forms. The completed entries are consistent with the known samples. Kai leaned forward. And the fresh sentence? Professor Alden studied it longer. The hand is the same. Exactly. No handwriting is exactly the same twice. She pointed to subtle differences. But the habits match. Could someone imitate it? Yes. Elena nodded approvingly at the honest answer. Professor Alden inspected the ink, then frowned. This is impossible. Lumi moved closer. Kai asked. Which part? The recent sentence uses old ink. Old as in the same formula, old as in aged. She adjusted the lens. The pigment has oxidized. The fibers absorbed it years ago. But we watched it appear last night. Professor Alden looked up. All professional detachment vanished. You watched this being written? Yes. By whom? No one. She returned to the page. The impossible sentence remained dry. Stable. Indistinguishable from the older entries. Professor Alden turned to the next blank page. Nothing appeared. She turned another. Still nothing. May I test a fiber from the margin? No damage, Elena said. I can use an existing loose strand. Proceed. The examination lasted nearly an hour. The result remained unchanged. The journal was old. The writing was old. And the message had appeared the previous evening. Professor Alden removed her gloves. I cannot authenticate the event. But the object, historically consistent. The completed entries likely came from your grandfather. The final message. She looked toward the closed warehouse door. Belongs to a category my profession does not handle well. Lumi folded her small paws. Magic? Professor Alden glanced at her. Academics prefer the phrase unexplained mechanism. That sounds less exciting. It preserves funding. Kai looked at the journal. What about volume 1? The numbering is original, so it exists, or existed. Could the first volume explain the second? Usually. Professor Alden packed her tools, but whoever delivered this one chose not to include it. The omission mattered. Volume 2 proved there had been an earlier record. It did not reveal where the first volume was, or why the warehouse had sent the later one first. Professor Alden paused at the entrance. Do not announce this. Leo was not present. No recording crystal waited. Still, she lowered her voice. If the public learns that your warehouse can produce messages attributed to the dead, every grieving family in Eldoria will come here. Kai understood immediately. They would not ask for objects. They would ask for words, for proof, for one final answer. The shop could not sell that. I won't announce it. Good. She looked back at the journal. And Kai, yes? Do not assume a message is kind simply because the handwriting is familiar. Then she left. The shop opened at 10. Elena posted a notice explaining the delayed start. No details. No apology beyond the inconvenience. The queue advanced normally. That helped. A schoolmaster required replacement laboratory weights. A farmer commissioned irrigation valves based on a licensed design. A jeweler requested 12 presentation boxes, matching one made 40 years earlier. The warehouse handled each order cleanly. No strange messages, no unexplained chimes, no knocks. Kai found the normality more unsettling than another warning would have been. Near midday, Elena placed a commission form before him. Read the intended use. The applicant was a young inventor named Pelin. His request appeared ordinary. 40 insulated copper housings based on attached design. The design was his. Ownership verified. Materials safe. Yet, the intended use field contained a long technical explanation. Kai read it twice. These regulate heat around a mana core? Correct, Pelin said. Prototype cores? Yes. Tested? Individually? But not in an assembled system. The inventor hesitated. No. Elena had already marked the uncertainty. Kai looked toward Lumi. The system panel appeared. Authorized manufacturing, available design ownership. Verified materials safety. Acceptable assembly risk. Unknown recommended condition. Prototype quantity limit. Kai turned the form back toward Pelin. I'll make 4. I requested 40. Test 4 first. The housing isn't the dangerous component. You don't know that. I designed it. Which is why you should want the UIDO. Answer. Pelin looked frustrated. Then glanced at Elena's documentation. The shop was not refusing the design. Only the scale. 4, he agreed. And if they pass, return with the results. The commission was accepted. Elena updated the manufacturing condition. Kai watched her stamp the form. The journal remained beneath the counter, unseen. Yet its warning had already changed how he thought. The warehouse could make more now, faster, in greater quantities. That did not make every available commission wise. Level 3 had increased capability. It had also increased the size of every possible mistake. The 4 housings were completed before the afternoon queue ended. Pelin inspected them. Exact measurements, perfect insulation layers, no manufacturing defects. He paid and left for testing. Elena recorded the batch number. Kai noticed. We don't usually assign those. We do now. Because of 4 housings? Because manufacturing requires traceability. She opened a new register. Every production run receives a batch number. Every design revision receives a batch number. Oh. Separate record. Every safety-limited commission requires follow-up. Kai studied the growing shelves of ledgers. You may need an assistant, Elena continued writing. I have one. Who? She looked at him. You! Lumi laughed from the request. Desk. The bell rang. An elderly man entered carrying a wooden case. He placed it carefully on the counter and opened it. Inside rested an artificial hand. Old, mechanical, beautifully made. Brass joints, leather fittings, fine wire tendons. Several fingers no longer moved. Kai examined it. Replacement? Repair. The man lifted his left sleeve. His arm ended below the elbow. This was made for me after the border war. By whom? A machinist named Oren Vale. Kai recognized the surname. Mrs. Wall. Vale's family? Her father. The customer nodded. He built medical devices before collectors turned his work into art. The artificial hand had survived nearly 50 years. Its design was advanced even by current standards. The system panel formed. Commission type, restoration requested object. Original Oren Vale, articulated prosthetic hand, required work. Restore function while preserving original construction difficulty. Uncommon authorized manufacturing. Partial component replacement available, customer intent. Daily use. Kai looked at the hand. This isn't a replacement commission. No. The old man met his eyes. I don't want a new hand. I want mine to work. The distinction mattered. Kai accepted. Inside the warehouse, the medical and mechanical sections responded together. A workbench appeared between them. The hand rested in a fitted cradle. The warehouse did not replace it. It identified worn components. 3 wire tendons. 2 hinge pins. 1 leather tension strap. All small, all repairable. Kai expected the system to complete the restoration automatically. It did not. A new panel appeared above the workbench. Authorized manufacturing function restoration assistance available, owner approval required for each replacement component, original material preservation. 92% estimated functional recovery. Full. The warehouse waited. Kai approved the wire tendons, the pins, the strap, nothing else. Tools moved only after each decision. The restoration completed in minutes. Yet the object remained unmistakably old. scratches preserved. Patina untouched. A small dent across the index finger remained. Kai returned to the shop. The old man fitted the device to his arm. He flexed once. The brass fingers closed, slowly. Then firmly, he picked up the wooden case with that hand. No speech followed. He simply stood there, holding the weight he had carried one-handed for years. Kai understood why the warehouse had required individual approval. Restoration was not the same as improvement. Some marks belonged to the object's history. Removing them would make it newer, not more complete. The old man paid. Before leaving, he placed his restored hand flat on the counter. Oren used to say a good tool should remember its owner. He lifted it again. This one still does. The system chimed. Restoration Commission complete customer satisfaction. Exceptional new operational understanding. Preservation priority authority, progress, level 3, 7%. Kai watched him leave. Elena opened the restoration register. You already made one? He asked. I started it when he said repair. She wrote the component list. No surprise, no delay. The shop adapted because she did. Mrs. Vale arrived shortly before closing. She carried an elegant case wrapped in blue cloth. The wedding gift, Kai said. She placed it on the counter. Inside rested the rare coin he had retrieved during his first days as owner, now mounted in a small glass display. Beside it lay an empty space. For the note, Mrs. Vale said. What note? The story. She looked toward the coin. My granddaughter knows its value. She doesn't know why I chose it. Elena pulled a consultation form closer. Mrs. Vale continued. My husband searched for that coin for 30 years. He believed completing the set would prove he had built something permanent. He died before finding it. Kai said nothing. She smiled faintly. He was wrong. About the coin? About permanence. She touched the empty space in the case. A family isn't made permanent by completing collections. It's made permanent when someone understands why they mattered. She wanted better. A card. Not rare. Not magical. Only durable enough to remain with the display. The warehouse could provide archival paper. But Kai did not enter immediately. What do you want written? Mrs. Vale handed him a folded draft. It was short. No grand declaration. Only a few lines explaining that her husband had spent years searching, that she had continued after him, and that the final coin belonged to their granddaughter not because it completed the set, but because she did. Elena read it once, then quietly selected the best archival format from the materials catalog. Cream paper. Faded gold border. Ink rated for centuries. Kai accepted the commission. The warehouse manufactured one card. Nothing more. Mrs. Vale inspected it. Her expression softened. Perfect. The system classified the object as basic manufactured paper goods. The satisfaction rating disagreed. Exceptional. Kai watched her close the case. The Universal Commission Shop could produce hundreds of medicine jars. It could restore lost technology. It could recover forgotten documents. Yet sometimes the most important commission of the day was a card carrying 11 lines. The shop closed. Elena filed the final receipt. Kai locked the front entrance. Neither mentioned the warehouse door. They both looked at it anyway. No knock came. Lumi floated beside the strongbox. Perhaps the delivery is complete. Or perhaps it's waiting, Kai said. Elena removed the journal. We should read the remaining entries. Kai had stopped after the final year. The earlier pages contained only short observations, but short did not mean useless. They began from year 1. Most entries confirmed what the guild records had shown. No sales, no public commissions, no staff. The shop renewed its license, paid taxes on the building, purchased ordinary maintenance supplies, nothing else. Yet every few years the journal mentioned the warehouse. Year 3, outer inventory stable. No catalog activity. Year 7 rejected internal access request. Year 9, another knock. Ignored. Year 13 Jing bell rang once. No delivery. Year 16 Lumi asked whether silence counts as success. I told her sometimes. The rabbit stared at the line. I remember that. Kai looked over. You remember him writing it? No. The conversation. Lumi's voice became quieter. He was standing near the back door. He looked tired. Did he explain the silence? No? They explain the silence? Continued. Year 18 Tagans, outer sectors continue sleeping. Good. Year 21, received notice from the archive custodian. Burned it. Elena stopped. Archive custodian. Kai looked toward Lumi. The rabbit shook her head. Unknown designation. You've never heard it? No. The title sounded like a role. Not a person, Kai continued. Year 22 second notice arrived. Did not burn this one. Volume 1. No location listed. Only the phrase. A missing object. Perhaps deliberately missing. Or 24 key and almost opened the deepest door. Didn't. Correct decision. The next entry contained more than one sentence. Year 25s, there are 2 ways to wake the warehouse. Growth is safer. Demand is faster. Never confuse the two. Elena read it again. The warehouse was sleeping. Parts of it, Kai said. And your commissions are waking it through growth, probably. Then what is demand? Lumi answered slowly, forcing access. The deepest door, the restricted sectors, the internal requests. Kai understood why his grandfather had remained quiet. No sales meant no growth, but no demand meant no forced awakening either. He had kept the shop dormant. For 32 years. Why? Kai asked. The journal did not answer. They turned the page. Year 26 in Allied. Lumi still believes the warehouse exists to serve. I hope she remains right. The rabbit stopped moving. Kai looked toward her. What do you believe now? The same. Are you certain? Lumi's eyes remained fixed on the handwriting. No. It was the first time she had admitted that. The next entries returned to waiting. To Kai, to succession. Until year 31. Chibi hope he inherits curiosity, but not impatience. Kai closed the journal halfway. He knew I'd inherit it. Elena nodded. He planned for it. Then why tell me nothing? Perhaps telling you would have created demand. The explanation made sense. That did not make it kind. His grandfather had left him a shop, a key, and an impossible responsibility. Then trusted silence to protect him. Kai reopened the journal. The blank page after the fresh message remained empty. No new ink appeared. Elena turned to the inside back cover. A faint indentation crossed the leather. Not writing. A shape pressed into the material. She angled it beneath the lamp. A rectangular outline appeared. Something had once been attached there. Kai ran one finger near the mark without touching it. A pocket? Possibly. Removed before delivery? Or before the journal entered storage. Lumi moved closer. At the lower corner, almost hidden beneath the binding, a tiny symbol had been stamped into the leather. A circle, divided by one vertical line. Professor Alden's rubbing had contained unfamiliar symbols. This was not one of them. Kai had seen this mark elsewhere, on the warehouse reception pedestal, near the base. He stood. The 3 of them entered the warehouse. Lanterns awakened. The bronze pedestal waited in its usual place. Kai knelt. The symbol matched. Circle. Single line. No difference. The journal had not merely come from the warehouse. It belonged to its administration. A system panel appeared only after Kai placed the book on the pedestal. Administrative record detected designation. Owner's Journal. Volume 2 registry status. Incomplete linked record. Owner's Journal. Volume 1 linked record location. Unavailable recovery condition. Restore administrative index current authority. Insufficient. Kai read the final line. Not prohibited. Not restricted. Insufficient. Volume 1 could be recovered. Eventually. How do we restore the index? Elena asked. A second panel appeared. Administrative index restoration requirements verified commission records. 100 completed institutional commissions. 5 certified manufacturing orders. 10 public trust threshold. Achieved staff position. Confirmed current progress. Verified commission records. 6,100 institutional commissions. 3-5 certified manufacturing orders. 610. Elena immediately opened her operational ledger. We can complete this. Kai looked at her. You're treating it like a business target. It is a measurable condition. It leads to a hidden journal from my dead grandfather. Still measurable. Lumi floated above the pedestal. The warehouse is offering a path. Kai studied the requirements. No forbidden door. No forced access. Growth. The safer method. His grandfather's warning had not told him to stop. It had told him how not to proceed. Then we don't chase the restricted sector, Kai said. Elena nodded. We run the shop. We complete legitimate commissions. We restore the index properly. And when Volume 1 becomes available, Kai lifted Volume 2 from the pedestal. We read it. A heavy bell rang once in the far distance. Not a warning. Acknowledgement. The system updated. Administrative objective, registered restore the index. The words disappeared. The warehouse returned to silence. Alina wrote the objective into tomorrow's planning ledger. Kai watched her. You already have a schedule. We need 39 verified commissions, 2 institutional commissions, 4 certified manufacturing orders, at current volume. Achievable within several days. Lumi smiled faintly. Your grandfather may have underestimated organization. Kai looked toward the endless aisles. Or perhaps he had counted on it. They returned to the shop. The next morning's appointment list already included a school heating order, an academy survey commission, and a clinic equipment request. Legitimate work, measured progress, a path toward answers. Kai locked the journal away. Then he turned off the lamp. This time, the warehouse did not knock. It had given him something more effective than a warning. A commission. The following morning began with rain. Not a storm. A steady autumn rain that turned the old merchant district quieter than usual. Customers still arrived. They simply carried umbrellas instead of curiosity. Elena had anticipated the weather. A canvas awning stretched over the waiting area. Wooden racks held wet umbrellas outside the entrance. A handwritten sign reminded customers to dry measurement drawings before submission. Kai stopped reading after the third adjustment. You prepared for rain too? I prepared for paper. Lumi floated toward the entrance. Paper dislikes water. I've noticed. The first appointment entered exactly on time. Headmaster Corvin of Eastbridge Academy carried a rolled blueprint nearly as tall as himself. We've expanded. He spread the plans across the consultation table. Our chemistry classroom needs replacement equipment. Not extraordinary. Graduated cylinders, balances, distillation stands, protective storage cabinets. Everything followed certified academy designs. Elena checked each approval seal. Educational use confirmed. Design ownership, the academies, material specifications included. Kai accepted the commission. The manufacturing panel appeared immediately. Authorized manufacturing category. Educational laboratory equipment certified design package quantity. 148 items estimated completion. 5 hours institutional commission. He glanced toward Elena. That's number 4. She had already written it beside the administrative objective. Institutional commissions. 4, 5, we're closer. We continue working. The commission entered production. The shop moved forward. By mid-morning, the rain had brought a different kind of customer. Fewer collectors, more professionals. A bridge inspector requested discontinued measuring gauges. A city archivist needed acid-free preservation boxes. A museum conservator searched for replacement ivory-colored restoration, wax that had not been produced in decades. Every request protected something that already existed. Kai noticed the pattern. Rain changes commissions. Elena looked up from her forms. It changes priorities. When people stay indoors, they repair. She stamped another approval form. They organize. They preserve. Kai smiled. So today? Belongs to maintenance. Every city survives because someone performs maintenance. Lumi nodded enthusiastically. I like maintenance. Kai laughed. You would. Near noon. Edwin entered carrying a leather portfolio. No commission today? Paperwork? Worse. He produced several official notices. The Provincial Infrastructure Office, the Medical Council, the Royal Education Bureau. Kai looked over the documents. They've all heard about manufacturing. They have. Edwin sighed. And they all want meetings. Elena quietly created a new folder. Institutional Relations. Kai looked at her. You already had one. I expected this. Edwin noticed the label. I suddenly understand why your business functions. Kai accepted the compliment on Elena's behalf. What do they want? Mostly clarification. Can the shop manufacture unlimited quantities? No. Can it replace every workshop? No. Can it ignore certification? Definitely not. Edwin nodded. Good. Because I've already been answering exactly that. He lowered his voice. There are also complaints. Kai raised an eyebrow. From whom? Manufacturers who believe you'll destroy traditional industry. Elena answered before Kai could. We're already using licensed designs. We're referring ordinary business. We refuse unauthorized copies. Edwin smiled. I know, the guild knows, but rumors travel faster than regulations. Kai looked through the rain-soaked window. So we explain. No. Edwin closed the portfolio. We demonstrate. The opportunity arrived sooner than expected. A carriage stopped outside. Its crest belonged to the Provincial Infrastructure Office. 3 engineers entered carrying damaged mechanical parts. Each piece differed slightly. One gear had worn unevenly. Another shaft had warped after years of stress. The lead engineer bowed. We've come to evaluate your manufacturing. Kai gestured toward the consultation table. Please. The engineer arranged the components. These belong to the East River floodgate. Our replacement workshop closed 12/12. Years ago. No compatible parts exist. Kai examined them. Worn originals. Correct. We possess the original blueprints. The engineer unfolded thick technical drawings. But, he pointed toward the damaged gear. This wear pattern wasn't in inged gear. The design. It developed over years of operation. Kai understood the question immediately. You don't want copies. We want replacements that fit today's machinery. The system appeared. Manufacturing evaluation, original design. Available current operational condition. Modified through long-term wear recommendation. Restoration analysis before manufacturing. Kai looked toward the engineers. We repair one first. Why? So the warehouse understands how the machine evolved. The lead engineer considered the answer. Reasonable. The damaged gear entered the warehouse. Instead of producing a replacement immediately, the restoration workbench activated every worn surface, every stress fracture, every contact point. The warehouse reconstructed years of mechanical history. Then, wow, a second panel appeared. Operational adaptation detected compatible replacement design, generated certification required before mass production. Kai returned carrying both the restored gear and a newly manufactured replacement. They appeared identical until the engineer measured them. The tooth angle. He looked again. It compensates for shaft drift. Kai nodded. The machine changed. So the replacement changed too. The engineer looked genuinely impressed. This isn't copying. Isn't copying. Engineering. He packed both carefully. We'll test them. If successful, he smiled. You may have just solved a problem affecting half the province. The commission counted. Institutional commission. 5-5, a quiet chime, echoed through the warehouse. Only Kai and Lumi heard it. Not enough. The objective still required verified commissions and manufacturing orders. Progress continued. Lunch arrived late. Elena finally closed her ledger. You have 12 minutes. Kai looked up. Exactly? I measured today's schedule. You measured lunch? I protected it. She placed a bowl of hot stew on the counter. The bakery owner waved through the window. I sent extra bread. Kai raised the bowl toward him in thanks. The old baker laughed. That's repayment for the referrals. The district had begun feeding itself. Literally. Kai noticed another change. The tailor had expanded. The herbalist displayed twice as many shelves. A vacant storefront 2 buildings away now carried renovation signs. What used to be there? A candle shop, Elena answered. And now? The owner signed a lease yesterday. For what? She checked her notes. A drafting supply store. Kai smiled. The Survey Equipment Commission. The Academy orders. Engineers. Architects. The district was changing with the shop. Not because it sold everything. Because it attracted people who built things. The afternoon queue slowed. Rain continued. Customers lingered over tea. Leo entered without his recording crystal. Kai noticed immediately. No broadcast, day off. You take those? Apparently. He accepted a cup from the herbalist next door. I wanted to see the shop without an audience. And? Leo looked around. The quiet queue. Elena organizing paperwork. Kai reviewing measurements. Customers discussing repairs rather than challenges. It's different. Kai nodded. I like this better. So do I. Leo rested against the window. You know, I thought your story was about impossible objects. Kai waited. It isn't. What is it then? Kai considered the commissions completed over the past week. Medicine jars. Laboratory equipment. Survey tools. A restored prosthetic hand. Wedding cards. Replacement gears. Finally he answered. It's about removing the reasons people have to stop. Leo looked puzzled. The baker kept baking. The old soldier kept using his hand. The clinics kept treating patients. The school kept teaching. The floodgate keeps protecting the river. Kai looked toward the rain outside. The objects were never the important part. Leo smiled slowly. I think I finally understand why people keep watching. Late that afternoon, Pelin returned. The young inventor nearly ran through the door. They worked. He placed the 4 insulated housings on the counter. No cracks, no heat damage, no deformation. My prototype survived 3 continuous tests. Elena immediately retrieved the original order. Design revision, 1 minor change. He produced an updated blueprint. The corner reinforcement. Kai compared both versions. Small improvement. Better stress distribution. Ownership remained his. The system recognized the revision. Certified design update previous version. Archived revision. 1.1. Mass production. Authorized. How many now? Kai asked. Pelin inhaled. 40. Kai smiled. Now we'll make 40. The young inventor laughed. I understand your rule now. Elena stamped the revised approval. Certified manufacturing orders. 7:10 steady progress. Evening settled over the district. The rain finally stopped. Golden light reflected across wet stone streets. Customers drifted home carrying repaired tools, manufactured equipment, and carefully wrapped commissions. Kai locked the front door. Elena balanced the day's accounts. Verified commissions. She checked the ledger. 76. Manufacturing orders. 7. Kai leaned back. We're getting there. Yes. Lumi floated toward the warehouse. The objective is progressing. Normally. Kai looked at the closed door. No knocking today. No. Good. The rabbit remained quiet for another moment. Then added, that doesn't necessarily mean nothing is changing. Before Kai could ask, the warehouse bell rang. Once. Clear. Not distant. Close. The sound came from the reception hall itself. Kai unlocked the warehouse. The bronze pedestal stood exactly where it always had. No crate. No journal. Instead, a small brass drawer that had never existed before now protruded from the side of the pedestal. Elena noticed it immediately. That wasn't there yesterday. It wasn't. Kai carefully pulled it open. Inside rested 3 objects. A fresh bottle of black ink, a bundle of unused archival paper, and a brass stamp engraved with the same circular symbol found on the journal. Nothing else. The system appeared. Administrative supplies delivered purpose. Owner records no action required. Kai lifted the stamp. It fit perfectly in his hand. The handle had been worn smooth by decades of use. He looked toward Volume 2 resting inside the strongbox. So the warehouse expects more records, Elena finished. Lumi nodded. The previous owner wrote them. Kai understood. The journal was not merely history. It was meant to continue. He carried the supplies back to the counter. Elena placed a fresh notebook beside them. Blank. High-quality paper. What are you doing? She looked at him as though the answer were obvious. Preparing Volume 3, Kai laughed. We haven't even found Volume 1. No. She gently placed the brass stamp beside the notebook. But today's, the brass stamp beside the notebook. Records still deserve to exist. Kai looked at the empty first page. Outside, the district settled into another peaceful evening. Inside, the Universal Commission shop had completed another ordinary day. Ordinary had become something worth protecting. Kai uncorked the ink, dipped the pen, and began writing. Kai dated the first page. No title. No introduction. Only facts. Gear 1 shop reopened. Authority reached level 3. Staff confirmed. Manufacturing licensed. The district is alive again. He stopped writing. The sentence looked strangely familiar. Not because of the wording, because it resembled the entries in Volume 2. Short, precise, leaving room for the future. He reached for the brass stamp. The circular symbol pressed cleanly into the corner of the page. The ink shimmered once, then dried instantly. A quiet system notification appeared. Administrative record accepted, owner journal updated, registry synchronization. 1%? Kai raised an eyebrow. It's synchronized. Lumi floated closer. The warehouse acknowledged the record. So these aren't private notes. They become part of the administrative archive. Elena opened another ledger. Then operational records. And administrative records remain separate. Kai looked at her. You've already categorized them. They serve different purposes. The shop books explain what happened. She nodded toward Volume 2. The owner's journal explains why. Kai looked toward it. Back at the page. For the first time, he understood why his grandfather had written so little. The journal wasn't a diary. It was guidance for whoever inherited the key next. The next morning began with sunlight. The rain had washed the district clean. Merchants opened their storefronts earlier than usual. The bakery displayed fresh loaves outside. The herbalist had added another shelf beneath the window. Across the street, carpenters unloaded timber into the renovated drafting supply shop. Construction had already begun. Kai unlocked the door. Before the queue entered, Elena pinned a new notice beneath the commission board. Licensed manufacturing consultations available by appointment. G. Within minutes, 2 architects, a machinist, and a glassmaker added their names to the waiting list. Kai looked outside. I think we underestimated manufacturing. We underestimated planning. She turned another page. The appointment book is full through tomorrow afternoon. Lumi landed on the counter. Efficient. Elena accepted the compliment. With a small nod. I intend to remain that way. The bell rang. The first customer entered carrying an object wrapped in linen. Not a commission request. A gift. He carefully unwrapped a polished oak plaque. I own the frame workshop 2 streets over. Kai examined the craftsmanship. Every corner had been hand-fitted. No nails, only perfect joinery. The inscription read, Wed. Tuto, the Universal Commission Shop on Shore. Returning work to the old merchant district time, Kai looked up. You don't need to give this to us, I know. The craftsman smiled. But before you opened, I was preparing to close. He bowed once. Now, I hired 2 apprentices. He left before Kai could offer payment. Elena immediately stood. Wall? Kai laughed. You've already decided? Customers should see it. She found an empty section beside the guild registration plaque. The oak board fit perfectly. No measurements required. Lumi tilted her head. The district has begun keeping records too. Kai looked toward the window. The thought lingered. The shop wasn't merely changing lives one commission at a time anymore. It was becoming part of the city's memory. The morning progressed smoothly. Verified commissions climbed to 83. Certified manufacturing orders reached 8. The administrative objective advanced without interruption. Near noon, a familiar voice called from outside. Permission to enter? Kai looked up. Dorian Pike stood at the doorway. He carried no iron case this time. Only a notebook. No challenge, Kai asked. No. No anonymous client. Thankfully. Elena invited him inside. What brings you here? Dorian rested the notebook on the counter. I investigate fraudulent merchants. I also investigate honest ones. Kai waited. I finished my report. He opened the notebook. The Universal Commission Shop does not deceive customers. It refuses commissions when appropriate. It verifies ownership. It maintains documented procedures. It follows published rules. He closed the cover. I've submitted that report to the Provincial Commercial Review Office. Kai blinked. You reviewed us? I review every business that becomes influential. And Dorian looked around the orderly shop. I found an alien, looked around the orderly shop. Fewer problems than expected. Elena spoke before Kai could. You still found some. I did. He slid a folded page across the counter. Recommendations, not violations. Suggestions. Improve archival storage. Separate restoration workflow. Increase secure document capacity. Formalize emergency commission procedures. Kai smiled. You critique honest businesses too. They improve. He nodded toward Elena. I suspect you'll appreciate the list more than he will. Elena had already begun reading. I do. Very much. Dorian almost smiled. I suspected. He accepted. He accepted. A cup of tea before leaving. No audience. No dramatic exit. Only a professional acknowledging another. Kai watched him disappear into the street. That's the second person who's stopped trying to defeat us, Lumi answered quietly. They've started trying to help. The shop bell rang again. The next commission was already waiting. The next customer stepped through the doorway, carrying a long wooden case bound with tarnished brass. He placed it carefully on the consultation table. I have an appointment. Elena checked the ledger. Master Roven, instrument maker. Correct. She opened the corresponding file. Consultation only. No manufacturing request yet. Master Roven nodded. I need to know whether one is possible. He unlatched the case. Inside rested an unfinished violin, not damaged, simply incomplete. The body had been carved, the neck fitted. Several internal braces remained absent. No varnish covered the maple. Kai examined it without touching. You built this? My teacher did. He passed away before finishing it. The old craftsman rested one hand on the edge of the case. I inherited his workshop. I finished every commission he left behind. He looked disheveled. Down at the violin. Except this one. Why? Because it was never mine to finish. Silence settled over the counter. Elena reviewed the ownership documents. Workshop inheritance. Tool registry. Original design notes. Everything had been transferred legally. The design belongs to you now, she said. It does. Master Roven sighed. That doesn't answer the harder question. Kai looked toward Lumi. The system panel formed. Commission detected type. Authorized manufacturing consultation requested object. Completion of unfinished handmade violin design ownership. Verified original maker. Deceased manufacturing status. Permitted additional condition. Artistic intent cannot be evaluated. Consultation recommended. Kai read the final line twice. Artistic intent. A condition the warehouse refused to judge. He looked back at the instrument. The warehouse can finish it. Master Roven smiled faintly. I suspected. But it can't decide how your teacher would have wanted it finished. The old craftsman nodded. Exactly. Kai closed the case gently. This isn't a manufacturing problem. It's a craftsman's decision. What if I choose wrong? Kai glanced toward the wall where the framed plaque from the furniture maker now hung. The district had begun trusting people to continue work left unfinished. Not replace it. Continue it. You inherited his workshop, Kai said. You studied under him. You understand his methods better than anyone alive. Master Roven remained quiet. Kai continued. If the warehouse finishes this violin, it will become a perfect object. He rested a hand on the closed case. but if you finish it, it becomes your teacher's final lesson. The old craftsman looked at the violin for a long moment. Then he closed the brass latches. I don't think I came here for manufacturing. No? I think I came here for permission. Kai smiled. You never needed mine. Master Roven laughed softly. Perhaps not. He bowed before lifting the case. I'll finish it myself. No commission was accepted. No payment changed hands. The system chimed anyway. Consultation complete, customer decision clarified, shop purpose fulfilled. No authority progress appeared. Not every successful day needed a number. Master Roven paused at the doorway. When it's finished, I'll bring it back. Kai raised an eyebrow. For adjustment, the old craftsman shook his head. For you to hear. He stepped into the afternoon sunlight. The bell rang once behind him. The bell rang once behind him. Elena wrote a single line beneath the consultation record. Outcome. Customer completed commission personally. Kai looked over. You count that as success? She closed the ledger. The shop exists to solve problems, not necessarily to manufacture the solution. Lumi floated above the counter. The warehouse. Agrees. Outside, the queue continued moving. Inside, another token number was already approaching the desk. The Universal Commission Shop opened its door for the next commission. The next token belonged to a woman wearing a dark blue Guild courier's cloak. She carried a sealed leather tube. Delivery for the Universal Commission Shop. Elena accepted it. The sender, the Provincial Commercial Review Office. Dorian's report had traveled quickly. Kai waited while Elena verified the wax seal. Untampered. Official. She broke it carefully. Inside lay a single invitation. Way Provincial Commercial Review Office, a formal notice. The Universal Commission Shop is invited to participate in the annual Public Standards Exhibition. Purpose. Demonstration of certified commercial practices. Attendance. Recommended. Competition. Not required. Kai read the final line twice. No competition? Elena noticed the wording as well. They're emphasizing standards. Edwin happened to step through the door as Kai lowered the letter. I was hoping that arrived today. You knew? You knew? The guild recommended your shop. Kai folded the invitation. I expected another public challenge. So did everyone. Edwin shook his head. But after Winterbridge and Dorian's report, people have stopped asking whether you're legitimate. They've started asking how you operate. Kai looked around the orderly shop. I suppose that's progress. It is. Edwin smiled. And considerably less exhausting. The appointment queue resumed. An elderly librarian requested replacement shelving brackets no longer manufactured. A physician ordered standardized surgical trays matching newly approved hospital specifications. A conservatory submitted a second request for instrument storage cabinets after inspecting the first production batch. Every accepted commission moved another mark across Elena's progress board. Verified commission records, 88. Certified manufacturing orders, 8. Institutional commissions remained complete. She updated the numbers without ceremony. Kai noticed anyway. We're getting close. We're remaining consistent. I was trying to sound optimistic. I know. She looked up briefly. Consistency is how optimism survives. Lumi nodded vigorously. I approve of surviving. Just before midday, Professor Alden returned carrying a narrow wooden case. I brought something borrowed. Kai opened the lid. Inside rested an old brass measuring compass. Its polished surfaces reflected decades of careful use. The Academy archives recovered this after reorganizing storage. Professor Alden placed a document beside it. It belonged to one of the original survey teams that created the city's foundation. Maps. Kai examined the paperwork. Legal ownership remained with the Academy. Do you want restoration? No. Replication. She tapped the compass lightly. We've located another historical trade route. Our students will be conducting field surveys. The original is too valuable to risk. The system appeared. Manufacturing request reference object. Historical survey compass design ownership. Academy authorized purpose. Educational field equipment artifact preservation. Original, not to be modified, certified manufacturing. Available. Kai smiled. This one is straightforward. It should be. Professor Alden looked pleased. Sometimes scholarship advances because someone protects the original while using the copy. The warehouse produced 12 identical instruments. Each carried a discrete engraving beneath the hinge. Academy reproduction, no collector could mistake them for originals. No historian could accidentally replace the authentic artifact. Professor Alden inspected all 12. The warehouse understands provenance. It respects it. Kai accepted payment. Elena entered another line into the manufacturing register. Certified manufacturing orders, 9. Only 1 remained. The afternoon passed without interruption. The district itself had begun participating in the shop's workflow. The bakery delivered lunches according to Elena's rotating schedule. The drafting supply store referred architects requiring discontinued measuring equipment. The frame workshop offered discounted display cases for restored historical objects. No contracts had been signed. No formal alliance existed. People simply found it easier to cooperate than compete. Kai stood outside during a brief pause between appointments. The old merchant district no longer sounded half empty. Hammers echoed from renovation work. Children ran between storefronts carrying wrapped bread. A delivery wagon unloaded timber instead of removing abandoned furniture. The neighborhood had regained its rhythm. You were smiling. Kai turned. Leo stood beside him holding 2 cups of tea. I wasn't. You were. Leo handed one over. I've been recording this district for years. He looked down the street. The interesting thing isn't your shop anymore. Kai raised an eyebrow. No, it's an eyebrow. Everything around it. He pointed toward the renovated storefronts. People stop watching miracles once miracles become reliable. They start watching what changes because of them. Kai considered that. The warehouse had never been the whole story. It merely made the rest possible. The final manufacturing consultation of the day arrived unexpectedly. Mrs. Vale entered with 2 younger craftsmen. My apprentices. The pair bowed politely. They've completed the restoration workshop. Mrs. Vale placed several documents on the counter. We've standardized our restoration components. Kai reviewed the package. Every replacement part had been documented, measured, certified. Ownership transferred to the workshop. You want manufacturing authorization, so we can spend our time restoring, instead of reproducing identical fittings. The request fit perfectly within the warehouse's rules. The system confirmed it. Certified manufacturing package workshop components design ownership. Verified workshop authorization. Confirmed batch manufacturing. Available. Kai approved the package. The warehouse completed the first production batch within minutes. Each component matched the workshop specifications exactly. Mrs. Vale inspected them carefully, then nodded once. This saves us weeks every season. Her apprentices exchanged relieved smiles. Elena stamped the authorization. Certified manufacturing orders, 10. The brass stamp struck the page with a crisp sound. Before anyone spoke, the warehouse bell rang. Once. Soft. Recognizable. Kai and Lumi looked toward the closed warehouse door simultaneously. A system notification appeared. Administrative objective complete verified commission records. 100 institutional commissions. 55 certified manufacturing orders. 10 public trust. Verified staff position. Confirmed administrative index restoration available. Elena checked her records. We reached 100. Kai looked at the day's ledger. The consultation with Mrs. Vale had become the 100th verified commission. Not dramatic. Not extraordinary. One legitimate request after another. Exactly as the objective had required. Lumi smiled. The warehouse prefers steady work. Kai remembered the journal. Growth is safer. His grandfather had not been speaking metaphorically. The shop closed early. Not because anyone announced a celebration. Because everyone understood something important had happened. Kai unlocked the warehouse. The reception hall glowed with a warm bronze light. The pedestal waited silently. Volume 2 rested where he had placed it. The moment the journal touched the pedestal, the circular symbol beneath it illuminated. A second symbol appeared beside the first, then a third. The system expanded across the air. Administrative index restored searching linked records. Linked administrative record located owner's journal. Volume 1 transfer authorized, preparing internal delivery. No knocking came. No warning echoed through the hall. Only the quiet sound of wooden wheels rolling somewhere far beyond the endless shelves. Kai remained still. Elena stood beside him. Lumi closed her eyes as though listening to a familiar melody. It worked, Kai said quietly. Lumi nodded. We waited. We grew. We followed the proper path. The sound of wheels gradually drew nearer, not rushed, not hidden, simply approaching through the infinite warehouse. For the first time since inheriting the Universal Commission shop, Kai realized he was no longer waiting for answers. The warehouse itself had begun bringing them to him. The sound of wooden wheels continued through the endless aisles. Slow. Measured. Unhurried. It never echoed. The warehouse absorbed every sound except the one it intended them to hear. Kai remained beside the bronze pedestal. No system prompt urged him forward. No timer counted down. The warehouse waited. The cart emerged from between 2 towering shelves, exactly as if it had always been traveling toward them. No one pushed it. No mechanism pulled it. 4 wooden wheels rolled across the polished stone floor, before stopping precisely against the pedestal. Silence returned. The cart carried a single object. A leather-bound journal. Smaller than Volume 2. Darker from age. The brass corners had been polished smooth by decades of use. Gold lettering decorated the cover. Owner's Journal Volume 1. The system appeared. Internal delivery, complete. Administrative record integrity. Verified transfer status. Complete. No further instructions appeared. Kai picked up the journal. Unlike Volume 2, the leather felt warmer, as though it had not spent decades waiting in storage. Elena inspected the cart. Empty. No hidden compartment. No additional documents. Lumi circled the pedestal once. The delivery is complete. Kai looked toward the endless shelves. Who loaded it? I don't know. You truly don't. No. The answer carried the same certainty as before. Lumi understood the warehouse. She did not understand everything inside it. Kai carried both journals back into the shop. The warehouse door closed behind them. This time, nothing followed. No knock. No message. Only quiet. The journals rested side by side beneath the reading lamp. The difference between them became obvious immediately. Volume 2 looked maintained. Volume 1 looked used. The corners had softened. Several pages had been opened hundreds of times. A narrow ribbon bookmark remained tucked near the middle. Elena examined the covers. The numbering was planned. Kai nodded. They were never separate books. He opened the first page. Instead of dates, a single sentence filled the paper. If you inherited the key, read this volume first. Kai laughed once. I'm a little late. Elena smiled. Only by one volume. He turned the page. The handwriting remained unmistakable. If you are reading this, then I have already failed to explain everything in person. That is unfortunate. Fortunately, the warehouse prefers demonstrations over lectures. If it still chose you, then it believes you can learn by doing. Trust that judgment more than mine. Kai continued. You will eventually believe the warehouse is limitless. Do not. You will eventually believe every answer lies behind a deeper door. It does not. Most answers arrive through the front entrance with ordinary customers. Never forget that. Kai paused. The words settled over the quiet shop. Elena looked toward the commission counter. He wrote that before any of this happened. He expected it. Kai turned another page. The warehouse exists to support civilization, not replace it. Whenever it begins replacing people instead of supporting them, its purpose has already been misunderstood. Lumi lowered her ears. I remember that. Kai looked up. You do? He told me every year. Every year. I forgot. You forgot? The warehouse sleeps. She searched for the right words. When it sleeps, parts of me sleep with it. Some memories remained. Others faded. Volume 1 wasn't only teaching Kai. It was restoring pieces of Lumi as well. Elena quietly noted that observation in the incident ledger. The following pages contained no yearly entries. Instead, each chapter carried a short title. Yon customers, yon refusals, yon trust, yon gross days, yon gross, yon ownership, not philosophy, procedures. Kai opened the first. Customers rarely know what they truly need. Listen carefully before accepting any commission. The object requested is often only half the problem. The second entry, refusing the wrong commission protects one customer. Refusing the right commission protects the shop. Learn the difference. Kai smiled. We've already learned that. Elena nodded. The avalanche mitten, the distillation coil, the prototype housings. The lessons matched their experience. Nothing contradicted it. Nothing replaced it. The journal explained decisions they had already made, not future secrets. Kai continued reading. Growth is measured by responsibility, never by inventory. If your catalog expands faster than your judgment, slow down. He closed the page for a moment. His grandfather hadn't hidden advanced warehouse functions. He had hidden principles. The warehouse rewarded judgment first, authority second. A folded sheet rested between two chapters. Unlike the journal pages, it had never been written on. Only a simple sketch covered one side, a floor plan, very small. One room, one counter, one warehouse door. Kai frowned. This is the shop. Elena leaned closer. No. She pointed toward the measurements. It's the original shop. The building contained only 3 rooms. No consultation area. No waiting benches. No office. No archive shelves. No manufacturing registry. Just a counter, a residence, and the warehouse entrance. Below the sketch, one line had been added. Expand the business before expanding the building. The first is difficult. The second is expensive. Kai laughed. He really wrote that. It sounds like practical advice. It sounds like him. Elena carefully refolded the drawing and returned it to the journal. It also explains something. What? He expected every owner to change the shop, but not the warehouse. Kai looked toward the closed warehouse door. Everything they had built. The appointment system, The consultation desk, the restoration workflow, the manufacturing registry. None of it had come from the warehouse. It had come from people. The warehouse had never demanded those improvements. It had simply become more useful because of them. The front bell rang. All three looked toward the entrance. Kai blinked. "We're closed." Another ring. Then a familiar voice called through the glass. "Sorry, it's Edwin." Elena unlocked the door. Edwin stepped inside carrying a sealed packet. "I know you're closed. This couldn't wait until morning." He placed the packet on the counter. "The Provincial Standards Exhibition accepted your participation." Kai looked at the seal. "Already? They're moving faster than usual." Edwin noticed the journals but politely ignored them. "You'll receive an exhibition space. No competition. No demonstrations under pressure. Simply show how your procedures work." Kai exchanged a glance with Work. "Elena. Procedures, not miracles." He almost smiled. The city was beginning to understand the Universal Commission Shop for what it truly was. Not a place that could sell anything. A place trusted to know when it should. Edwin accepted a cup of tea before leaving. The shop fell quiet again. Kai looked down at Volume 1. Its pages contained no hidden treasures. No forgotten passwords. No instructions for impossible power. Only years of patient experience condensed into simple principles. For the first time since inheriting the key, he realized the greatest inheritance his grandfather had left him was not the warehouse. It was the judgment to decide when not to use it. The following morning arrived with clear skies and the familiar rhythm of opening shutters. Kai unlocked the front door. Elena had already rearranged the consultation board. A second section now appeared beneath the commission schedule. Shipcoming Provincial Standards Exhibition, no decoration. Only a checklist. Required documentation. Manufacturing certifications. Restoration workflow. Consultation procedures. Emergency refusal policy. Kai read it once. You turned an invitation into a project. I turned it into preparation. Lumi floated beside the board. I like preparation. I've noticed. The first customer entered before the conversation could continue. A young woman wearing a surveyor's cloak placed a leather satchel on the consultation table. My name is Mira, Eastbridge Academy. Professor Alden recommended us. She unfolded several weathered maps. We completed the northern trade route. Survey. Kai recognized the reproduction compasses immediately. They performed well? They did. She hesitated. We found something unexpected. Instead of producing an artifact, she removed a broken bronze marker. It resembled a boundary stone, no larger than a hand. One side had shattered completely. This marked distances between trade stations. The inscription is almost gone. Elena reviewed the accompanying authorization. The Academy retains ownership. Restoration requested. Display or field use? Display. The system appeared. Commission type. Historical restoration object ownership. Verified purpose. Preservation original material recovery. Recommended. Kai accepted. The warehouse restoration bench illuminated. Unlike ordinary repairs, the damaged marker revealed faint traces of worn carving beneath centuries of weathering. The warehouse highlighted every surviving groove. Not recreating. Interpreting. A second panel appeared. Historical surface loss detected missing sections. Cannot be verified recommendation. Restore structure, do not invent history. Kai smiled. The warehouse refuses to guess. Mira looked surprised. It won't reconstruct the missing inscription. It can't confirm what was there. So it won't pretend. Kai approved only structural. Restoration. The cracks disappeared. The broken edges became stable once again. The weathered lettering remained incomplete. Exactly as history had left it. Mira turned the marker over several times. It still looks old. It is. The damage tells part of the story. She nodded. I think Professor Alden will appreciate that answer. The Academy's work continued. Not because history became perfect. Because it remained honest. The next appointment arrived carrying a completely different problem. Master Harlan, owner of one of the city's oldest locksmith workshops, placed 3 keys on the counter. Each differed by only a fraction of a millimeter. I need identical blanks. Elena checked the paperwork. Workshop ownership confirmed. Commercial production? Yes. My apprentices spend days filing these by hand. The system classified the request immediately. Certified manufacturing precision mechanical components workshop design batch production. Authorized. The blanks entered production. When they emerged, each key remained unfinished. The teeth had intentionally not been cut. Master Harlan examined them with a magnifying lens. Perfect. He looked toward Kai. The warehouse knew. Knew what? The blank shouldn't open anything. The lock determines the key. He carefully packed them away. It manufactured the foundation. My apprentices will finish the work. Another workshop had gained time, without losing its craft. Alina recorded the production batch. Certified manufacturing had quietly become a partnership rather than a replacement. Near midday, Edwin returned accompanied by two unfamiliar visitors. Both wore dark green provincial uniforms. The inspection team, Edwin introduced. They're preparing the exhibition layout. The older official bowed politely. We've reviewed your documentation. We'd like to observe ordinary operations. No. Stage demonstrations? No. We specifically requested ordinary business. Kai gestured toward the waiting area. Then you've come on the correct day. The inspectors spent the next several hours saying remarkably little. They watched consultations, observed Elena verifying ownership documents, recorded how refused commissions were documented instead of discarded, measured manufacturing turnaround, timed customer waiting periods. At one point, the younger inspector leaned toward Elena. You log referrals? Everyone. Even when another merchant earns the business. Especially then. He paused while writing. Why? Because solving the customer's problem matters more than keeping every sale. The inspector wrote for nearly a full minute after that answer. Late in the afternoon, a commission failed before it began. A wealthy collector arrived carrying an unsigned painting. I'd like a certificate proving this is an original. Kai examined it briefly. I can't do that. You have the warehouse. I do. Then authenticate it. Kai shook his head. The warehouse supplies physical objects. It doesn't determine truth where evidence is uncertain. The collector frowned. You could simply manufacture the certificate. I could. Kai met his eyes calmly. It would also be fraudulent. Silence settled across the shop. The inspectors stopped writing. The collector gathered the painting. I suppose the museum is my only option. It is. Elena handed him a referral card. The museum conservation office performs authentication. The customer accepted it without complaint. After he left, the older inspector finally spoke. That refusal wasn't in your procedures. Elena opened a fresh page. It is now. She titled the document. Requests for false verification. Kai laughed quietly. You really do update everything. If a situation occurs twice, it deserves a process. It deserves a process. The inspectors closed their notebooks. The senior official extended one hand. Thank you. That's all? That is all. He looked around the shop one final time. When we first heard about the Universal Commission shop, we expected to evaluate extraordinary capability. His gaze settled on the orderly consultation desk. Instead, we found exceptional governance. After they departed, Edwin remained behind. They were impressed. Kai poured him tea. I couldn't tell. They're inspectors. They're professionally unimpressive. Edwin smiled into his cup. The exhibition committee has one concern? What? They don't know how to describe your business. Kai looked toward the workshop records, the restoration register, the consultation files, and the growing wall of community plaques. He thought about his grandfather's words. The warehouse exists to support civilization, not replace it. He answered without hesitation. We're not a miracle shop. We're an infrastructure merchant. Edwin repeated the phrase once. Then again, it fits. It actually fits. He stood. I'll recommend they use exactly those words. After he left, Elena quietly wrote the phrase across the top of the exhibition preparation file. Universal Commission Shop, Infrastructure Merchant. She underlined it once. No one spoke for a moment. The title felt less like a new identity. And more like finally finding the correct name for the one they had been building all along. The shop closed shortly after sunset. Elena gathered the exhibition documents into a single leather binder. Manufacturing certifications, restoration procedures, consultation workflow, referral records, refusal policies. Nothing glamorous, everything necessary. Kai watched her tighten the final strap. You've turned paperwork into architecture. It serves the same purpose, which is, it keeps weight from collapsing. Lumi landed on the binder. I approve of architecture. Kai smiled. I was expecting that. The warehouse remained silent. No bell, no knock, no unexpected delivery. For the first evening in several days, silence felt earned rather than suspicious. The following morning began with a full appointment board. The first consultation belonged to the City Water Authority. 3 engineers entered carrying cylindrical brass valves. Their chief engineer introduced himself with a formal bow. Gavin Hurst, Maintenance Division. He placed one valve on the counter. The originals are nearly 70 years old. Elena accepted the authorization packet. Municipal ownership. Confirmed. Design archive included. Replacement quantity, the engineer answered without hesitation. 200. Kai examined the valve. Heavy, simple, built to survive decades rather than impress anyone. The system responded. Certified manufacturing, municipal infrastructure, component design ownership, verified batch production, authorized quality standard. Current municipal certification. Kai accepted the commission. What changed? He asked while signing the authorization. The engineer smiled faintly. Until last month, we repaired every broken valve individually. And now, we've realized the city spends more time maintaining shortages than maintaining water. Elena quietly wrote another note. Infrastructure supports infrastructure. The warehouse completed the first inspection. Instead of manufacturing immediately, a compatibility report appeared. Historical design, current municipal standard, updated recommended production. Current standard compatible, original dimensions preserved. Kai showed the report to the engineers. The warehouse adjusted internal tolerances. The chief engineer compared both specifications. It kept every external measurement. Strengthened the pressure chamber. Kai nodded. It remains compatible with your existing network. The engineer laughed. That saves us years. He extended his hand. This commission alone will improve water service across 3 districts. Kai accepted the handshake. The warehouse had manufactured brass valves. The city would receive clean water. The connection between those facts had become increasingly familiar. By late morning, the drafting supply shop across the street officially opened. Its owner crossed over carrying a wrapped package. No commission. A thank you. Inside rested a handcrafted wooden organizer sized perfectly for commission forms. Every compartment bore a small engraved label. Pending. Verified. Manufacturing. Restoration. Completed. Elena examined it closely. The dimensions match our workflow. I measured your desk. You measured our desk. Several times. Kai laughed. I think everyone in this district has started measuring everything. The shopkeeper shrugged. You made it. Organization profitable. Elena immediately transferred the day's paperwork into the organizer. Nothing looked different. Everything became easier. She nodded once. Excellent craftsmanship. The shopkeeper left looking absurdly pleased with those 2 words. The morning's final appointment arrived carrying no object at all, only a contract. The visitor introduced herself as Director Helena Voss from St. Rowan Clinic. Our medical equipment orders have expanded. She unfolded several pages. We would like a standing manufacturing agreement. Kai looked toward Elena. She had already retrieved the institutional agreement template. Director Voss continued. We'll submit certified designs as needed. No exclusive arrangement. No special pricing. We simply require reliable production. Kai reviewed the proposal. It asked for consistency, not preference. The system approved. Institutional manufacturing partnership certification required per submission exclusive rights. None approved. Kai signed. Director Voss signed. Elena added the agreement to the institutional registry. No dramatic celebration followed. Just another foundation laid beneath the city. After lunch, Leo returned carrying his recording crystal again. I've been thinking. Kai looked up. That usually means trouble. Only moderate trouble. Leo activated the crystal. I don't want to interview you. Good. I want to interview everyone else. Kai blinked. The district, the baker, the frame maker, the survey supplier, the restoration workshop. He swept the crystal toward the street. People keep asking why this neighborhood suddenly feels alive. They don't need another explanation from you. They need theirs. Kai considered the idea. It isn't really my story anymore. Leo grinned. Exactly. He spent the rest of the afternoon moving from storefront to storefront. The bakery owner proudly described hiring another apprentice. The herbalist explained how referrals had doubled. The locksmith demonstrated unfinished blanks, manufactured by the shop before showing the final hand-cut keys completed in his own workshop. Nobody claimed the Universal Commission shop had replaced them. Every merchant described the opposite. It had given them more of their own work. Near closing, Edwin returned carrying several printed exhibition drafts. The committee finally settled on your category. He handed one to Kai. The heading read, Winfrastructure Merchant. Beneath it appeared a brief description. Specializing in certified procurement, restoration support, licensed manufacturing and historical recovery while maintaining documented ethical standards. Kai read the paragraph twice. They actually used it. Edwin smiled. Word for word, Elena quietly placed the draft into the exhibition binder. One concern remained. The public will expect demonstrations. Kai nodded. They usually do. Edwin looked thoughtful. The committee suggested showcasing one complete commission. Kai frowned. They'll choose something spectacular. No. Edwin shook his head. I told them not to. He placed another sheet on the counter. Suggested demonstration. Replacement water valve. Nothing rare, nothing magical. A common municipal component. Kai looked at the drawing. Then toward the morning's commission order. You chose this? The city understands miracles. Edwin folded his arms. It rarely appreciates maintenance. If people leave the exhibition believing infrastructure matters, you'll have accomplished something larger than impressing them. Kai smiled. I like that demonstration. So do I. The final customer departed just before sunset. Elena closed the organizer. Every compartment stood empty. Today's work had been completed. Not postponed. Not abandoned. Completed. She noticed Kai looking at it. Efficient. I've learned from the best. She paused for a fraction of a second. I'll record that as your first documented compliment. Kai laughed. I've complimented you before. You've acknowledged results. This was different. Lumi floated between them. I approve of compliments. The front shutters closed. Outside, merchants exchanged farewells across the street before heading home. Inside, the Universal Commission shop settled into another quiet evening. The warehouse remained silent. Volume 1 rested beside Volume 2 inside the strongbox. Tomorrow would bring the Provincial Standards exhibition. For the first time since inheriting the key, Kai realized he wasn't preparing to prove the warehouse's capabilities. He was preparing to demonstrate something much harder to build. Trust. The exhibition hall occupied the restored eastern wing of the Provincial Merchant Guild. By the time Kai, Elena, and Lumi arrived, workers were making final adjustments to banners suspended from the high timber rafters. Unlike the bustling market outside, the atmosphere inside remained measured. Every exhibitor polished displays, reviewed documentation, arranged samples. Nobody shouted prices. This was not a trade fair. It was a demonstration of standards. Edwin waited near the entrance. You made good time. We planned for traffic, Elena replied. I assumed you did. He handed them 3 brass visitor badges. Universal Commission Shop Gexibitor. Kai looked around the hall. A glassmaker demonstrated stress-tested crystal. A paper mill displayed waterproof archival paper. A locksmith guild exhibited standardized lock mechanisms. Every booth represented years of refinement, not novelty. Kai found that reassuring. We're in good company. Edwin nodded. That's the point. Their assigned space occupied a corner near the center of the hall. No grand stage, no elevated platform. Only a clean oak counter, several display shelves, and enough room for consultations. Kai expected decorations. Instead, Elena unpacked folders, procedure manuals, manufacturing certifications, referral records, a restoration register. The Municipal Water Valve Commission, Professor Alden's reproduction survey compass, the restored boundary marker, the repaired prosthetic hand, represented only through documentation and the owner's written permission to display photographs rather than the object itself. Every display answered a question, not with claims, with evidence. The final item she placed on the counter surprised Kai. The framed plaque from the furniture maker. For returning work to the old merchant district. Kai looked at her. You brought that? It explains our business better than any advertisement. He couldn't argue. Across the aisle, a master clockmaker glanced over. His booth contained intricate tower escapements and beautifully polished brass gears. He walked over carrying a small notebook. I've heard of your shop. Kai smiled. I imagine many people have. I also heard you've never copied another craftsman's work. We haven't. The clockmaker extended one hand. Then welcome. My name is Bernard Hale. Gold Leaf Clockmakers Association. Kai shook it. I was worried we'd be neighbors. Worried? I expected impossible competition. Bernard laughed. Young man. He pointed toward his own display. I've spent 43 years learning how to make these. If your warehouse ever replaced that, my problem wouldn't be losing customers. My problem would be that craftsmanship itself had become meaningless. He looked toward Elena's documentation. It appears your shop understands the difference. Kai nodded. We're trying to. Keep trying. The old craftsman returned to his booth. Elena quietly wrote another line inside her notebook. Relationships with professional guilds. Kai noticed. Everything becomes a category. It prevents forgetting. Visitors entered when the exhibition officially opened. Visitors entered when the exhibition officially opened. Not ordinary shoppers, guild representatives, municipal officials, workshop owners, teachers, doctors, engineers. Every conversation began almost the same way. What exactly does your shop do? Kai had answered that question dozens of times. Today the answer felt complete. We're an infrastructure merchant. We recover unavailable physical goods. We manufacture licensed designs. We support restoration. We document every process. We refuse requests that violate ownership. Safety or ethics? The explanation no longer required mentioning the warehouse. People understood the service before they wondered about its source. That alone marked how far the shop had come. Mid-morning brought the scheduled demonstration. The Municipal Water Authority had delivered one damaged valve and the approved production drawings. Nothing else. No dramatic artifact. No impossible relic. The audience numbered perhaps 50. Many seemed mildly disappointed. One merchant whispered to another. "A valve?" The chief engineer from the Water Authority heard him. "Yes, if this fails, 3 districts lose reliable water." Silence followed. Suddenly, the brass cylinder looked far more important. Kai reviewed the authorization in full view of everyone. Ownership, certification, design approval, manufacturing purpose. Only after every document had been verified did he accept the commission. The system remained invisible to everyone except him. The warehouse accepted the request. Minutes later, Kai returned carrying the completed valve. The chief engineer inspected it with measuring instruments brought specifically for the demonstration. Internal chamber dimensions, thread tolerances, pressure seal. Every reading matched the updated municipal specification. The engineer turned toward the audience. "This replaces a component our maintenance division has struggled to source for 12 years. He placed the old and new valves side by side. The interesting part isn't that it's new. He pointed that at toward the exterior. It fits without forcing us to rebuild the network." Several engineers in the audience stepped forward. Questions immediately shifted. Not how did you make it, but can the documentation be integrated into our maintenance schedule? How are revisions tracked? Can obsolete standards be archived separately? Elena answered every procedural question. She showed revision histories, batch records, manufacturing logs, workshop authorizations. By the end of the session, more people had photographed her documentation than the valve itself. Kai leaned toward her. "I think they're more interested in you than me. They're interested in repeatability. That's your specialty. It has become ours." Professor Alden arrived shortly after noon with a group of Academy scholars. She stopped before the restored boundary marker. One student frowned. "It still looks broken." Professor Alden smiled. "It should." She invited the students closer. The missing inscription could not be verified. So the restoration preserved the damage. Another student asked, "Wouldn't a complete reconstruction look better?" Professor Alden looked toward Kai. He answered first. "Better for whom?" The student hesitated. "For visitors, and worse for historians." Professor Alden nodded approvingly. "A restoration that invents evidence stops being restoration." She lifted the marker carefully. "This object now tells 2 stories. The ancient road, and the centuries that nearly erased it." Several scholars quietly wrote notes. One museum curator requested Elena's restoration policy. She handed over a copy without hesitation. The curator smiled. "I've argued for this standard for years. Perhaps people will finally listen." The afternoon crowd thickened. Leo moved through the exhibition recording interviews, not with Kai, with everyone else. The municipal engineer explaining maintenance, Professor Alden discussing historical integrity, Bernard Hale speaking about craftsmanship, Mrs. Vale describing why restoration required patience rather than replacement. When Leo finally reached Kai, he lowered the recording crystal. "I don't actually have a question." "No? I just realized something." "What?" "The story isn't about a shop." Kai folded another consultation form. "No, it's about systems." He gestured around the exhibition hall. "You repair one workshop. That workshop strengthens another. That one supports the city. The city supports everyone else." He smiled. "You sell objects. But what you're really distributing is reliability." Kai looked around the hall. The phrase lingered. Reliability. Not miracles, not impossibilities. Just confidence that tomorrow's work could continue. "I like that better," Kai admitted. "I thought you might." Leo switched the crystal off again. "No dramatic ending today, just honest work. Those usually wear it better." Near the close of the exhibition, the chairman of the Provincial Commercial Review Office approached their booth. An elderly man with silver hair and a perfectly pressed uniform. He spent several quiet minutes reviewing the documentation without interruption. Only then did he speak. "Mr. Rowan, Miss Hart, you've done something unusual." Kai waited. "You've convinced an entire exhibition that governance can be interesting." A few nearby exhibitors laughed. The chairman continued. "When your application first reached my office, I expected a business that relied upon exceptional capability." He rested one hand on the restoration register. "Instead, I found one that survives because ordinary discipline. His gaze shifted toward Elena. Maintain these records, toward Kai. Maintain these principles, then toward the framed community plaque. And never mistake public admiration for public trust. They are not the same. Kai inclined his head. We won't. The chairman smiled once. I believe you. He moved on to the next exhibition. No announcement followed. No award ceremony. No applause. Yet somehow, that quiet conversation carried more weight than any trophy could have. When the hall finally began emptying, Elena closed the last binder and looked toward Kai. The exhibition wasn't about proving what the warehouse could do. No. It was about proving what we would never allow it to do. Kai looked across the rows of dismantled booths, where craftsmen carefully packed away years of knowledge into ordinary wooden crates. For the first time since inheriting the Universal Commission shop, he no longer felt like the newest merchant in the room. He felt like one more steward among many, responsible for preserving something larger than his own business. The applause faded long before the carriage reached Goldleaf City. Evening sunlight stretched across the old stone road as the Merchant Guild escort returned to the familiar streets of the old merchant district. Several merchants looked up from closing their storefronts. One by one, they noticed the small provincial banner attached to the carriage. Word spread faster than the wheels could turn. They're back. The exhibition finished. I heard the chairman himself visited their booth. Did they win something? Kai sighed. I preferred it when nobody watched us arrive. Edwin smiled without looking away from the road. Unfortunately, that's no longer possible. The carriage stopped in front of the Universal Commission shop. Before Kai could climb down, 3 neighboring shopkeepers were already waiting. Old Master Chen from the woodworking shop, Madame Iris from the bakery, and Elias, the blacksmith whose apprentices now routinely borrowed standardized gauges manufactured through the shop. None of them brought commissions. Old Master Chen simply bowed. Welcome home. Kai blinked. That's it? The old craftsman smiled. We've already heard enough stories. Madame Iris held out a basket wrapped in clean linen. Fresh pastries. Kai looked helplessly toward Elena. I feel like people keep feeding us. They probably intend to continue. I don't know how to refuse baked goods. You don't. Everyone laughed. The conversation lasted only a few minutes before the merchants returned to their own businesses. No speeches. No ceremony. The district itself had become the welcome. Kai unlocked the front door. The familiar scent of wood, paper, and machine oil greeted them. Nothing inside had changed. Yet somehow, everything outside had. The next morning began unusually quietly. Not because there were no appointments. Because Elena had intentionally left the first hour empty. Kai noticed immediately. You forgot to fill this slot. I didn't. We're wasting time. We're creating it. She handed him a folded sheet. It bore the seal of the Provincial Commerce Administration. Kai unfolded it. His smile slowly disappeared. The document contained no congratulations, no invitation, no award, only a single sentence. The Provincial Commerce Administration respectfully requests a strategic consultation regarding regional infrastructure planning. Kai read it again. Then a third time. This isn't a commission. No, it's a consultation. With the province. Elena nodded. They aren't asking you to manufacture something. They're asking what should be built. Silence settled over the room. For months, people had come seeking solutions. This was different. Someone was asking for judgment before making a decision. Kai slowly placed the letter on the table. I don't think we're qualified for that. The bell above the door rang. Edwin stepped inside. I thought you'd say exactly that. Kai held up the letter. Tell them they're mistaken. They aren't. Edwin closed the door behind him. The exhibition changed something. It shouldn't have. It did. He sat opposite Kai. The province has engineers. It has historians. It has procurement offices. It has logistics departments. They don't need another one. They aren't looking for another department. Edwin met Kai's eyes. They're looking for someone who has. Repeatedly connected all of them. The words lingered in the quiet shop. Kai remembered every commission since opening the warehouse. None of them had been about making the most extraordinary object. They had always been about helping different people work together. Edwin continued. They're not asking the Universal Commission shop to become the government. They're asking whether you've learned something they haven't. Kai looked toward Volume 1 resting on the shelf. Then toward Volume 2. His grandfather had never written about becoming important, only about becoming useful. He exhaled slowly. What exactly do they want to discuss? Edwin slid another document across the table. That's the problem. Kai opened it. The first page contained no agenda, no meeting schedule, no requested materials, only a map. A large section of the province had been marked in red. Several trade routes crossed through it. Supply depots, workshops, river crossings. Small market towns. In the center, someone had written 2 words. Declining coordination. Kai frowned. What does that mean? Edwin answered quietly. If we knew, they wouldn't be asking for your opinion. Kai studied the map in silence. The red markings did not surround a single city. They crossed counties, trade routes, river ports, market towns. One failed workshop could not create a pattern like this. Neither could a single corrupt official. Whatever had caught the province's attention had spread. When is the meeting? Edwin reached into his satchel again. Tomorrow morning. Kai looked up. Tomorrow? The letter reached the guild yesterday. And nobody thought to tell me? Edwin, he thought to tell me. Looked entirely unapologetic. I wanted you to enjoy the exhibition first. Kai opened his mouth, then closed it again. I appreciate the sentiment. I suspected you eventually would. Would? Elena unfolded the map further across the consultation table. Each red mark carried a small notation. Late deliveries, repeated procurement delays, cancelled contracts, unfinished repairs. Individually, none appeared catastrophic. Together, they formed an uncomfortable pattern. They're unrelated. Kai frowned. No, they only appear unrelated. Elena pointed to 3 different towns. A repair workshop delays machinery maintenance. She traced another line. A grain warehouse postpones replacing damaged storage racks. Another. A ferry operator waits for replacement winch components. She rested her finger in the middle of the map. Different industries, different towns, different owners. Kai nodded. Slowly, but similar behavior. They're all postponing work. Edwin quietly added. The reports use the same phrase. What phrase? We'll handle it next season. Kai leaned back. That doesn't sound like a supply shortage. No. It sounds like people stopped believing planning ahead is worthwhile. The room fell silent. That was not something the warehouse could manufacture. Lumi floated down from the 2nd floor carrying a bundle of cleaning cloths. She noticed the map immediately. That looks serious. Kai pointed toward the red markings. What do you think? She drifted lower until she was almost touching the paper. After several moments, she shook her head. I don't understand cities. Edwin chuckled. Neither do most officials, but... She tilted her head. The map feels... She searched for the word. Quiet? I looked at her. Quiet? There are many problems, but none of oblums. But none of them are shouting. Nobody dismissed the observation. In fact, that was exactly what made the map unsettling. There was no disaster, no collapsed bridge, no epidemic, no burned marketplace. Only hundreds of ordinary decisions, all leaning in the wrong direction. Elena reached for one of the provincial reports. This town delayed replacing irrigation gates. She picked up another. This workshop postponed maintenance training. Another. This merchant cooperative canceled apprentice recruitment. Kai noticed. Something. They're not reacting to emergencies. They're avoiding investments. Edwin nodded. The provincial office believes productivity is slowly declining. But nobody can explain why. Kai tapped the table thoughtfully. If every report is technically minor, then each local office would assume someone else is handling the bigger picture. Exactly. And because no single failure is severe enough, nothing becomes urgent. Edwin smiled faintly. Now you understand why they understand why they invited you. Kai looked unconvinced. I understand the reports. I don't understand why they think I can help. Edwin answered without hesitation. Because your shop changed this district without starting with large projects. He pointed toward the streets. Outside. You didn't begin with rebuilding markets. You repaired measuring tools. You standardized components. You restored records. You improved procedures. He looked back at the map. The province wants to know if many small improvements can also reverse many small declines. No one spoke. It was a simple question, far larger than any commission Kai had ever accepted. That evening, the shop closed earlier than usual, not because there was less work, because everyone had work of a different kind. Elena gathered every institutional agreement they had completed, clinic reports, manufacturing records, guild collaborations, engineering projects, archive preservation. She stacked them neatly on the consultation table. Kai watched. You're bringing all of those? No. She separated most of the pile. I'm bringing these. Only 5 folders remained. That's much smaller. They don't need every success. They need representative examples. Kai smiled. You've started organizing my thoughts before I have them. I started months ago. Across the room, Lumi climbed onto a stool beside Volume 1. She rested her chin on the cover. Can I come? Kai hesitated. The meeting? She nodded eagerly. I've never seen provincial officials. Edwin answered before Kai could. I'm afraid not. Her shoulders slumped. They don't know about the warehouse. And we'd prefer to keep it that way. Lumi sighed. I knew that. She looked toward Kai. Then bring the journals. Kai glanced at the shelves. I don't think I should. Why? He walked over and gently rested a hand on the worn leather cover of Volume 1. My grandfather didn't write these so officials could quote them. They're for owners. Lumi thought for a moment, then smiled. Good. She seemed oddly satisfied by that answer. Night settled over the old merchant district. The streets gradually emptied as lanterns replaced sunlight. For the first time in many months, Kai found himself standing alone in front of the shop after closing. Not thinking about tomorrow's commissions. Thinking about tomorrow's conversation. He looked back through the front window, the consultation table, the archive shelves, the workshop. Everything inside had been built one ordinary decision at a time. The map inside the province's report suggested the opposite could also be true. A region might not decline because of one great mistake. It might decline because enough ordinary decisions quietly stopped pointing toward the future. Kai locked the front door. Tomorrow, for the first time since inheriting the Universal Commission shop, he would not be attending a meeting as a merchant seeking approval. He would be walking into a room where approval no longer mattered, only answers did. Morning mist still lingered above the river when Kai and Elena arrived at the Provincial Commerce Administration. Unlike the exhibition hall, the building had little interest in impressing visitors. The stone exterior was plain. The corridors were orderly. Every clerk moved with practiced efficiency. No one hurried. No one lingered. Edwin stopped before a pair of oak doors. They're already inside. Kai adjusted the folder beneath his arm. How many people? Enough. That's not a number. No, it isn't. Edwin knocked once. A voice answered from within. Come in. Come in. The meeting chamber was smaller than Kai expected. A single rectangular table occupied the center of the room. Maps covered one wall. Pinned reports covered another. There were no banners celebrating the province. No decorative displays. Everything served a purpose. Around the table sat 9 people. The provincial commerce chairman, 2 engineers, a transportation administrator, a procurement director, a representative from the Agricultural Bureau, 2 senior merchant guild officials, and Professor Alden. Kai looked toward her. You knew about this? I was asked to attend. She smiled faintly. I also chose not to ruin your evening. Kai sighed. I seem to be surrounded by conspirators, responsible ones. The chairman stood. Mr. Chairman stood. Mr. Rowan, Miss Hart, please, no formal presentation today. We're here to think. Kai and Elena took their seats. The chairman did not begin with introductions. Instead, he placed a thick report onto the table. This document contains every investigation conducted over the past 18 months. We have reviewed transportation, manufacturing, procurement, tax records, trade, agriculture. We found no single cause. He opened the report. We're hoping you noticed something we've missed. The room remained silent. No one expected an immediate answer. Kai slowly turned the pages. The first section contained shipping statistics. Mostly stable. The second recorded workshop registrations. A slight decline. The third listed apprentice enrollment. Lower than previous years. Nothing alarming by itself. Yet every chapter seemed to drift in the same direction. Not collapse. Stagnation. He continued reading. Repairs postponed. Training reduced. Inventory held longer. Replacement cycles extended. Investment delayed. Always delayed. Never canceled. Never abandoned. Simply later. Elena had already opened her own notebook. She wasn't copying numbers. She was writing relationships. Maintenance affected production. Production affected deliveries. Deliveries affected inventory. Inventory affected cash flow. Within minutes, her page became a web of connected arrows. One of the engineers noticed. You don't summarize. She looked up. I organize. He leaned slightly closer. May I? Without hesitation, she slid the notebook across the table. The engineer studied it, then silently passed it to the transportation administrator. Within another minute, everyone on that side of the table was looking at Elena's diagram instead of the official report. Kai smiled to himself. She had condensed hundreds of pages into one sheet. The chairman noticed as well. Interesting. He looked toward Elena. You connected departments. I connected consequences. Explain. She pointed to one corner of the page. If maintenance slips, the machine remains operational. If the machine remains operational. Engineering director nodded. Usually. The owner delays repairs because production is still possible. She followed the arrow. Output becomes slightly less efficient. Another arrow. Delivery schedules become less reliable. Another. Merchants reliable. Carry more inventory to compensate. Another. They invest less because cash remains tied up. She reached the final arrow. Eventually, everyone becomes too busy managing small inefficiencies to improve anything. No one interrupted. The Agricultural Bureau representative quietly closed his report. I've been reading farming data for 3 months. I never thought to connect it with machine maintenance. Kai finally spoke. I think we've been asking the wrong question. Every head turned toward him. The chairman folded his hands. What should we be asking? Kai rested one finger on the center of Elena's diagram. We keep asking, why is productivity falling? He looked around the room, but productivity isn't falling first. He tapped. Another arrow. Confidence is. Silence. Not disagreement. Consideration. Kai continued. When people believe next year will be better, they train apprentices. They replace equipment. They improve workshops. They accept short-term costs. He looked back at the provincial reports. If they stop believing, improvement is worthwhile. Every rational decision becomes postponement. The transportation administrator frowned. You're saying this isn't an economic problem. I'm saying economics is showing us the symptoms. Professor Alden spoke for the first time. And the disease, Kai answered carefully. I don't know yet, but I think it's the loss of long-term planning. One of the guild officials leaned forward. Can you prove that? Kai shook his head immediately. No, I can only say the reports point in that direction. The chairman nodded approvingly. Thank you? Several people around the table looked surprised. Kai noticed. The chairman explained. The quickest way to make a bad decision is pretending uncertainty doesn't exist. He closed one report. You refuse to overstate your conclusion. That makes me trust the conclusion you did offer. A clerk entered quietly carrying a tray of tea. The discussion paused only long enough for cups to be distributed. No one left. No one checked the time. The meeting had shifted. It no longer resembled a briefing. It had become a working session. The engineering director looked toward Kai. Suppose you're correct. How do we restore confidence? Kai answered honestly. I don't know. The room fell silent again. Not because the answer disappointed anyone. Because it was the first completely honest answer anyone had heard all morning. After several moments, Elena spoke. I think we're asking another question too early. The chairman looked toward her. What comes first? She turned her notebook around. You can't restore confidence. You can only restore the reasons people become confident. She pointed toward the connected arrows, reliable maintenance, predictable procurement, apprentice training, shared standards, accurate records. She paused. Confidence is what grows afterward. Professor Alden smiled, just like trust. Kai looked toward Elena. She hadn't proposed a solution. She had corrected the order of the problem. The chairman slowly nodded. I believe. This meeting has finally begun. The next 3 hours produced no grand policy. Instead, the room dismantled the problem one assumption at a time. The transportation administrator began with delayed freight. We could subsidize urgent routes. Elena shook her head. That would reduce visible delays, not the cause of them. The procurement director proposed bulk purchasing. One of the engineers warned that central orders would favor standard equipment, while many rural workshops still relied on older machinery. The Agricultural Bureau representative suggested equipment grants. Professor Alden asked who would maintain the new equipment after the first year. Each idea solved something. None solved enough. By midday, the table had filled with discarded proposals. Kai understood why the province had stalled. Every department possessed the authority to repair its own section. No department possessed the perspective to see when a local improvement created pressure somewhere else. The chairman looked across the marked reports. We spent 18 months treating decline as a collection of shortages. Kai studied Elena's diagram again. What if it isn't about what people lack? The guild official nearest him frowned. What official nearest him frowned? Else would it be? What they can't predict. Kai turned toward the transportation administrator. A workshop owner can survive one delayed shipment? Yes. Can he predict whether the next shipment will arrive on time? The administrator hesitated. Not reliably in every district. Kai looked toward procurement. A farmer can repair an irrigation gate once. Can he predict whether compatible parts will still be available in 3 years? The director gave no answer. Kai continued. An apprentice can spend years learning a trade. Can he predict whether the workshop will still be hiring when he finishes? The room quieted. The individual problems had never been large enough to force immediate action. Together, they had made the future too uncertain to invest in. The chairman leaned back. So people are not refusing to plan. They are protecting themselves from plans they no longer trust. Yes. Kai looked at the map. And every time postponement proves safer than commitment, the province teaches them to postpone again. The afternoon session began with a narrower question. Not how to restore confidence across the province. Where to test whether their understanding was correct. Alina requested the raw district records, not summaries. Not departmental conclusions. The clerk returned with 4 archive boxes. She reviewed cancellation dates, repair cycles, apprentice registrations, and procurement delays, while the officials debated possible trial regions. Kai noticed her stop at the same page twice. What is it? She turned the record toward him. 3 towns appeared repeatedly across different reports. Belmare, Harrowden, Eastbridge. They shared no governing office, no major industry, no unusual tax burden, but all 3 relied on the same river corridor. Kai traced the route. The red section on the original map. The transportation administrator nodded. An old commercial route. Still active, technically. That sounds like no. The administrator pulled another report from the stack. Freight. Still moves through it. Just less predictably. Why? Repairs. He opened a maintenance schedule. 3 loading platforms require reinforcement. A lock gate needs replacement mechanisms. 2 contracted barges withdrew last winter. Nothing in. Stopped the corridor entirely. Every problem reduced capacity a little. Elena compared the dates. The first delays began 4 years ago. The engineer beside her checked the report. Correct. The apprentice decline begins 3 years ago. Another page. Inventory holding increases 6 months later. The procurement director looked at the sequence. Then local workshops began reducing equipment orders. The room slowly recognized the pattern. A trade corridor had not failed. It had become unreliable. That unreliability spread into every decision made by the towns depending on it. Kai looked toward the chairman. This is where we begin. The Agricultural Bureau representative objected immediately. 3 towns are not the province. No. Kai nodded toward the reports. But if we cannot understand 3 towns, we have no business prescribing solutions for 30. The trial proposal took shape before sunset. The province would not announce a recovery initiative. There would be no public ceremony, no broad subsidy, no promise of transformation. A small assessment team would travel the Belmare corridor. They would examine why maintenance had been delayed, why suppliers had withdrawn, why local businesses no longer coordinated orders, and which failures were structural rather than merely inconvenient. The chairman looked toward Kai. We would like you and Miss Hart to lead the commercial assessment. Kai stared at him. I thought this was a consultation. It was. And now we require someone to test the conclusion. I run a shop, Edwin's shop, answered from beside the wall. You run a shop that has spent months solving coordination failures. Within one district, then consider this a larger district. Kai looked toward Elena. She had already begun listing required records. Travel permits, local contracts, maintenance histories, supplier withdrawals. She noticed him watching. What? You accepted before I did. I began preparing. That isn't the same thing. It usually is. The chairman concealed a smile behind his hand. Kai exhaled. If we go, we report what we find. Even if the province caused it. Especially then. The room grew still. The chairman answered without offense. Agreed. If a department obstructs access, you report that too. If local authorities want a ceremonial visit, you refuse. If the solution requires something the province cannot provide, then we learn what our limits are. Kai studied him for several seconds, then nodded. We'll go. They left the administration after dusk. The streets around the government quarter were already lit, but the building behind them remained active. Clerks moved between windows. Reports continued to change hands. The province had not been saved by a meeting. It had only chosen where to look first. Edwin walked with them until the main avenue split toward the Merchant Guild. Departure is in 2 days. Kai stopped. 2 days? You'll need time to prepare. I was going to complain that it wasn't enough. Edwin smiled. Then I judged with they. Correctly. He handed Elena a sealed packet. Preliminary travel authorizations. She inspected the seal. You arranged these before the meeting. The chairman hoped you'd agree. Kai looked between them. Once again, I am surrounded by responsible conspirators. Edwin inclined his head. Safe journey, Mr. Rowan. Then he disappeared into the evening crowd. Back at the Universal Commission shop, the front room remained dark. Lumi waited on the counter with both journals stacked beside her. She brightened when Kai entered. Did you solve the province? No. Her shoulders dropped. We found somewhere to begin. That's less impressive. It's also true. Elena lit the lamps while Kai spread the corridor map across the consultation table. Lumi drifted over it. You're leaving. Kai glanced at her. How did you know? You brought the worried map home. Elena began sorting the sealed documents. We'll be gone several days. The spirit looked toward the warehouse door. Who will manage? Commissions? The shop will close. Lumi stared at Kai. Close? Temporarily. But people come here. What if something is urgent? Kai had expected the question from customers. Not from her. We'll direct institutional partners to existing suppliers. Edwin can handle guild referrals. Professor Alden can receive preservation inquiries. And the warehouse? Kai looked toward the iron door. It had supported every stage of the shop's growth. But this assignment did not require an impossible object. It required observation, listening, judgment. The warehouse stays here. Lumi became very still. You've never traveled without using it since the shop opened. I traveled before inheriting it. That was different. Why? You didn't know it was waiting. The words carried more weight than she intended. Kai rested his hand against the map. For months, every difficult commission had eventually passed through the warehouse doors. Even when its power remained hidden, its presence had shaped his confidence. Now the province expected him to enter a failing region without that certainty beside him. Elena placed the last folder onto the table. We're not going without anything. Kai looked at her. We have records, contacts, methods, and each other. Lumi considered that answer. Then she floated toward the office. I'll prepare travel ledgers. Kai smiled. You aren't coming. I know. She looked back. You'll still need proper ledgers. The following day became the busiest closure preparation the shop had ever attempted. Elena contacted every institutional partner. The clinic received emergency supplier lists. The engineer office agreed to accept redirected technical inquiries. The Merchant Guild posted a temporary notice explaining that ongoing manufacturing orders would continue according to schedule, but no new consultations would be accepted. Until Kai returned. No reason was given. That did not prevent speculation. By noon, Leo arrived carrying enough rumors for an entire broadcast. I've heard you're opening a second shop. No. Joining the provincial government. No. Inspecting a hidden gold mine. Kai looked at him. Who said that? A fishmonger. Why would a fishmonger know about a gold mine? He was extremely confident. Elena handed Leo a written statement. The shop is conducting a temporary commercial assessment outside Goldleaf City. He read it. This is painfully responsible. Use it exactly. Can I say mysterious commercial assessment? No. Unexpected journey? No. Critical provincial mission? Elena stared at him. Leo folded the paper. Temporary commercial assessment. Exactly. His disappointment lasted until he noticed the map. He leaned closer. Belmare Corridor. Kai covered it with another folder. That isn't part of the statement. Leo's expression sharpened. The broadcaster disappeared. The investigator remained. I've heard merchants complain about that route. What kind of complaints? Nothing dramatic. He frowned. That's the strange part. Late cargo. Changed delivery days. Small fees appearing and disappearing. Warehouses refusing long contracts. Nobody calls it broken. They just avoid relying on it. Kai and Elena exchanged a glance. The reports had described the same behavior in administrative language. Leo had heard it in taverns and markets. Who should we speak to first? Kai asked. Leo answered immediately. Not the officials. Why? They'll explain what should be happening. He tapped the covered map. Speak to the people who stopped making promises. Their carriage left Goldleaf City before dawn. Elena sat opposite Kai with 3 ledgers secured beside her. One for observations, one for verified records, one for unresolved claims. Kai looked at the labels. You prepared a ledger for things we don't know. Otherwise, assumptions will enter the verified record. Of course they will. Beyond the window, the city walls receded into morning fog. The old merchant district disappeared last. Kai watched until even its rooftops were gone. The road east followed cultivated fields for several hours before bending toward the river. At first, nothing appeared wrong. Farmers moved through orchards. Carts carried grain toward market. Small workshops operated beside village roads. The province had not sent them into ruin. It had sent them into a place that still functioned. That made the first abandoned loading yard more unsettling. The structure remained intact. Its cranes were upright. Its warehouse doors were locked rather than broken. Only the weeds between the paving stones revealed how long no heavy cart had entered. Elena marked the location. Not listed. Kai checked the route report. It should still be active. Their driver glanced back. Hasn't been used regularly in 2 years. Why? He shrugged. Owners moved business upriver? Because of the lock gate? Maybe. Or the fees. What fees? The driver slowed slightly. Depends who you ask. Elena opened the unresolved claims ledger. Their investigation began before they reached the first town. Belmare appeared by late afternoon. It had once been built around river trade. Broad warehouses lined the eastern bank. Workshops filled the streets behind them. The market square remained busy, but most goods arrived on small local carts rather than freight wagons. Nothing looked abandoned. Everything looked reduced. A provincial clerk awaited them outside the municipal office. He introduced himself as Martin Vale, Assistant Commercial Registrar. We've prepared a complete briefing. Kai stepped down from the carriage. How complete? Trade statistics, maintenance schedules, supplier records, statements from the mayor and commercial council. Elena asked, statements from workshop owners? Martin hesitated. We scheduled representatives for tomorrow. Who selected them? The council. Kai remembered Leo's advice. Cancelled the meeting. Martin blinked. Mr. Rowan, we'll speak to them at their workshops. That may be inefficient, probably. Kai looked toward the river district. But I didn't travel here to hear the efficient version. The first workshop stood 3 streets from the municipal office. Its sign identified it as a millwright and pump repair business. Inside, an older woman worked alone beside a dismantled water pump. Tools covered every wall. 3 workbenches stood unused. She did not look up when Kai entered. Office is closed. We aren't customers. Then it's more closed. Martin stepped forward. Mrs. Delawart. These are representatives from the Provincial Commerce Administration. The woman stopped, turning her wrench. That makes it worse. Kai almost smiled. We're investigating delayed maintenance in a corridor. Congratulations. On what? Finding. The river. Martin stiffened. Elena opened the unresolved claims ledger. Kai moved closer to the workbench. Why are 3 benches empty? Della resumed working. No apprentices. Why not? No point training them. Why? Because they leave. For larger cities. For reliable work. Her wrench tightened a fitting. Farmers delay pump repairs until planting season. Warehouses delay crane repairs until harvest. River operators delay winch repairs until something jams. Then all of them arrive at once and call it urgent. Why don't they schedule earlier? Della looked at him for the first time. Because they don't know when parts will arrive, or when cargo will move, or whether the quoted transport fee will still be the same next week. She nodded toward the silent benches. I can teach Ant benches. Apprentice to repair machinery. I can't teach him how to build a life around customers who stop planning. Elena recorded the statement. Kai asked, when did it become this bad? Della's answer came without hesitation. When the river stopped keeping promises. The phrase followed them through Belmare. A warehouse owner used it when explaining why he no longer signed seasonal storage contracts. A carpenter used it when describing canceled crate orders. A grain merchant used it while showing them a storeroom kept half empty despite an approaching harvest. Each person blamed something different. The lock gate, transport fees, barge shortages, slow inspections, uncertain schedules. But beneath every complaint sat the same calculation. A promise made too early had become more dangerous than a decision made too late. By sunset, Elena's unresolved claims ledger contained 11 possible causes. None had been verified. The municipal briefing had mentioned only 3. Martin followed them back toward the lodging house with increasing discomfort. The commercial council gave us comprehensive statements. Kai looked at him. They gave you official statements. Is there a difference? Della's workshop bell rang. Behind them as she closed for the evening, Elena answered. Official statements describe what institutions can defend. People describe what they adapted to survive. Their rooms overlooked the river. From the upper window, Kai could see freight lights moving in the distance. The corridor was not empty. 2 barges passed Belmare after dark. Neither stopped. Elena spread the day's notes across a narrow desk. We have symptoms, no cause, several causes, which means we still don't know the first failure. Kai studied the river schedule provided by Martin. 3 evening arrivals were listed. Only 2 had passed. Neither had docked. He checked the cargo notices posted earlier at the municipal office. 1 barge should have carried replacement ironwork for local workshops. Where is the 3rd? Elena checked the time. 40 minutes late. A knock sounded at their door. Martin stood outside. His careful official composure had vanished. The south lock gate has jammed. Kai rose. How serious? Several barges are trapped below the crossing. Can it be repaired? The maintenance crew says they need a replacement control assembly. Elena was already gathering her coat. When can it arrive? Martin looked from her to Kai. The assembly was ordered 6 months ago. Silence. Where is it? Kai asked. Martin swallowed. No one knows. They reached the lock gate beneath a sky stripped of moonlight. Lanterns lined the riverbank. Workers shouted measurements across the water, while 3 loaded barges waited below the closed barrier. The lock itself had not collapsed. Its control mechanism had failed between positions, too low for upstream passage, too high to safely drain the chamber. The senior engineer on site led them toward the machinery house. "We can release it manually." "Then why haven't you?" Kai asked. "Because the manual gear hasn't been tested in 9 years. Will it work? Possibly. What happens if it doesn't?" The engineer looked toward the trapped barges. The gate could drop. No one needed the consequence explained. Elena examined the maintenance sheet pinned beside the mechanism. The replacement assembly was approved. Yes. Funded? Yes. Manufactured? The engineer hesitated. According to the supplier? Delivered. According to the transport contractor. Kai looked toward Martin. Received? The registrar's face had gone pale. There is no receipt. The part existed on paper. Approved. Purchased. Manufactured. Transported. Yet it was not here. A chain of records had recorded success while the infrastructure itself continued waiting. Kai studied the locked mechanism. The province had invited him to investigate decline in coordination. On their first night in Belmare, that decline had trapped 3 barges beneath a failing gate. The current system had not merely become inefficient. It had learned how to report completion without producing an outcome. Elena closed the maintenance sheet. "We find the assembly." The senior engineer looked toward her. Tonight, Kai turned toward the line of stalled barges. Every hour of delay would spread through warehouses, markets, and workshops along the corridor. Not tonight. He faced Martin, now. Martin led them back to the municipal office at a pace that abandoned dignity for speed. The night clerk unlocked the records room. Elena requested every document connected to the control assembly. Purchase authorization, supplier contract, inspection certificate, transport manifest, receiving record, payment release. The clerk returned with all but one. "No receiving record," Elena said. Martin looked over his shoulder. "It may have been filed under river maintenance. It wasn't." "How can you know?" "Because the payment packet references a receipt number." She turned the final page toward him. "The receipt itself is missing." Kai examined the number. The format differed from the surrounding documents. 1 extra digit. A minor inconsistency. Easy to overlook. He looked toward the clerk. "Where are transport manifests archived?" "Lower floor. Take us there." The manifest listed the assembly among 6 items shipped from the northern manufacturing district. 5 had recorded destinations. 1 had only a transfer code. Martin read it twice. "That code belongs to the Eastbridge depot." "Then why was Belmare charged for delivery?" Kai asked. No one answered. They found the depot transfer ledger 30 minutes later. The assembly had arrived in Eastbridge 4 months ago. Its condition was marked. "Waiting local collection." Elena placed both records side by side. The transport contractor fulfilled delivery to the regional depot. The supplier recorded shipment. The province released payment. Belmare assumed final delivery included. Martin stared at the pages. Was it? The contract language is unclear. Kai read the relevant clause. Transportation to designated corridor distribution point, not installation site, not municipal facility. A phrase broad enough for every party to believe responsibility belonged elsewhere. No one lied, Martin said. Kai closed the contract. They didn't need to. Every record could be defended. The assembly had been manufactured, transported, received, stored, paid for. Only the lock gate remained unrepaired. The Eastbridge depot master answered the emergency signal just before midnight. The speaking tube carried his voice through a line of relay stations, distorted by distance and exhaustion. "Yes. The assembly is here." Martin gripped the desk. "Why wasn't Belmare notified?" "We sent notice." "To whom?" "The corridor maintenance office." Martin looked toward the night clerk. The clerk searched a correspondence ledger. A notice had arrived. It had been filed under pending municipal collection. No forwarding record. No follow-up. No deadline. Elena asked into the tube, "Can it leave tonight?" "Not by standard freight." "When is the next departure?" "Tomorrow afternoon." Kai glanced toward the river through the dark office window. The barges would remain trapped for nearly another day. What transport is available now? The depot master hesitated. "1 maintenance cart. Capacity. Enough. Driver? None authorized for overnight route." Martin stepped closer. "We can issue emergency authorization." "You can issue it." The depot master's voice hardened. "I still need someone willing to take an unfamiliar road in darkness." Kai asked, "How long by cart?" 5 hours if the lower road is clear. "And if it isn't?" "Longer." Elena turned to Martin. "Find a driver who knows the route." "At this hour." "At this hour." Belmare's freight office contained 23 registered drivers. 6 were out of town. 9 had carts unsuitable for the assembly. 4 refused the river road at night. Two had no teams rested enough for the journey. One was injured. The last had stopped taking provincial work 3 months earlier. His name was Thomas Reed. Kai found him sleeping in a room above a stable near the western gate. Thomas opened the door holding a lantern and a wooden club. When Martin explained the emergency, he lowered the club but not his suspicion. "I don't work provincial contracts." "This is not a contract," Kai said. "It's an emergency transport request, which becomes a contract once someone needs payment." Elena asked. "Why did you stop?" Thomas studied her before answering. 3 unpaid invoices," Martin protested. "The province pays verified transport claims. Eventually. How long have you been waiting?" 9 months for the oldest." Martin fell silent. Thomas leaned against the doorframe. "You want me to risk a team on the lower road, in darkness, carrying machinery for the same offices that still owe me for carrying machinery?" Kai understood immediately. The missing assembly was not the only reason no one moved quickly. The corridor had trained its workers not to trust official urgency. "What would make you accept?" he asked. "Payment before departure." Martin shook his head. "Emergency funds still require documentation. Then find another driver." He began closing the door. Elena placed one hand against it. "Your unpaid invoices." Thomas stopped. "Do you have copies?" "Yes." "Bring them." "Why?" "Because if they're valid, we include them in tonight's emergency authorization." Martin looked at her. "We cannot release unrelated claims. They aren't unrelated." She faced him. "We are asking why this corridor stopped responding when institutions call. This is part of the answer." The invoices were valid. One had been delayed because a receiving clerk transferred departments before confirming delivery. Another contained a route code changed after the journey. The third had been returned for a missing municipal stamp, though the municipal office had never been informed that the stamp was required. No fraud, no dispute over service. Only small procedural failures accumulating until a reliable driver abandoned provincial work. Martin read each file with growing discomfort. "I can approve the emergency payment." "All 3? Thomas asked. "All 3. Tonight, the Treasury clerk will issue a secured payment note." Thomas looked toward Kai. "And if they change their minds?" "Tomorrow?" Kai did not offer reassurance he could not guarantee. "Then you will have a signed order from the registrar, witnessed by the investigation team, attached to the provincial assessment." Thomas considered the answer. It was not trust, but it was enough structure to risk moving. "I'll harness the team." The cart departed Belle-Mere shortly after midnight. Thomas drove. A municipal mechanic joined him to verify the assembly before return. Martin provided travel authorization, payment documents and signal codes for every checkpoint. Elena copied each document into the verified ledger. Kai watched the cart disappear beyond the western gate. 5 hours there, 5 back, Martin said, if nothing delays them. The words sounded different now. Not pessimistic. Accurate. At the lock gate, the trapped barges had secured themselves along the lower bank. Their crews would wait until morning before attempting any cargo transfer. The senior engineer had decided against using the untested manual gear. Kai agreed. A forced solution that damaged the gate would turn one night's delay into months of repair. Still, the choice had consequences. One barge carried grain intended for Harridan's market. Another held ironwork for Belle-Mere workshops. The third carried preserved medicine bound for smaller riverside clinics. Director Voss's clinic would have called those supplies replaceable. Along this corridor, replacement was measured in days. The barge captain responsible for the medicine confronted Martin beside the machinery house. "Who pays if the cargo spoils? The containers are rated for 2 days, and if the gate remains closed longer, we're bringing the assembly." "You were bringing the assembly." "You were bringing it 6 months ago." Martin had no defense. Kai stepped between them. "When did you last inspect the storage seals?" "At Eastbridge." "Inspect them again." The captain frowned. "Why?" "Because arguing about responsibility won't preserve the cargo." After a moment, the captain turned toward his crew. The seals were checked. 2 containers had weakened closures. The lock workers provided fresh clamps from their maintenance stores. A problem found early remained small. Kai could not repair the gate, but he could stop the delay from creating another failure before morning. Elena remained in the machinery house with the senior engineer. Together, they reconstructed the maintenance history. The control assembly should have been replaced 2 years earlier. The first request was denied because the mechanism remained functional. The second was approved but deferred to the following budget. The third produced the contract now spread across the table. Each decision appeared reasonable when viewed alone. Combined, they had allowed critical equipment to age beyond safe tolerance, while everyone believed replacement was already underway. Kai joined them near dawn. Elena pointed to the maintenance intervals. The gate was inspected regularly, according to schedule. Then why wasn't the deterioration treated as urgent? The senior engineer answered, because each inspection graded the individual components. Kai looked at the diagram, and the failure came from the system between them. The engineer nodded. The gears remained within tolerance. The control linkage remained within tolerance. The counterweight remained within tolerance. But degradation across all three created enough resistance to seize the mechanism. Every part had passed. The gate had failed. Kai thought of the provincial reports. Transportation, stable. Manufacturing slightly reduced. Apprentices, modestly declining. Procurement somewhat delayed. Every department remained within acceptable limits. The corridor did not. Morning arrived gray and cold. Workers distributed tea along the riverbank. No one celebrated when the signal station reported that Thomas had reached Eastbridge. There were still 5 hours between success on paper and success at the gate. Kai accepted a metal cup from Martin. The registrar had not slept. "You were right," Martin said. "About what?" "The official statements." He looked toward the silent lock. "We recorded every task. We never checked whether the result reached the person waiting for it." Kai drank the tea. "Then change that." Martin gave a tired laugh. "You make it sound simple. It isn't." "Then why say it that way?" "Because complicated work still begins with a clear sentence." The return cart appeared shortly before noon. Thomas drove through the gate with mud covering the wheels and one side of his coat torn. The lower road had partially flooded near the old quarry. He had taken the ridge path instead. The assembly remained secured beneath oilcloth. The municipal mechanic climbed down first, verified against the supplier mark. The senior engineer inspected it again. Correct model. Correct dimensions. No visible damage. Only then did Elena mark it as received. Not when the depot confirmed it. Not when the cart entered Belmare. When the person responsible for installation physically verified the part. The distinction delayed the record by 3 minutes. It corrected 6 months of assumption. Installation took 2 hours. No one rushed the engineers. The trapped crews watched from below the gate. Martin stood beside the machinery house with the final authorization ready, but Elena stopped him from signing. After testing, he nodded. The new assembly engaged. The linkage moved. The gate rose several inches, stopped, then continued smoothly. Water shifted through the lock chamber. The first barge entered under reduced power. The mechanism held. Only after the third barge cleared the crossing did the senior engineer sign the completion record. Martin added his seal. Elena entered the final line. Outcome verified. At point of view, Kai looked toward the departing barges. The corridor had reopened. Nothing about the scene felt miraculous. No cheering crowd, no dramatic victory, only cargo beginning to move again. That was enough. Thomas found Kai near the western bank. The treasury clerk had honored the secured payment note. All 3 overdue invoices were settled. He held the documents folded inside his coat. "Don't mistake this for forgiveness. I won't. I still don't trust provincial work. You shouldn't trust it because of one payment." Thomas narrowed his eyes. Most officials would have argued. Kai continued. "Trust it after it pays correctly next time." "And the time after that?" Thomas looked toward the lock gate. "You think there'll be a next time? Will you accept one? With clear terms? Defined delivery points? Payment deadlines? And someone named when responsibility transfers?" Elena had joined them without either noticing. She wrote each condition into her ledger. Thomas glanced at the page. "You're serious?" "Yes, then, maybe." It was not confidence restored. It was a future decision no longer automatically postponed. For now, that was the more honest measure. The municipal council requested an emergency briefing that afternoon. This time, Kai agreed. Not because officials deserve the first explanation, because the people who would need to correct the system were finally ready to hear what had failed. The council chamber filled with department heads, freight representatives, workshop owners, and river engineers. Delaware arrived last and remained standing near the door. Kai placed the contract, manifest, depot ledger, and missing receipt reference across the central table. No single person caused last night's failure. The mayor visibly relaxed. Kai continued. "That does not mean no one was responsible." The relief vanished. He pointed to the contract. The supplier manufactured the assembly. To the manifest. The carrier delivered it to the regional depot. To the correspondence ledger. The depot issued notice. The maintenance file. The municipality recorded the quantity records. Replacement as in progress. He looked around the room. Every institution completed a task. No institution owned the outcome. Silence held the chamber. Elena placed a blank sheet beside the records. For future critical equipment. Every order needs 5 defined stages. Manufactured, dispatched, received at regional transfer, received at installation site, installed and tested. Each stage requires a named responsible party. The mayor looked toward Martin. "Can we implement that locally?" Martin answered before hesitation could protect him. "Yes? How quickly?" For new orders immediately. For existing orders, we need an audit. Della spoke from the doorway. Of everything marked pending? Martin faced her. Everything marked pending. She folded her arms. And the tradespeople waiting on unpaid work? His expression tightened. Those two. The meeting might have ended there. Then the senior engineer placed another folder onto the table. The south gate is operational, but the north gate uses the same control system. Kai looked at him. Has its assembly been replaced? No? Ordered? Approved last year? Elena opened the folder. The status line read, "Viewing progress. No one in the room accepted the phrase anymore?" Martin stood. "I'll trace it." The mayor looked toward the other department heads. "Trace every critical order connected to this corridor." The procurement director objected. "That could involve hundreds of records. Then begin with anything whose failure can stop transport. Water, storage, or medicine." Kai did not need to direct them. The system had finally recognized its own blind spot. That evening, he and Elena returned to the lodging house with the first verified cause of the corridor's decline. Not broken machinery, not dishonest merchants, not insufficient funding. Responsibility had been divided so thoroughly that completion existed only in documents. Elena opened the assessment ledger. Under Gay verified findings, she wrote, "Gay corridor does not primarily lack resources, lacks ownership across transitions." Kai read the sentence. That explains the assembly. Not the whole corridor. No. He looked through the window toward the reopened river. One successful repair could prove their method. It could not explain why fees changed without warning, why suppliers withdrew, why warehouses rejected contracts, why apprentices left. The first failure had been found. Others remained. A knock sounded at the door. Martin entered carrying a bundle of files tied with red cord. "We traced the North Gate assembly." Elena cleared space on the desk. "Where is it?" "It was never manufactured." Kai frowned. "The report says the order was approved." "It was. Funded?" "Yes." "Then what happened?" Martin placed a supplier notice on top of the bundle. "The manufacturer canceled the order 8 months ago." "Why?" "They stopped accepting contracts from the Belmare corridor. The repaired gate moved somewhere in the darkness below. Its gears turned smoothly. The river flowed again. But the wider problem had just changed shape." Kai opened the supplier notice. At the bottom, beneath the formal cancellation language, someone had written a single reason. Unmanageable commercial risk. The supplier notice contained no accusation, no dramatic complaint, only a list of conditions the manufacturer would no longer accept. Variable delivery fees. Payment dates altered after shipment. Inspection requirements changed between districts. Orders approved by one office and revised by another. Storage charges assigned without prior agreement. Each item appeared minor. Together they made every contract impossible to price. Martin turned another page. "There are 5 canceled orders from the same manufacturer." "All corridor projects?" Elena asked. "Yes." Kai examined the dates. The first cancellation came before the North Gate assembly. The others followed. So. The manufacturer did not abandon one order. Elena aligned the notices. They abandoned the corridor. The supplier operated in Greyhaven, 2 days north by road. The municipal council wanted to send a formal inquiry. Kai refused. They already sent formal answers. The mayor looked at the cancellation notices. "Then what do you suggest?" "We go there." Martin stared at him. "You came to investigate Belmare. We came to investigate why this corridor stopped." "Planning." Kai tapped the written reason. "This is part of it." The mayor glanced toward Elena. "How long will you be away?" "Long enough to hear the version nobody included in the report." They left Belmare the following morning. Martin joined them with the mayor's authorization and every contract connected to the supplier. The road north followed the river for several miles before separating into forested hills. Elena spent the journey comparing clauses across 5 years of agreements. The oldest contract occupied 6 pages. The newest contained 21. Kai looked over from the opposite seat. "That seems healthy." "It isn't." She marked repeated additions. Every dispute created another clause. Every clause created another exception. Every exception created another approval requirement. Martin, exception created another approval requirement. Adjusted his collar. Those protections exist for a reason. Most protections do. Elena closed the contract. The question is whether they still protect the work. Greyhaven's industrial quarter announced itself through sound before architecture. Metal presses struck in measured intervals. Steam escaped through high vents. Freight carts entered and left wide factory gates without stopping long enough to form queues. The manufacturer named on the notice occupied 3 connected buildings near the Eastern Canal. Its sign read, "Wyvos Mechanical Works." A receptionist accepted the provincial authorization, disappeared through a side door and returned with a man in a dark work coat. Director Emile Voss. He did not offer refreshments. He did not ask why they had come. He looked at Martin's municipal seal and said, "We won't reopen the contracts," Kai answered. "We haven't asked you to." That earned a pause. Emile led them into a meeting room overlooking the assembly floor. Workers moved below in coordinated lines. Components entered from one side. Tested mechanisms left from the other. No shelf appeared overcrowded. No workstation sat idle. The factory did not lack business. Elena placed the cancellation notices on the table. "We want to understand this phrase." Emile read the line without needing to look closely. Unmanageable commercial risk. What made it unmanageable? Which year? Martin frowned. "What do you mean?" Emile opened a cabinet and removed a thick file. "The first year?" "Payment delays." A second file. "The next, delivery disputes." A third. Then inspection changes. A fourth. Then regional storage charges. He placed the files in front of them. Eventually, the risk stopped being one problem. It became the customer. Martin opened the earliest file. The manufacturer had delivered pump assemblies to Harridan. Payment arrived 47 days late because the town used a different acceptance certificate from the corridor procurement office. The second dispute involved loading equipment for Belmare. The transport contractor charged additional handling after the municipality changed the delivery point. The manufacturer disputed the fee. The equipment remained in storage for 3 months. The third file contained an irrigation mechanism rejected at Eastbridge because an inspector applied updated standards issued after production began. Emile folded his hands. "We can price steel. We can price labor. We can price transport. We cannot price rules that change after agreement," Kai asked. "Why not raise your rates?" "We did. And?" "The corridor accused us of overcharging." Martin looked down. Emile continued. "Then we required deposits. The towns rejected them. We shortened payment windows. The Treasury office said the schedule was impossible. We limited delivery points. Local authorities called us inflexible." He looked towards inflexible. "The factory floor. At some point, declining work became cheaper than accepting it." Elena examined the disputed contracts. "Did anyone meet with all parties together?" "No." "Supplier, transporter, local office, and inspector?" "Never." "Why?" Each dispute belonged to a different department. Kai almost laughed. Not from humor. From recognition. Every institution had processed its own section. No one had owned the relationship between them. "Would you return to the corridor?" he asked. Martin turned sharply. Emile did not answer immediately. "Under the current system?" "No." "Under different terms?" "That depends." "On what?" Emile counted them without hesitation. "1 contract authority. 1 confirmed delivery point. Inspection standards fixed before. Manufacturing. Payment released by a defined date. Disputes handled without freezing unrelated orders." Elena recorded each condition. Martin said, "Some of those changes require provincial approval. Then secure it." Emile leaned back. "You asked why we left. That is why." Kai looked through the meeting room window. The factory below functioned because transitions were controlled. Materials arrived. Responsibility transferred. Tests occurred before the next stage. Nothing advanced because someone assumed another department would finish it. "What if we begin with 1 order?" he asked. Emile looked at him. "Which order?" "The North Gate Assembly." Martin stiffened. "We don't have authority to place it today." "No." Kai kept his attention on Emile. "But you know the design." "We do." "You know the previous contract." "Yes. If the province provides clear terms matching your conditions, would you manufacture it?" Emile considered the question. "Not under the old contract? A new one, with 1 responsible office?" "Yes. Payment secured before dispatch, defined and..." "Secured. Inspection standard locked at signing?" "Yes." "Who guarantees that?" Kai did not pretend he possessed authority he lacked. "The provincial commerce chairman." Emile's gaze sharpened. "Will he sign?" "I don't know." "Then there is no order." "Not yet." Kai stood. "But there is a decision he can make." Before leaving, Elena requested copies of every disputed record. Emile agreed on 1 condition. "Do not reduce this to a story about unreasonable officials." Martin looked surprised. Emile faced him directly. "Most people involved were following instructions. That is what made it dangerous." Elena nodded. "The report will distinguish misconduct from system failure. For the first time." Emile's posture eased. "Then you may have the files." They returned to their lodging after sunset. Martin sat at the small desk while Elena arranged the evidence into 4 columns. Contract formation, manufacturing, delivery, acceptance and payment. Every major dispute occurred between columns, not within them. The departments aren't failing at their tasks, Martin said. Kai looked toward him. They're failing at handoffs. Martin rubbed both hands over his face. I approved contracts like these. Did you design the system? No. Did you know the consequences? No. Then, stop defending the old process and help. Then stop defending the old process and help. Us replace it. Martin lowered his hands. The shame remained, but it no longer controlled him. What do we need? Elena turned the page. A single accountable chain. The draft they produced that night was not a provincial policy. It was narrower. A pilot contract for one Northgate assembly, one contracting authority, one supplier, one delivery destination, one inspection standard, one payment deadline. At each transition, a named person would confirm not merely that a document had moved, but that the outcome had reached the next responsible party. Kai read the final page. Too simple? Martin shook his head. The old contract was 21 pages. This is 9. Most of the missing pages were protections. Elena looked at him. Protections against specific past disputes. Yes. Did they prevent new ones? No. Then they were records of fear. Martin said nothing after that. The provincial signal office accepted their emergency transmission before midnight. Kai expected the chairman's reply the following morning. It arrived within an hour. The message contained 3 lines. Pilot contract authorized, GG payment security. Approved, proceed. Only with supplier acceptance and local engineering verification. Below them appeared the chairman's seal. Below them appeared the chairman's seal. Martin read it twice. He agreed. Kai folded the message. He agreed to test it. That isn't the same thing. No, but it's enough to move. Emil returned to the factory office despite the late hour. They reviewed the pilot contract through the speaking line, clause by clause. He altered 2 technical terms. Elena removed an ambiguous delivery phrase. The senior engineer in Belmare verified the fixed inspection standard by relay. The Treasury office confirmed secured payment. Nothing remained assumed. At the end, Emil said, Voss Mechanical Works accepts. Martin exhaled hard enough for everyone to hear. When can manufacturing begin? It began 20 minutes ago. Kai looked toward the speaking tube. You hadn't accepted yet. I ordered material preparation. Emil's voice remained dry. Trust does not require recklessness, but readiness helps. The Northgate assembly would take 12 days. That should have ended the immediate problem. Instead, the pilot contract exposed another. The required control alloy came from a foundry west of Herodin. When Voss Mechanical Works requested a delivery date, the foundry refused to guarantee one. Not because of production, because freight schedules through the corridor changed too often. Emil transmitted the response the next morning. Martin stared at the message. We solved the contract. We solved one transition. Elena corrected. Kai looked at the corridor map. The chain had moved one step farther. The assembly required alloy. The alloy required transport. Transport required predictable schedules. Every attempted solution revealed the next broken handoff. But now they had a method. Not to solve everything at once. To follow responsibility until it stopped. They returned to Belmare with the supplier files and the accepted pilot agreement. The council assembled before their carriage reached the municipal office. This time, workshop owners filled half the chamber. Della stood beside the river engineer rather than near the door. Kai placed the contract at the center of the table. The Northgate assembly is now in production. A wave of relief moved through the room. He did not allow it to settle. The manufacturer still considers the corridor high risk. The mayor looked toward the contract, but they accepted. One controlled order, not the corridor. Elena distributed copies of the supplier conditions. If you treat this as proof, the problem is fixed. The manufacturer will leave again. Della read the payment clause, named responsibility at every transfer. Martin nodded. We will use the same chain for critical orders. A warehouse representative asked, Only government orders? Kai looked toward him. Why only government orders? The man hesitated. Our private contracts fail at the same points. Then adapt it. A freight operator spoke next. We need fixed delivery definitions. A mill owner added, and inspection requirements before production. Within minutes, the pilot contract was no longer merely a government document. It had become a common language. Not mandatory, not perfect, useful. The first resistance came before noon. The Belmare Commercial Council's senior procurement officer arrived with 3 assistants and a written objection. His name was Roland Vey. He placed the document before the mayor. This procedure exceeds the assessment team's authority. Martin stiffened. The mayor read the first page. Roland continued. It centralizes responsibility. That is the purpose, Elena said. It also increases personal liability. Yes. Several officials shifted in their seats. Roland turned toward Kai. The existing system distributes authority to prevent abuse. It also distributes failure until no one owns it. You are proposing that individuals become accountable for circumstances beyond their control. No, Kai pointed to the transition stages. They become accountable for verifying the responsibility they accepted. Roland's expression remained controlled. And when a transporter fails, the transporter owns that stage. When weather delays delivery, the delay is recorded as weather. When inspection discovers a defect, the supplier owns the defect. And when responsibility is disputed, then the dispute has a defined starting point. Kai looked around the chamber. The current system does not prevent blame. It prevents resolution. Roland's objection was not dishonest. That made it harder. Officials feared becoming the named person on records, because the old system punished visible responsibility, while hidden delay remained safer. Martin understood before anyone else. We train people to avoid signatures. Roland looked toward him. We train them to follow procedure. No. Martin placed the missing assembly records beside the objection. We train them to complete their daction. Page. He tapped the empty receiving reference. Nobody checked whether the part reached the gate. Roland's gaze moved across the documents. For the first time, his certainty weakened. But he did not withdraw the objection. I request provincial review before implementation beyond the pilot order. The mayor looked toward Kai. Kai nodded. Granted. Martin seemed ready to protest. Kai stopped him. If the method cannot survive review, it cannot support the corridor. Roland collected his papers. You appear confident. No. Kai answered plainly. I appear willing to test it. During that time, the corridor produced another warning. A grain warehouse in Harrowden canceled its harvest storage contracts. Not because its building lacked space, because the owner could not secure reliable barge capacity. Without storage guarantees, farmers began negotiating immediate sales at lower prices. One transport uncertainty had begun transferring value away from an entire season's work. Kai, Elena, and Martin left for Harrowden that afternoon. The road followed fields already turning gold. Harvest had not begun. The consequences had. At the first farm they visited, grain sacks from the previous season had been repurposed as patching material. The farmer showed them an unsigned sale offer, half the normal advance. Kai read the terms. Why accept this? Because half now is safer than full payment after a warehouse says it has no space. Have you asked the warehouse? Everyone has. And they won't promise. The phrase again, not refusal, not failure. No promise. The Harrowden warehouse owner received them in an office overlooking an empty storage floor. His name was Samuel Orr. The building could hold enough grain for 3 surrounding villages. Only one section had been reserved. Samuel placed his barge correspondence on the desk. I can store the harvest. I cannot guarantee when it leaves. Why does that stop you accepting it? Storage contracts include release dates. If I miss them, I pay penalties. Remove the penalty. Then farmers carry all the risk. Extend the dates. Buyers won't accept uncertainty. Kai studied the chain. Farmer. Warehouse. Barge operator. Buyer. Warehouse. Every party protected itself by pushing uncertainty to the next. Eventually, the person with the least power carried it. The farmers. Elena asked, What would allow you to sign? Samuel answered, Guaranteed minimum freight capacity. From whom? At least 2 barge operators. Why 2? One failure cannot stop the entire harvest. That was not a demand for certainty. It was a demand for resilience. The 2 largest barge operators refused a joint meeting. They had competed for years. Each suspected the other would use shared information to undercut rates. Kai met them separately. Both gave the same reason for avoiding harvest commitments: variable lock delays, unplanned handling fees, no compensation when municipal closures interrupted routes. One captain said, I can promise capacity. I cannot promise the river. Kai returned to Elena with the statement. She looked toward the harvest fields beyond town. We don't need them to promise the river. We need them to define what happens when the river changes. That evening, they drafted another pilot agreement. Not a fixed arrival guarantee. A capacity commitment with contingency rules. If one barge was delayed, the other operator accepted a defined share. If both were delayed by municipal closure, storage deadlines extended automatically. Handling fees had to be declared before loading. No party could change terms after cargo entered the route. Samuel reviewed it. So the schedule can fail. Yes, Kai said. But the contract survives. That's the idea. The operators agreed only after the Merchant Guild offered neutral record-keeping. The first agreement covered one village's harvest. No more. The farmers still faced risk. The warehouse still faced weather. The barges still faced weather and machinery. But uncertainty no longer moved silently from one party to another. It had somewhere to go. Roles, contingencies, named decisions. Samuel signed the storage contracts the next morning. Not all of them. Enough to reopen the warehouse floor. Workers began sweeping the unused sections before noon. Outside, 3 farmers tore up their low-price sale offers. No one called it recovery. The harvest had not begun. The grain had not moved. But people had started making plans again. The Provincial Review reached Harridan by courier that afternoon. Roland's objection had been partially upheld. The transition accountability system could continue under pilot status. It could not become mandatory without broader legal review. Martin looked disappointed. Kai did not. They allowed the test. They limited it. Good. Martin frowned. Good? If we force it before proving it works, people will follow the form and avoid the purpose. Elena read the review's final note. Voluntary adoption permitted for commercial and municipal agreements. She looked toward the newly opened warehouse floor. That is enough. That night, Kai stood outside Harridan's signal office while Elena finished transmitting their updated findings. The province had asked why coordination was declining. They now had more than an answer. They had a pattern. Responsibility vanished at transitions. Uncertainty moved toward weaker participants. Procedures protected departments instead of outcomes. And every unresolved failure taught people that planning was more dangerous than waiting. Elena emerged carrying the verified ledger. The chairman wants us in Eastbridge next. Why? A cluster of unexplained inspection fees. Kai looked toward the road disappearing east. The investigation had begun with one map, then one gate. One missing assembly, one supplier, one harvest agreement. The problem kept expanding. But for the first time, it no longer felt shapeless. Each failure left a trail. Documents, decisions, transfers. Someone waiting at the end. Kai took the ledger from Elena. How many unresolved claims? 37? Verified? 9. He sighed. We've accomplished very little. We reopened a gate, restarted one order, restored part of a harvest plan, and identified a repeatable failure. She met his eyes. That isn't little. Kai looked back toward the warehouse where workers continued preparing empty storage bays under lantern light. No, it just isn't finished. It shouldn't be. They began walking toward the lodging house. Behind them, Harridan prepared for a harvest it had nearly stopped believing it could manage. Ahead, Eastbridge waited with another set of records that claimed the corridor was functioning. And somewhere between those two truths, the real system remained hidden. Dawn found the road to Eastbridge already busy. Unlike Belmare, where river traffic defined the town's rhythm, Eastbridge stood at the junction between road and water. Freight wagons lined one entrance. Canal barges waited along the opposite bank. Every shipment changed hands at least once before continuing its journey. Kai understood why inspection records accumulated here. Every transfer created another opportunity for delay. The district inspection office occupied an old customs building overlooking the central freight yard. Inspectors moved between warehouses, carrying clipboards instead of tools. Colored seals marked completed inspections. Different colors represented different departments: transportation, agriculture, public safety, commercial standards. Elena watched a merchant stop at 4 separate desks before receiving permission to unload his cargo. How long? Martin answered quietly. On a good day, 2 hours. And a bad one, no one measures those. Chief Inspector Harold Finn received them without enthusiasm. Unlike Martin, he had not spent the past several days following the investigation. He had only received the provincial authorization. I've prepared every inspection report you requested. Kai looked around the office. Shelves stretched from floor to ceiling. Thousands of files. Nothing appeared neglected. Nothing appeared disorganized. The records themselves were immaculate. You've been told we're investigating coordination failures, Kai said. I have. You disagree? I investigate compliance. Harold folded his hands. If every office fulfilled its inspection duties, coordination belongs to someone else. Kai glanced toward Elena. The answer sounded familiar. Not defensive, compartmentalized. Rather than opening the reports immediately, Kai asked, would you walk us through today's inspections? Harold frowned. The records are complete. I'm sure they are. I'd still like to see the work. The chief inspector considered him for a moment, then stood. Very well. The freight yard covered nearly 8 acres. Dozens of wagons waited in orderly lines. Inspectors moved efficiently between them. Every procedure followed written standards: cargo identification, weight verification, seal inspection, destination confirmation. Nothing appeared wasteful. Nothing appeared chaotic. Kai watched one grain shipment complete inspection. The merchant thanked the inspector, then remained standing beside his wagon. Why isn't he leaving? Kai asked. Harold looked over. He's waiting. For what? The transportation seal. Kai followed the merchant's gaze. Another office, another queue. 10 minutes later, the transportation seal was applied. The wagon rolled 30 meters, then stopped again. This time, agricultural certification. Kai looked toward Harold. The grain has already been inspected for commercial transport. This inspection confirms export eligibility. Were the sacks reopened? No. The sacks reopened. Measurements repeated? No. The paperwork? Verified again? Kai said nothing. He simply continued watching. By noon, Elena had filled an entire page. Not with duplicated verification. The same shipment. The same weight. The same destination. The same ownership, recorded separately by 4 departments. She approached one young inspector after he completed another form. May I ask something? Of course. You wrote the wagon number. Yes, the commercial office already recorded it. I know. So why write it again? The young inspector looked genuinely confused. Because our office needs its own record. Can you access theirs? No. Why not? They belong to another department. Back inside. Harold reviewed Elena's notes. Those procedures exist to prevent fraud. They probably do, Elena agreed. But how many fraudulent wagons have you discovered this month? Harold consulted a summary ledger. 1. And how many legitimate wagons? Repeated the same information. He closed the ledger. Several thousand, Martin quietly asked. Has anyone calculated the total inspection time? No. The staffing cost? No. The cumulative merchant delays? No. Harold looked toward him. Those aren't inspection metrics. Kai finally understood why the provincial reports had never identified the problem. Every department measured success using its own numbers. No one measured the journey experienced by the merchant. Late that afternoon, they requested permission to review historical fee records. Harold immediately produced them. Every inspection fee had legal authorization. Every adjustment carried official approval. None appeared improper, until Elena arranged them chronologically. She placed transportation fees beside inspection fees. Inspection fees beside storage fees. Storage fees beside handling fees. Then she looked at Martin. When were merchants informed? He searched the circulars. They weren't. What? The departments published their own notices, separately. Kai understood immediately. No merchant reads 4 different government bulletins every week. Martin slowly lowered the papers, so every department assumed someone else had informed them. The warehouse owner Samuel Orr had described changing costs. The suppliers had described unpredictable contracts. Now the mechanism stood before them, not hidden. Simply fragmented. One office increased inspection fees. Another adjusted storage charges. A third changed documentation requirements. Each decision was reasonable. Together, they made future costs impossible to estimate. That evening, Kai requested a meeting unlike any held so far. Not with merchants, not with inspectors, with every department sharing the freight yard. Harold looked doubtful. They've never met together. Why? They've never needed to. Kai looked through the office window toward the wagon still waiting for evening clearance. I think they have. The meeting was scheduled for the following morning. For the first time since arriving in Eastbridge, the investigation would not ask what each department had done. It would ask what happened between them. The conference room overlooking the freight yard had never been used for a meeting of this kind. 4 long tables had been arranged into a square. Representatives from transportation, commercial inspection, agriculture, customs documentation, and municipal storage sat according to department out of habit. Even before anyone spoke, invisible lines divided the room. Harold Finn noticed it first. He quietly moved his own chair away from the commercial inspection section and sat between transportation and agriculture. No one commented. Several people unconsciously shifted their own seats afterward. It was a small change. Kai noticed it anyway. The meeting began without speeches. Elena placed a single freight record at the center of the table. 1 wagon, 1 merchant, 1 destination. She looked around the room. How many departments processed this shipment yesterday? The transportation director answered first. Transportation. Harold added, commercial inspection. An agricultural officer spoke next. Agricultural certification. A storage administrator nodded. Municipal freight registration. 4, Elena said. She wrote the number on the board. How many inspections found problems? Silence. Harold checked the file. None. How many departments recorded the wagon number? The answers came one after another. We did. So did we. Us as well. And us? Elena wrote again. Zame wagon number. 4 times weight? 4. Destination? 4. Owner? 4. She stepped back. This shipment required 4 departments. It did not require 4 identities. One administrator frowned. If we remove duplicate records, fraud becomes easier. Kai nodded. A fair concern. He turned toward Harold. Yesterday. How many fraudulent shipments did your department discover? 1. The month before? 1. Kai faced the room. So 4 departments repeated identical information for more than 12,000 legitimate shipments to detect 1 fraudulent shipment. The room remained quiet. Not because anyone disagreed, because no one had ever heard the numbers spoken together. Martin placed another document beside Elena's. The merchant whose grain wagon we followed. He pointed toward the timestamps. Commercial inspection, 9/12. Transportation approval, 9/34. Agricultural certification, 9/57. Storage confirmation, 10/18. The merchant had spent just over 1 hour moving less than 60 meters. No department had delayed him intentionally. Every department had worked efficiently. Together, they had created delay. The transportation director crossed his arms. So what do you recommend? Kai answered immediately. Nothing. Several people looked confused. We're still investigating. He looked around the table. I don't recommend solutions before understanding. Why intelligent people built the current system? That answer changed the atmosphere. No one felt accused. The conversation became easier. Harold spoke first. Our department duplicated commercial records because 23 years ago, a shipment disappeared between offices. The agricultural representative nodded. We added independent verification after diseased grain entered another province. Transportation followed. We separated scheduling from inspection because inspectors once delayed military freight. The storage administrator added quietly. We created our own registration after warehouse ownership disputes. Each procedure had begun as a response to a real failure. Not bureaucracy for its own sake. History. Layer upon layer. No one had ever removed the previous layer after the emergency ended. Elena drew 4 rectangles on the board. Each represented 1 department. Between them she drew arrows. How often do these departments review overlapping procedures together? Harold answered. I don't remember the last time. The transportation director looked toward agriculture. I've never attended one. The agricultural representative gave a small laugh. I didn't know we were allowed to. The laughter spread around the room. Not because the joke was especially funny. Because everyone realized it was true. True? Kai walked toward the window overlooking the freight yard. Below, another line of wagons slowly advanced. He pointed downward. How many merchants understand which department caused a delay? No one, Martin answered. They only know the freight yard. Kai nodded. The customer experience is 1 system. He turned back toward the room. We manage 5. That sentence lingered longer than any proposal. Even Harold repeated it softly. 1 system, 5 managers. Instead of debating reforms, Elena proposed an experiment. Choose 1 freight lane. She pointed toward the eastern warehouse district. Only 1. For 2 weeks. Transportation looked interested. What changes? No procedures. Only communication. She continued writing. 1 shared shipment log. 1 inspection timestamp. 1 daily coordination meeting lasting 15 minutes. No duplicated requests for information already verified unless legally required. If the law requires duplication, record why. If duplication exists only because no one asked, remove it after review. The room exchanged glances. It sounded almost disappointingly simple. Harold finally smiled. I think that's exactly why we never tried it. The transportation director leaned forward. Suppose the experiment fails. Kai shrugged. Then we'll know something. And if it succeeds, then we'll know something better. The meeting concluded with surprisingly little resistance. No regulations changed. No authority shifted. Only 1 agreement emerged. For 14 days, 1 freight corridor inside Eastbridge would be treated as a single journey, rather than 4 departmental responsibilities. Every department signed beneath the pilot, not because the province ordered it, because each department would still retain its own authority. The experiment only changed how they talked to one another. The first results appeared before lunch. A merchant delivering machine bearings approached the inspection office, carrying 4 separate document folders. Harold stopped him. You only need 1. The merchant blinked. Only 1? We'll circulate it internally. He looked suspicious. Will that work? Harold smiled. We're about to find out. The shipment completed every inspection in 27 minutes. No procedure had been skipped. The inspectors simply stopped asking the merchant to carry identical information between offices. Elena wrote the completion time beside yesterday's. Previous, 66 minutes. Pilot, 27 minutes. The transportation director stared at the numbers. No additional staff. No overtime. No shortcuts. No. Kai added quietly. Only fewer handoffs. Words spread through the freight yard faster than official notices. Merchants began asking whether their shipments qualified for the pilot lane. Some did, most did not. Even so, conversations changed. Instead of asking, which office delayed me, people began asking, is this shipment on the coordinated route? The language itself had shifted, not departments, journeys. That afternoon, a warehouse clerk hurried into Harold's office. There's a problem. Everyone looked up. The transportation office approved a shipment, but agriculture hasn't. Harold stood. Where's the shipment? The eastern lane. Harold smiled instead of frowning. Excellent. The clerk looked bewildered. Excellent. We found the first coordination issue. He gathered the relevant inspectors. Let's solve it together, instead of sending written notices between offices. The three departments walked 50 meters across the yard. The disagreement concerned moisture certification dates. It took 9 minutes to resolve, not because the issue was simple, because everyone discussing it stood in the same place. Elena timed the entire process, then quietly wrote another note. Distance between offices, 53 meters. Previous communication time, average 6 hours. Martin stared at the figures. We've been sending paper farther than people. By the third day, the freight yard felt subtly different. Inspectors still performed inspections. Transportation still scheduled wagons. Agriculture still enforced certification. Nothing fundamental had changed. Yet officials began walking to neighboring offices before writing memorandums. Merchants stopped carrying duplicate document bundles. Storage clerks called inspectors directly when paperwork conflicted. No one announced these changes. They simply became easier than the old habits. Late that afternoon, Kai and Elena sat on a wooden bench overlooking the canal while reviewing updated figures. Average processing time? Kai asked. Reduced by 38%. Inspection quality. No decrease. Fraud none detected. Kai looked across the water where barges unloaded into waiting wagons. The interesting part isn't the numbers. Elena nodded. It's the conversations. Harold had visited transportation 3 times that day without formal requests. The agricultural office had asked commercial inspection to review a revised checklist before issuing it. Storage administrators had begun attending the 15-minute morning meeting voluntarily. The experiment had improved communication before it improved efficiency. That mattered more. Martin joined them carrying fresh correspondence from the province. The chairman has been reading every nightly report. Kai accepted the sealed letter. Inside was only 1 page. No praise. No congratulations. Only a handwritten question. Why, if coordination can be restored locally, what prevents the entire province from doing the same? Kai folded the page. That's the wrong question. Martin tilted his head. It is? Local coordination is local coordination. Easier. Why? Because people can still walk across the yard. He looked toward the river. A province cannot. Elena immediately understood. Our next problem isn't procedures. Kai nodded. It's distance. Physical distance. Institutional distance. Information distance. Trust across places that would never share the same room. Everything they had repaired so far relied on bringing people together. That approach could not scale forever. The province had reached the same limit. The warehouse had quietly solved that problem within the old merchant district. Shared records. Reliable transitions. Institutional memory. Kai looked toward the evening sky. For the first time since leaving Gold Leaf City, his thoughts drifted back to the Universal Commission shop. Not because he wished the warehouse were here to solve the problem for him, but because he finally understood something it had been teaching him from the beginning. The warehouse had never been valuable because it stored extraordinary things. It was valuable because nothing disappeared once responsibility entered its doors. No object, no promise, no knowledge, no transition. The province did not need another magical warehouse. It needed systems that behaved as though one existed. Kai slowly smiled. I think we've been studying the warehouse from the wrong direction. Elena closed her ledger. I was wondering when you'd say that. The investigation had uncovered more than failing contracts and delayed freight. For the first time, Kai could see the underlying philosophy connecting the warehouse, the Universal Commission shop, and every successful institution they had rebuilt. Not miracles. Continuity. And somewhere beyond Eastbridge, the next piece of that philosophy was already waiting. The evening train carried them back toward Goldleaf City beneath a sky washed with deep violet. The investigation files occupied nearly an entire seat. Belmare, Greyhaven, Harrowden, Eastbridge. 4 locations, dozens of interviews, hundreds of records, thousands of ordinary decisions. Kai no longer saw them as separate reports. He saw one conversation. Elena closed the final ledger. Verified findings? Kai answered without looking up. 12. Working theories, 24. Unresolved, too many. She smiled. That's a better ratio than when we arrived. Martin, seated across from them, carefully packed the provincial files into reinforced cases. When I first met you, he admitted, I thought this assessment would produce another report. Kai looked toward him. It will. Martin shook his head. No. This... He rested a hand on one of the cases. Is going to change how I work. The train reached Goldleaf shortly after sunset. News of their return had somehow arrived before they did. Edwin waited beside the platform. Professor Alden stood nearby. Even Leo had appeared with a notebook already open. Kai pointed at him. No. Leo looked offended. I haven't even asked anything. You were about to. I was. Then no. Professor Alden laughed quietly. I believe you've become easier to read. Edwin accepted one of the document cases. How bad? Kai considered the question. Better than expected, and worse. Edwin nodded. I was afraid you'd say that. The province doesn't have a resource problem. It has a continuity problem. Edwin stopped walking. He looked toward Kai for several seconds, then he smiled. I think the chairman will like that sentence. He shouldn't. Why? Because now he'll ask how to fix it. The Provincial Commerce Administration scheduled the final review for the following morning. That left one unexpected luxury, an evening with nothing officially required. Kai unlocked the Universal Commission shop. The familiar bell above the door rang softly. Lumi appeared almost instantly. You came back. We did. She looked behind them. No giant machines? No. No mysterious relics? No. She frowned. You travel very differently from customers. Kai laughed. We mostly brought paperwork. She looked dramatically disappointed. Paperwork never makes exciting noises. The shop felt exactly as they had left it. The consultation table, the journals, the shelves, even the afternoon light falling across the workshop floor. Kai suddenly understood why returning home after every journey mattered. The warehouse remained constant. People did not. Several letters waited on the counter. One from Director Vose. The clinic had completed another quarterly review. Medicine shortages had continued declining. Another came from Bernard. The Restoration School had accepted 12 new apprentices. The archive project had expanded into 2 neighboring districts. A third arrived from Old Master Chen. Only one sentence. The eastern roof finally stopped leaking. Thank you. Kai smiled. So the roof survived. Elena read over his shoulder. I suspected it would. You usually do. None of the letters requested anything. That struck Kai more than any statistics. People no longer wrote only when something was broken. Sometimes, they simply shared good news. The next morning, the review chamber contained fewer people than before. The chairman, Professor Alden, Edwin, Martin, Kai, Elena. The atmosphere had changed. The first meeting asked what was wrong. This one asked what had been learned. The chairman opened the session. You visited 4 locations. You investigated 43 documented failures. You submitted over 300 pages of evidence. He folded his hands. Summarize your conclusion. Kai remained standing. The province functions. Several officials looked surprised. He continued. That is why the decline was difficult to detect. No single institution had failed. No single policy had collapsed. No widespread corruption. No catastrophic shortage. He paused. The province functions poorly together. Elena placed one diagram onto the central table, not dozens. One, it showed every major transition they had investigated. Supplier, transport, inspection, storage, workshop, merchant, customer. Between every stage appeared the same symbol. A handoff. She spoke calmly. We investigated machinery. The real failures occurred between machines. We investigated contracts. The real failures occurred between responsibilities. We investigated departments. The real failures occurred between departments. Silence settled across the room, not uncomfortable. Reflective, Martin stood next. No one expected him to. I owe this room an apology. Several officials looked puzzled. I defended procedures because they were correct. They were. He nodded toward Kai. I should have been asking whether they were complete. The chairman watched him carefully. You've changed your opinion. I've changed my question. The review continued for nearly 2 hours. Evidence, examples, pilot results, the Belmare Lock Gate, the Voss mechanical contract, the Harrodin Harvest Agreement, the Eastbridge Coordination Lane. Nothing was exaggerated. Nothing was hidden. Even their remaining uncertainties occupied an entire section. When the presentation ended, no one spoke immediately. The chairman slowly closed the final folder. I invited you to explain declining coordination. He looked toward the diagrams covering the table. You've instead given us a different way to see administration. He stood and walked toward the window. The province cannot adopt every recommendation immediately. I wouldn't expect it to. Some require legal review, I know. Some will fail, I know. The chairman turned back. But one decision does not. He picked up the Eastbridge pilot report. This, he held it up. Every district in the province will establish a daily interdepartmental coordination review for shared infrastructure. Martin blinked. So soon, we don't need new laws to encourage people to speak to one another. A few quiet laughs spread around the room. The chairman continued. The pilot contracts remain voluntary. The transition accountability model continues under assessment. But communication, he rested the report on the table, begins today. Begins today. After the meeting ended, officials gradually departed. Only the chairman remained. He looked toward Kai. Walk with me. The provincial gardens surrounded the rear of the administration building. Simple stone paths wound between old trees, planted decades earlier. The chairman stopped beneath one whose branches shaded nearly the entire courtyard. Do you know why I asked for your help? Kai shook his head. I suspected you were too close to the Merchant Guild to fear questioning old habits. The chairman smiled. Partly. He looked up into the leaves. But mostly because you inherited something unusual. Kai knew what he meant. Not the warehouse. The shop. The Universal Commission shop has never been important because it solves impossible requests. The chairman surprised him. It became important because institutions trust it. Kai remained silent. I've watched that happen. A clinic trusted your records. A museum trusted your judgment. Engineers trusted your documentation. Merchants trusted your contracts. The province trusted your investigation. He looked directly at Kai. You did not accumulate authority. You did not accumulate authority. Accumulated trust. The words settled quietly. They explained more than the chairman probably intended. When Kai returned to the shop that afternoon, Lumi floated excitedly around the consultation table. Did the province explode? No. Did anyone shout? Not much. She looked disappointed again. Government meetings sound boring. They usually are. So why are you smiling? Kai looked around. The familiar room. Because something had changed. Not outside, inside him. For months he had believed the warehouse existed to answer requests. Now, he suspected its true purpose had always been something larger. Not supplying objects. Preserving continuity. Making sure nothing important disappeared between one person and the next. A commission. A promise. Knowledge. Responsibility. Trust. Perhaps that had always been the greatest thing stored behind its door. The bell above the entrance rang. A young courier stepped inside carrying a leather dispatch case marked with the provincial commerce seal. I had delivery for the Universal Commission shop. Kai accepted it. The courier bowed and left. Inside the case rested a single bound folder. Its title read, "Wait Provincial Coordination Initiative." Attached to the cover was a handwritten note from the chairman. "This report belongs to the province. Why, the next one belongs to you." Kai opened the folder. The first page contained an implementation schedule. The second listed participating districts. The third was blank. At the top someone had written, "Wine lessons yet to be learned." Kai slowly smiled. The investigation had ended. The real work had not. Outside, another customer opened the shop door. The bell rang once more. The Universal Commission shop returned to business. Only now, Kai understood that every ordinary commission might become the first link in a chain extending far beyond the front counter. The customer did not approach the counter. He remained beside the door, rainwater dripping from the edge of his dark traveling coat. A young woman entered behind him carrying a narrow steel case with both hands. Neither wore guild colors. Neither carried Q tokens. Elena looked up from the provincial folder. "We've closed general intake for the afternoon." The man placed a sealed document on the requested desk. "This isn't a general commission." Kai recognized the crest before Elena broke the wax. Royal Academy of Applied Mechanics. The woman set the steel case beside it. "We were instructed to speak only with the owner." Lumi floated above the counter. Invisible to both visitors. "That usually means complications." Kai stepped forward. "I'm Kai Rowan." The man removed his gloves. "Dr. Adrian Wren, Senior Systems Engineer." He indicated his companion. "Engineer Lisa Marr." Elena examined them. The authorization. The document was genuine. More importantly, it did not authorize a purchase. It authorized disclosure. Kai looked from the seal to the steel case. What are you asking for? Adrian answered carefully. We don't know yet. Elena closed the provincial folder. Then you don't have valid commission. We have a failure. That isn't an object. No. Adrian rested one hand on the steel case. But what failed was. The case contained a black metal cylinder roughly the length of Kai's forearm. Its surface had been scorched at one end. Dozens of fine channels spiraled around the casing, converging on a fractured crystal socket. Kai had never seen anything like it. Lysa placed 3 diagrams beside the component. The first showed a complete device. The second showed internal airflow. The third had been crossed through repeatedly in red ink. What is it? Kai asked. A thermal stabilization core, Adrian said. For what? A prototype industrial furnace. Lysa continued. The Academy designed it to maintain consistent heat while refining difficult alloys. We built 4. All 4 failed. Kai examined the scorched casing. Exploded? No. Adrian's answer came too quickly. They shut down. Lysa looked at him. He corrected himself. 3 shut down. The 4th cracked its containment shell. Was anyone hurt? No. Because the test room was empty. Kai looked at the crossed-out design. You want another core. We want one that works. The system panel did not appear. That worried him immediately. He waited. Nothing. No pending intent. No appraisal. The warehouse had responded to incomplete requests before. This time, it remained silent. Elena noticed his hesitation. Do you own the design? The Academy does? Manufacturing authorization? Adrian slid another document across the table. Complete material certification? Included intended use, industrial research, safety. Review? Lysa hesitated. Provisional. Elena stopped. Why provisional? Because the device has not passed final testing. Because every prototype failed, Kai said. Adrian's jaw tightened. That is why we're here. Kai lifted one of the diagrams. The design looked complete. Every measurement specified, every material listed, every assembly stage documented. The Academy had not come asking the warehouse to guess. They had come with an object precise enough to manufacture. Still, the system refused to acknowledge it. Lumi, the rabbit, floated nearer. I see nothing. Not unavailable. No request. Not restricted. None. Kai placed the diagram flat. The warehouse wasn't rejecting the commission. It did not recognize the requested object as a valid answer. He looked toward Adrian. What makes you believe the core is the problem? The engineer frowned. Because it failed. That proves the system failed where the core was installed. 3 separate diagnostic teams identified thermal instability. Inside the core? Across the furnace? Kai tapped the red-marked airflow diagram. What changed immediately before shutdown? Lysa answered. Pressure increased in the return channel. And immediately before that? She looked toward Adrian. Temperature distribution shifted. And before that, neither engineer answered. Kai waited. Adrian eventually said. The tests were not designed to isolate every preceding stage, so you don't know whether the core caused the instability. We know replacing it is the fastest route to another test. Elena folded her hands. That isn't the same statement. The silence stretched. The Academy engineers had arrived expecting access to impossible manufacturing. Instead, they had found themselves defending the question. Adrian gathered the diagrams into a neater stack. Mr. Rowan, I respect caution, but the Academy has already spent 11 months reviewing this system. We do not need another general consultation. We need precision manufacturing beyond current workshops. Kai looked at the damaged cylinder. And if I give to ads a Deltrai, and I saw you a perfect version of the wrong component. Adrian did not answer. Lysa did. We lose another month. No. Kai shook his head. You gain confidence in a false conclusion. That possibility changed the room. A failed part could be replaced. A successful replacement that failed again would push the engineers toward increasingly desperate changes. The warehouse could make certainty dangerous. Kai carried the damaged core toward the wooden door. Adrian stepped forward. So you'll accept? No. I'm asking the warehouse what object this actually is. Isn't it obvious? Kai opened the door. No. The warehouse's mechanical district remained dark. Kai crossed the threshold carrying the core. Lanterns should have awakened. Drawers should have opened. Instead, only the bronze reception pedestal responded. A flat white light spread across its surface. Lumi hovered beside him. Administrative evaluation, not manufacturing? No. Kai placed the core on the pedestal. The system examined it for nearly a minute. Fine lines of light moved across the casing, through the crystal socket. along the scorched channels. Then, a message appeared. One resolved system failure in submitted object. Thermal stabilization core, prototype series. 4 object integrity. Compromised design ownership. Verified manufacturing authority. Available requested outcome. Functional furnace stabilization, causal link. Unverified manufacturing recommendation. Denied pending system-level diagnosis. Kai read the final line again. The warehouse could manufacture it. Yes, Lumi said, but won't. It refuses to validate an unproven assumption. A second panel appeared. Required commission. Revision provide. Complete system design operational test records. Failure sequence verified performance target. The requested object must solve a defined physical problem. It cannot merely repeat an unsuccessful design. Kai looked toward the dark mechanical district. For months, the warehouse had provided answers. Now it demanded better evidence before it would allow one. Can it diagnose the entire furnace? Not as currently requested? What would the customer need to ask? Lumi's ears tilted. That is for the shopkeeper to determine. Kai returned, carrying the damaged core. Adrian looked toward his empty hands. You couldn't manufacture it. I could. Then why didn't you? Because the warehouse agrees that you haven't proved the core is the problem. The engineer's expression hardened. The warehouse agrees. Kai, place the damaged component back into its case. It requires the complete furnace design, operational records, and failure sequence. Adrian gave a short, disbelieving laugh. We cannot bring industrial furnace into this shop. You don't need to. Elena pulled a new consultation packet from the drawer. Bring its documentation. Lysa stared at the forms. How much documentation? All of it. Adrian's patience finally broke. We came for one component. Kai met his gaze. And the shop is refusing to sell you one. On what commercial basis? Because the item you named may not solve the problem you described. That is not your decision. It is why you're asking me to manufacture it. The air tightened. Outside, customers continued passing the shop windows, unaware that the Royal Academy had just received a refusal. Adrian closed the steel case. This project has provincial significance. So did the lock gate. The province trusted you to assist. It trusted me to report what was true. Kai pushed the unsigned manufacturing authorization back across the unsigned counter. The truth is that your requested object has already failed 4 times. If you want a 5th copy, another workshop can produce it. If you want the furnace to work, bring the system. Adrian took the document. For a moment, it appeared the conversation had ended. Then Lysa asked, "Would you review the records personally?" Her superior turned sharply. Lysa. She did not look away from Kai. "If we bring everything, would you review it?" Kai nodded. "Yes, without promising manufacture? Without promising anything beyond an honest assessment." Lysa closed the steel case. "Then we'll return." Adrian said nothing as they left. The bell rang behind them. No commission had been accepted. No payment received. Yet the quiet left behind felt heavier than many successful sales. Elena moved the provincial folder aside. "You just refused the Royal Academy. I noticed. They may return with enough paper to occupy the entire consultation room." "I noticed that too." Lumi settled onto the damaged core intake form. "You matter no one? Settled on it, settled down." The correct decision. Kai looked toward the wooden door. "Did I?" The warehouse refused. The warehouse refused the request. He picked up the crossed-out airflow diagram the engineers had accidentally left behind. It didn't tell us what is wrong. That difference mattered. A rule could prevent a bad decision. It could not guarantee a good one. The Academy returned the following morning with 2 freight wagons. The first carried records. The second carried more records. Elena stood in the doorway as porters unloaded 11 sealed document trunks. "How large is the furnace?" Lysa climbed down from the first wagon. 28 meters. Elena watched another trunk enter. "I believe it may have been easier to bring it." The furnace. Adrian emerged last. He looked as though he had not slept. "We brought every design revision. Every test log. Materials certificates. Sensor records. Maintenance reports." He placed one final case on the counter, and the complete failure sequence from the 4th test. Kai looked toward Elena. She was already clearing the customer area. The shop would not operate normally today. This wasn't a commission that could be resolved between token numbers. They converted the front room into a temporary engineering office. Diagrams covered the walls. Test logs occupied the consultation tables. Elena created an index before allowing anyone to open the second trunk. Adrian objected. "We already have an index." She examined it. "Your index follows departments." "Yes. Design, materials, testing. Safety." She placed the document aside. "We need chronology." Why? Because the furnace failed in time. Not done all what? By department. Lisa quietly began reorganizing the first stack. Adrian watched her for several seconds, then joined. By noon, the records formed one continuous sequence. Design revision, material delivery, assembly, calibration. First, ignition. Pressure increase, temperature drift, automatic compensation, return channel instability, emergency shutdown. Kai traced the fourth test from beginning to end. The core had not failed first, it had reacted. 3 minutes before thermal drift, one sensor recorded a minor pressure difference in the upper chamber. The change fell within accepted limits. A second sensor detected reduced airflow 20 seconds later, also within limits. The core compensated. Exactly as designed. That correction increased return pressure. Then the system destabilized. Kai pointed toward the earlier reading. What caused this? Adrian examined it. Normal variation. Across all 4 tests, Lisa searched the earlier records. The same pressure difference appeared. Different intensity. Same stage. Adrian leaned closer. It begins before core engagement. The room became very quiet. Kai asked, what sits upstream? Lisa pulled down the furnace diagram. Primary distribution manifold. Was it inspected? Yes. Individually? Adrian closed his eyes. Every component had passed. The gate mechanism all over again. Kai tapped the design. The manifold passes inspection under static pressure. But during heat expansion, Lisa followed the channels. The left branch narrows. How much? Not enough to fail standard tolerance. Kai looked toward the fail standard tolerance. Repeated pressure readings. Enough to force the core to compensate. Adrian understood the rest. The core isn't unstable. It's correcting an imbalance it was never designed to carry. For nearly a year, the Academy had tried to manufacture a stronger answer to the wrong question. The perfect fifth core would have failed too. Perhaps faster. Perhaps violently. Adrian sat down. No one celebrated being correct. The discovery carried too much wasted time. Can the warehouse make a corrected manifold? Lisa asked. Kai looked toward the complete furnace design. Now the physical problem was defined. Uneven airflow caused by thermal deformation. The required object was no longer a core that works. It was a distribution system that maintained balanced flow under operating temperature. Specific, measurable, testable. A valid commission. The system appeared. White commission detective requested outcome. Balanced furnace airflow under verified operating conditions required object. Thermally compensated distribution manifold design basis. Royal Academy furnace prototype design ownership. Verified difficulty. Advanced manufacturing authority. Insufficient. Kai stopped. The last line did not change. He read it again. Insufficient. The warehouse had finally recognized the correct object, and Kai could not manufacture it. Lisa saw his expression. What is it? Kai answered honestly. The request is valid. Adrian stood. Then produce it. I can't. The words struck harder because everyone had spent hours earning the correct question. Adrian stared. You said the warehouse could manufacture, within its current authority. And this exceeds it? Yes. By how much? I don't know. Can it retrieve an existing manifold? No compatible design exists. Can it modify ours? Not at my level. The Academy engineer looked toward the ordinary wooden door. For the first time since entering, he did not look angry. He looked afraid. We delayed the next funding review for this result. Lisa lowered the latest test log. If we return without a component, the project may be closed. Kai examined the system panel again. No alternative recommendation. No partial manufacture. No safe substitute. Only a defined solution beyond the shop's reach. This was the failure the province had not seen. The warehouse had a limit. Not a moral refusal. Not an unclear request. A real limit. Elena moved beside him. What increases authority? Completed commissions. Customer satisfaction. Trust. Responsibility. How far are you from the next level? Kai called up his status. Owner? Cairo in authority. Level 3 progress. 41% next authority requirements. Advanced commission experience institutional trust manufacturing. Complexity operational staff development. 41%. No hidden shortcut. No single small commission would close the gap. Adrian read none of it. He saw only Kai's silence. How long? I can't promise. Days? I don't know. Weeks? I don't know. The engineer's control finally cracked. We brought you everything. I know, you found the problem. Yes, You know the object required. Yes. Then what is the point of your shop if it still cannot provide it? The question silenced even Lume. Kai could have defended himself, explained authority, explained limits, explained that the Academy had spent 11 months chasing the wrong part before arriving. None of those answers would change the missing manifold. He met Adrian's gaze. The point is that now you know what must be built. Knowing is not building. No. Kai looked toward the diagrams covering the shop walls. But you have engineers, workshops, foundries, testing halls. You came here because you wanted one impossible merchant to replace all of them. Adrian's expression hardened again. Kai continued. My warehouse cannot manufacture this. That does not mean no one can. Lysa looked toward the corrected design. Not with current processes. Then change the process. That could take months. Yes, the project may be cancelled. Yes, the project may be cancelled. Then give them a reason not to cancel it. Adrian laughed bitterly. A theory. A verified failure cause. A corrected performance target. A design requirement that didn't exist yesterday. Kai placed the valid commission assessment beside the valid commission assessment beside the test records. You came asking for a part. You leave with the problem finally understood. It isn't enough. No. Kai did not soften the truth. But it is more than you had. Adrian gathered the Academy documents. His movements were precise again. Cold. Professional. This consultation is complete. Elena looked toward him. You haven't asked the price. We didn't receive an object. Kai shook his head. There is no charge. Adrian almost objected. Then stopped. Lysa remained beside the corrected diagram. May we keep the assessment? Yes, it contains the target conditions. Everything the warehouse could verify. She rolled it carefully. At the doorway, she turned back. You said current workshops might still build it. If they work together? Do you know which ones? Kai thought of Voss Mechanical, Bernard's Precision Tools, the city foundries, the Provincial Coordination Initiative. All the systems they had just helped connect. No, he looked toward the provincial folder. But I know where to begin asking. Adrian paused outside. You would help us? Kai looked at the 11 trunks of records still occupying his shop. I already have. The answer did not satisfy him. But it stopped him from leaving. By sunset, the Universal Commission shop had accepted its first impossible commission that the warehouse could not fulfill. The customer had not withdrawn it. The system left the panel suspended behind the wooden door. Advanced commission pending thermally compensated distribution manifold fulfillment route. Unavailable, no timer, no penalty, no solution. Only an object the world needed and did not yet know how to make. Kai stood before the display after everyone else had gone. Lumi floated beside him. You could wait until your authority increases. The Academy may not have that long. You cannot force growth. I know. Your grandfather warned against demand. I remember. He looked at the pending commission. The temptation was clear. Open deeper sectors. Push the warehouse. Find an unauthorized route. Demand the answer. The fastest path was also the one his grandfather had feared. Kai closed the panel. We won't force the warehouse. Lumi relaxed. Then what will we do? Kai opened the provincial coordination folder. Inside waited a list of workshops, foundries, engineering offices, and institutions that had learned, sometimes painfully, how to share responsibility. We'll see whether the world can manufacture something the warehouse cannot. For the first time, the Universal Commission shop would not retrieve the answer from behind its door. It would have to build the path between everyone capable of creating it. The following morning, Elena converted the shop's consultation room into a coordination office. She divided the manifold project into 4 questions. What must the finished component do? Which parts could existing workshops already produce? Which tolerances exceeded current capability? Which institution would own the final result? Kai read the final question twice. That one isn't technical. It is the most important one. She placed the Royal Academy authorization beside the project ledger. If 5 workshops contribute and something fails, who signs the completed assembly? The Academy. Then they must approve every design change. Kai nodded. No hidden ownership. No blurred responsibility. The project would not repeat the corridor's mistakes before manufacturing even began. Lysa arrived first. Adrian came 10 minutes later carrying a formal Academy mandate. He placed it on the table. The project remains active for 30 days. Kai looked up. Only 30. The Funding Council granted an extension after reviewing the corrected failure analysis. Lysa added. They called it the first meaningful progress in 4 months. Adrian did not seem pleased by the praise. He looked toward the pending commission board Elena had prepared. After 30 days, the furnace program is suspended. Then we use the time properly, Kai said. Adrian's gaze hardened. No speeches, no promises, agreed? Kai opened the project ledger. Only work. The first technical meeting included 12 people. By noon, it included 23. Voss Mechanical joined through a speaking line from Greyhaven. The Royal Academy sent 2 materials specialists. Goldleaf's Precision Machinists Guild sent 3 master craftsmen. Bernard Hale came despite insisting that clockmakers had no place in furnace engineering. I make objects that fail when tolerances drift, he said. That appears relevant. A foundry director named Mara Kess brought alloy samples and a refusal. Prepared in advance. We cannot cast the manifold as one piece. Kai accepted the statement. What can you cast? Mara unfolded the design. 3 sections, perhaps 4. The joining surfaces would need machining beyond our current equipment. One of the machinists objected. We can achieve the dimensions. At room temperature, Lysa said. The assembly must hold alignment after repeated heating. Bernard leaned over the drawings. So the difficult part isn't making it fit. It's making it fit. It continued fitting. The room quieted. That distinction became the center of the project. Elena wrote the performance target across the largest board. Why balanced flow during repeated thermal expansion beneath it, she added. Why success is measured after heat, not before it. Every participant could understand that. They spent the afternoon separating the manifold into functions rather than departments. Contain pressure. Distribute airflow. Expand predictably. Return to alignment. Permit inspection. Allow replacement without dismantling the entire furnace. The original design attempted to accomplish everything inside one rigid casting. Mara pointed toward the central junction. That is why it deforms unevenly. Adrian frowned. The rigid structure was chosen to prevent leakage. It prevents movement, Bernard replied. Heat moves anyway. Lysa traced the outer branches. What if trace the outer branches? What if the manifold isn't rigid? One machinist laughed. Then it shakes itself apart. What if only the connection points move? Nobody answered immediately. Bernard took a blank sheet. He sketched the flexible mounting used inside large tower clocks to accommodate seasonal expansion without losing gear alignment. The scale was wrong. The material was wrong. The principle was not. Adrian stared at the drawing. That system carries almost no pressure. Bernard nodded. Then don't copy the mechanism. Copy the reason it exists. By evening, they had no final design. They had something better. 3 viable directions. A segmented casting with thermal joints. A fixed central chamber with sliding branch mounts. A layered manifold combining high-temperature alloy with replaceable expansion colors. Each required tests. Each involved different workshops. None could be produced by one institution alone. Adrian reviewed the preliminary plans. We are farther from a finished component than yesterday. Lysa looked toward him. We're closer to a design that deserves to be finished. He did not answer. But he did not object. The first prototypes failed within 2 days. The segmented casting leaked at the second thermal cycle. The sliding branch mount maintained alignment, but produced vibration above safe limits. The layered manifold survived heat, then cracked during cooling. No one attempted to hide the failures. Elena logged each result. Cause: responsible design stage. Required revision. No blame section existed. Only evidence. Still, tension accumulated. The Academy's deadline fell to 26 days. Marrakesh lost 2 foundry shifts to prototype work. Voss Mechanical postponed a private contract. The machinists worked overnight to meet test schedules. Goodwill had started the project. Goodwill would not sustain it forever. At the 4th day review, Emil Voss spoke through the relay line. We need funding terms. Adrian stiffened. The Academy cannot pay full commercial rates for unproven prototypes. Then the workshops cannot continue carrying the risk. Kai looked toward Elena. They had defined ownership of the result. They had not defined ownership of failure costs. Another transition. Another missing responsibility. Elena opened a fresh contract form. Prototype work is not production. Mara nodded. Correct. So stop paying as though you're buying successful components. Adrian looked toward her. What do you suggest? Pay for verified work stages. She listed them. Design review, material preparation, prototype manufacture, testing gargoyle, failure analysis. A failed prototype still completes several stages. It also produces knowledge. The Academy materials specialist added. Useful knowledge. Adrian remained uncertain. The Funding Council expects deliverables. Kai pointed toward the 3 failed prototypes. These are deliverables. Not the requested one, no. But each removed a wrong path. Kai met his gaze. if his gaze. The Academy only pays for success. Every workshop is encouraged to hide uncertainty until it becomes expensive. The corridor had already demonstrated where that led. Adrian understood. He disliked it anyway. Prepare the terms. The new agreement changed the atmosphere within hours. Workshops no longer risked entire weeks of labor on a single successful outcome. The Academy gained full access to test data. Every failed prototype became shared property for research, while all final design rights remained with the Academy. Responsibility stopped moving invisibly. So did resentment. Progress resumed. On the 6th day, Bernard found the first real breakthrough. He had spent the morning studying the cracked expansion collar, not the fracture. The discoloration around it. This side cooled faster. Lysa checked the thermal record. The furnace chamber should cool evenly. It didn't. She pulled the sensor map. The outer casing retained heat near one wall because insulation thickness varied across the prototype housing. Adrian stared at the result. The manifold design may not be the only remaining problem. Kai felt the old danger returning. Another component blamed for a system condition. But this time, the team did not chase the nearest answer. They expanded the test boundary. Housing insulation, mounting frame, cooling sequence, air return timing. The prototype manifold had failed. Yet the furnace environment had helped it fail. The correct object could not be designed in isolation. Adrian stood before the full system diagram. We are redesigning half the furnace. Mara shook her head. No, we are finally designing the manifold for the furnace that actually exists. The 7th day brought political pressure. A Royal Academy commissioner arrived in a carriage bearing the crest of the funding council. Commissioner Hale was not related to Bernard, though the clockmaker appeared disappointed by the missed opportunity. She reviewed the crowded consultation room, the failed prototypes, the revised contracts, the walls covered in diagrams. Then she asked the question everyone expected. Where is the component? Kai pointed toward the test reports. Not complete. You have used 7 days. Yes. 8 institutions. Yes. Considerable academy funds. Yes. And produced 3 failures. 4, Elena corrected. The commissioner looked toward the latest cracked test collar. Thank you. Elena inclined her head. Accuracy matters. The commissioner's attention moved to Adrian. Dr. Wren, would the original project have produced another core by now? Yes. Would it have passed? Adrian looked toward the failure sequence. No. Are you certain? No. He paused, but the evidence strongly indicates it would fail for the same reason. The commissioner turned toward Kai. And your alternative has no guarantee. Then why should funding continue? Kai did not defend the warehouse. He did not describe authority or mystery. He simply placed the project timeline before her, because 7 days ago, the Academy believed the core caused the failure. Now it knows the airflow imbalance begins upstream. It knows the manifold deforms under heat. It knows the housing cools unevenly. It knows rigid mounting transfers stress into the branch channels. He placed the 4 failed prototypes beside their reports. 7 days produced 4 failures, and 4 facts the project didn't have after 11 months. The commissioner studied the table. No one spoke. Finally, she asked, "What do you need from the Academy?" Lysa answered, "Continued access to the furnace." The materials specialist added, "Expanded thermal sensors." Mara requested, "Approval to alter the housing insulation." Emil's voice came through the speaking line. "Faster technical decisions." Bernard added, "Better tea." The room laughed despite itself. The commissioner looked toward Elena. "Anything else?" "One decision authority available during tests. No waiting 3 days for design approval." Commissioner Hale considered the request, then removed the silver council pin from her collar and placed it on the table. "For the next 23 days. I am that authority." Adrian stared at her. "You intend to remain?" "I intend to see what our funding purchased." She looked toward Bernard, "and improve the tea." The 5th prototype survived heating for 47 minutes. Then airflow began drifting toward the left branch. Nobody celebrated the improved duration. Nobody called it failure either. Lysa compared the live readings against previous tests. The joint held. Mara pointed toward the pressure curve. The alloy behaved correctly. Bernard checked the mount displacement. Expansion remained symmetrical. Adrian traced the remaining symmetrical. Adrian traced the remaining imbalance. The problem moved. Kai looked at him. No. It became visible after the larger problem stopped hiding it. A flow control vane inside the central chamber responded too slowly during temperature changes. Under the original design, deformation had overwhelmed its effect. Now it was the dominant error. The required modification was small. An altered hinge geometry, a lighter vane, a stronger spring, all manufacturable. They completed the revision before midnight. The sixth prototype ran for 3 hours, then 4, then 6. The furnace reached full target temperature. The manifold expanded. The joints moved. The mounts absorbed displacement. Airflow remained balanced within required tolerance. Nobody spoke during the final hour. They watched the instruments. Every previous failure had taught them not to celebrate early. At 8 hours, the automated system began controlled cooling. The most dangerous stage. The layered prototype had cracked there. Temperatures fell. The manifold contracted. Pressure shifted. One branch drifted briefly, then returned. The structure held. When the furnace reached room temperature, Lysa walked to the inspection window. No visible fracture. Mara waited. Internal scan. The Academy technicians performed it twice. No crack. No deformation beyond recoverable limits. Adrian stood beside the silent furnace. Run it again. Commissioner Hale looked toward the clock. The team has been awake for nearly 20 hours. Then replace the team. His voice remained steady. The component does not pass because we are tired of testing it. Kai smiled faintly. For the first time, Adrian no longer sounded like someone desperate to prove himself right. He sounded like an engineer protecting the answer. The second full cycle succeeded. So did the third. The final manifold was not beautiful. Its segmented body carried visible joints. Expansion collars interrupted the smooth branches. Inspection panels made the structure bulkier than the Academy's original design. It looked like something built by many disciplines because it was. Each part had a purpose. Each transition had an owner. Each failure had left evidence inside the final object. On the 12th day, the Academy certified it for extended prototype operation. The pending commission panel appeared before Kai as the test hall completed its final inspection. Advanced commission requirements satisfying requested object. Thermally compensated distribution manifold performance target. Verified manufacturing route. External collaborative production commission status. Fulfilled. Kai read the words twice. The warehouse had not manufactured the object. It still counted the commission as fulfilled. Lumi hovered beside the panel. Unusually quiet. It accepted the route. Kai nodded. The shop provided the answer, without retrieving it. Yes. A second message appeared. Its authority principle confirmed it. The shop may fulfill commissions by enabling legitimate external Creation. Warehouse dependency is not required. Authority progress. 41% to 68%. Lumi's ears rose. That is a large increase. Kai looked through the test hall window. Mara spoke with the foundry team. Bernard argued with a machinist about spring geometry. Lysa updated the final drawings. Adrian stood beside the successful manifold, not touching it. 8 institutions had built the component. No single workshop could claim it. No hidden shelf had provided it. Responsibility, Kai said. What? Authority grows through responsibility. Not just successful objects. Lumi smiled. Your grandfather would approve. Kai looked toward the completed manifold. I think he'd look toward the completed manifold. Us to document it properly. Elena approached carrying 3 final binders. I already did. The funding council preserved the furnace program. Voss Mechanical received a licensed contract to produce future manifold assemblies. Mara Kess's foundry gained rights to manufacture the segmented castings. The Precision Machinists Guild handled critical joining surfaces. Bernard refused payment beyond his consultation fee and demanded that the Academy establish an apprenticeship exchange instead. Commissioner Hale approved it before he finished asking. No one became rich from the first component. Everyone gained work that had not existed before. The shop charged only for coordination and assessment. Adrian objected to the amount. It's too low. Kai looked at him. You complained when I refused the first commission. I was wrong. You were under pressure. I was still wrong. He placed an amended payment authorization on the counter. Academy. Consultation rates. Project coordination. Verified technical assessment. Elena reviewed it. The amount was fair, properly categorized, not gratitude disguised as money. She approved. Kai signed. Lysa remained after the others left. The consultation room looked larger without diagrams covering every wall. Only the original damaged core remained in its steel case. She placed it on the counter. The Academy no longer needs this. Why leave it here? Because it was the first object we asked you to make. Kai opened the case. The cracked socket and scorched channels looked exactly as they had 12 days earlier. A failed answer. Not useless. Necessary. I'll keep it in the project archive. Lysa nodded. Good. At the door. She paused. What would have happened if the warehouse could manufacture the manifold immediately? Kai considered the question. The furnace would work, probably. And we would never learn how to build another. He looked toward the now empty Coordination tables. We might also never learn the housing was contributing to the failure. Lysa smiled faintly. Then perhaps the limitation helped. No. Kai closed the steel case. The limitation forced us to decide whether we would stop. What happened after that was ours. That night, the Universal Commission shop reopened its ordinary counter. The first customer after 12 days of project work was a boy carrying a broken wooden toy cart. One wheel had split. The axle was bent. His mother stood behind him, apologizing for arriving near closing. Kai placed the toy on the counter. "Do you want an identical replacement?" The boy shook his head. "My grandfather made this one." "Then repair?" A serious nod. "The warehouse could restore it in seconds." Kai looked toward the carpenter's shop across the street. Its lamps remained on. The owner's youngest apprentice was practicing wheel joinery beside the window. Kai wrote a referral note. "Take this across the road." The boy looked confused. "Your shop can't fix it?" "It can." "Then why send me there?" Kai smiled. "Because he needs to learn how." Across the street. The apprentice accepted the toy with both hands. The boy remained to watch. A small wheel was measured, cut, fitted. The axle straightened. No impossible retrieval, no advanced commission. Only one person learning to preserve something another person loved. Elena stood beside Kai at the shop window. The warehouse would have been faster. Yes. The repair may not be perfect. No. She watched the apprentice test the wheel twice before returning the cart. But tomorrow, he can repair another. Kai looked toward the ordinary wooden door behind their counter. For the first time, its silence did not feel like withheld power. It felt like trust. The warehouse had provided almost anything asked of it. Now the shop was learning when the better answer should come from somewhere else. The next morning the repaired toy cart returned, not because it had broken again. The boy carried it into the shop with both hands, and placed it on the counter beside a paper bag of small honey cakes. "The wheel works?" Kai tested it. The cart rolled straight. The apprentice across the street had matched the original shape closely enough that the new wheel did not look new from a distance. Only the grain differed. "My mother said these are for you." Kai looked toward the cakes. "For referring the work." The boy nodded. Then added with solemn importance, "and for not making it too perfect." Elena stopped writing. Kai glanced toward her. She hid a smile behind the commission ledger. "Tell your mother thank you." The boy carried the cart away again. Across the street, the young carpenter apprentice watched through the window. When Kai raised one hand, the apprentice immediately looked down and pretended to be extremely busy. The exchange lasted less than a minute. Yet by noon, the story had somehow reached Leo. He arrived with his recording crystal already active. "So the Universal Commission shop is refusing easy work now?" Kai looked up from a request form. "We referred one repair. To train a local apprentice." "Yes, and the boy thanked you for not making it perfect, apparently." Leo turned toward the crystal. "There you have it. Goldleaf's most impossible shop has discovered the commercial power of doing less." Elena pointed toward the recording notice. "Do not block the intake desk." Leo shifted exactly one step. "Better, barely." Kai returned to the customer before him. "Barely." Kai returned to the customer before him. A seamstress needed 20 matching brass clasps from a discontinued uniform design. She owned the pattern and intended to restore costumes for a small theater company. The warehouse could manufacture them. The blacksmith 2 streets away could not reproduce the decorative crest cheaply enough for such a small batch. Kai accepted the commission. He was not refusing the warehouse. He was learning to distinguish convenience from dependence. The difference remained simple while repairing toys and producing clasps. It became less simple before the afternoon ended. The first complaint arrived through the Merchant Guild. Edwin placed the sealed document on the counter and did not sit. "Read it before reacting." Kai broke the seal. The letter came from the Goldleaf Association of Independent Manufacturers. Its language remained polite. Its accusation did not. Why formal commercial concern? The Universal Commission shop's recent coordination of external production has created uncertainty regarding ownership of shared designs, distribution of liability, i.e., unfair access to privileged technical knowledge, displacement of ordinary competitive contracts, and the concentration of commercial influence around one unregulated intermediary. The association requests immediate clarification before additional collaborative projects proceed. Kai read the list twice. Elena held out one hand. He passed her the letter. She reached the final line and asked, "How many members?" 47 workshops, Edwin said. "How many signed?" 31. That mattered. This was not one offended rival. It was an industry concern. Lumi floated above the letter. "They sound unhappy. They sound worried," Kai said. Edwin nodded. "That is worse. Angry people want something. Worried people imagine everything. The association had not objected when the warehouse manufactured licensed parts for individual workshops. Those agreements were clear. A workshop owned the design. The shop manufactured the approved quantity. Payment followed. The manifold project had introduced something different. Multiple workshops, shared failures, joint improvements, a final design that no participant had created alone. The Academy owned the result because the project mandate said so. But the process had also revealed methods, material behaviors, and manufacturing techniques valuable beyond one furnace. The participants had cooperated. Every workshop watching from outside saw a closed circle gaining knowledge, contracts, and prestige. Elena placed the complaint beside the manifold project files. They are not entirely wrong. Edwin exhaled. I was hoping you wouldn't say that. Why? Because defending you would be easier. Kai looked toward the street. Voss Mechanical had gained production rights. Marraquez's foundry had gained casting work. Bernard's apprentices had gained an exchange program. All earned, all legitimate. Also concentrated among those invited into the room. What do they want us to clarify? Kai asked. Edwin answered. Whether your shop intends to become the gatekeeper for complex manufacturing. No. Then prove it. The association meeting took place that evening inside the old assembly hall behind the Merchant Guild. Every chair was occupied. Workshop owners lined the walls. Metal workers, glassmakers, instrument makers, carpenters, alchemical manufacturers, precision machinists. Several had worked with Kai before. Others had only watched his influence spread. Bernard sat in the second row with both hands folded over his cane. Marraquez stood near the rear. Emil Voss appeared through a speaking crystal mounted on the central table. No one looked eager to attack Kai. That made the room more serious. Association Chairman Marcus Drell began without insult. Mr. Rowan. No one here denies that the furnace project succeeded. Kai nodded. We also recognize that the participating workshops were paid. Another nod. Our concern is what happens next. Marcus held up the project summary. 8 institutions entered your shop. They left with new methods, government recognition, and future contracts. He gestured toward the room. The rest of us received a report after the valuable decisions had already been made. A few voices murmured agreement. Kai did not interrupt. Marcus continued. Today it is a furnace manifold. Tomorrow it may be transport engines, medical devices, public water systems. If access to important work depends on whether the Universal Commission shop knows your name, then you're no. Fairness at the customer counter means very little. The words landed cleanly. No exaggeration, no jealousy disguised as principle. A real risk. Elena opened the project ledger but did not speak. This was Kai's decision to explain. He looked around the room. How should the workshops have been selected? Marcus answered immediately. Open bidding. Mara spoke from the rear. For a project with no final design, then competitive proposals. Bernard tapped his cane once. Most of us did not know which proposals were viable until the 4th failure. Marcus faced him. That does not mean the same 8 participants should own every future opportunity. No, Bernard said. It does not. The agreement quieted the room. The agreement quieted the room. Kai stepped closer to the central table. The participants were selected because the project had 30 days, because the furnace already existed, because each person brought a capability needed immediately. He looked toward Marcus. That cat explains the choice. It does not create a fair system for the next project. Marcus's shoulders eased slightly. He had expected defense. Kai gave him acknowledgement. Elena placed a blank page beside the project summary. We need 2 separate systems. Several owners leaned forward. She wrote the first heading. Emergency collaborative projects, then the second. 1 planned collaborative projects. Emergency projects require speed, she said. Selection may depend on verified capability, availability, and existing relationships. Planned projects should publish requirements before participants are chosen. A glassmaker raised his hand. Published to whom? Registered professional associations. Marcus asked. Who evaluates capability? Kai answered. Not the shop alone. That changed the room. Edwin looked toward him. Kai continued. Future planned collaborations need a selection panel. 1 representative from the client, 1 from the relevant professional association, 1 technical evaluator not bidding for the work. The shop may coordinate. It does not may coordinate. Control entry. Marcus considered the structure, and emergency projects, reviewed afterward. Every selection reason recorded. Every method developed with public funding classified before the project begins, private, shared among participants, licensed to the profession, or public. Elena wrote each category. No method would remain ambiguous simply because the project succeeded too quickly for anyone to ask who owned it. A machinist near the front stood. The furnace project created a joining technique our workshops could use elsewhere. Adrian had classified most test data as Academy property, but some workshop methods came from the craftsmen themselves. Kai looked toward Mara. Did the project agreement protect independent workshop methods? She opened her copy. Only existing methods declared before participation. The machinist frowned. So improvements developed during the project belong to the Academy? Elena checked the clause. Jointly developed technical improvements do. Bernard's expression darkened. That is broader than I remember. No one had hidden it. The deadline had made the language seem secondary. Success had made it valuable. Kai felt the shape of their mistake. They had solved payment for failed prototypes, clarified ownership of the final object, defined responsibility for decisions. But they had not fully separated the client's design from the craftsman's evolving knowledge. Another transition left unclear. This time, the problem had not caused mechanical failure. It had caused distrust. We need to reopen that clause, Kai said. Edwin looked sharply toward him. The contract is signed. I know. The Academy may refuse. They may. Marcus watched him. You would challenge the agreement after the project succeeded. Kai met his gaze. We would correct it because success. Revealed value no one properly defined. Silence followed. The association had arrived fearing the Universal Commission shop would defend its influence. Instead, Kai had just volunteered to complicate his most celebrated project. Commissioner Hale answered the speaking line before midnight. Her first response was not encouraging. The Academy funded the project. The Academy owns the commission design. Kai stood beside the counter while Edwin and Marcus listened. No one disputes ownership of the manifold. Then what are we discussing? General methods developed by participating workshops during production. Those methods contributed to the commission design. Yes. Then the Felwell needle, what a wide diode. You may add the bikes, then they. Contract is clear. It is broad. Broad language is still language. Commissioner Hale sounded tired, not hostile. Kai understood her position. If every successful public project reopened ownership after value appeared, institutions would stop funding uncertain research. We are not asking the Academy to surrender the design, he said. What are you asking? Classify the project knowledge. Which findings apply only to the furnace? Which belong to participating workshops? Which can be licensed across the profession? And who pays for that review? The shop. Elena glanced toward him. He continued before anyone could object. We drafted the agreement. We coordinated the project. We failed to define the categories clearly enough. The correction cost belongs to us. Marcus looked surprised. Commissioner Hale remained silent for several seconds. Then asked, who conducts the review? One Academy engineer, one representative chosen by the participating workshops, one representative from the Independent Manufacturers Association, and the shop records the process, does not vote. That was the thought. Part no one expected. Kai was not placing himself at the center of the correction. He was removing himself from the decision where his influence created the conflict. Commissioner Hale finally said, send the proposal. No promise. Understood. The speaking crystal dimmed. The association did not withdraw its complaint. Marcus amended it. The new request demanded not punishment, but a permanent collaborative project framework. Selection, payment, failure costs, knowledge ownership, final liability, post-project review. Every area the manifold project had solved imperfectly would become a procedure before the next major collaboration. Elena spent the next 3 days building the framework with representatives from 6 professional groups. No ordinary commissions were stopped. The shop continued serving customers. But the coordination room remained occupied late into every evening. Debate became sharper than the furnace project. A failed prototype could be measured. Fair access could not. One workshop wanted every public project open to all bidders. Another warned that inexperienced bidders could waste critical time. Large manufacturers wanted capability thresholds. Small workshops argued those thresholds would permanently exclude them from gaining experience. The Academy wanted ownership secure enough to justify investment. Craftsmen wanted improvements protected from institutional absorption. No rule satisfied everyone. Kai began to understand something the warehouse never faced. The warehouse had one owner, one authority, one system. Human institutions had many legitimate interests. Coordination did not erase them. It gave disagreement somewhere productive to occur. The breakthrough came from the youngest voice in the room. A woman named Tessa Lynn represented a 3-person precision glass workshop. She had remained quiet through 2 days of arguments. When the larger workshops began debating minimum production capacity again, she raised one hand. What if entry does not require the entire contract? Marcus looked toward her. Explain. A major project can be divided into capability packages, material testing, prototype tooling, measurement verification, small batch components, full production. She looked toward the large manufacturers. You may be the only ones able to produce the final quantity. That doesn't mean smaller workshops cannot contribute to development. Marrakes nodded slowly. And contribution creates verified experience. Elena began writing. The framework changed. Projects would not be awarded only as complete contracts. They could be divided into defined work packages. Each package carried its own capability requirements. Small workshops could enter at the level they could safely perform. Successful participation became evidence for larger future work. Experience no longer depended entirely on already possessing experience. The final framework filled 14 pages, longer than Kai preferred. Shorter than most government contracts. Its principles fit on one. Must be verified. Access must not depend solely on personal connection. Failure work must be compensated when honestly completed. Knowledge ownership must be classified before value becomes visible. Final outcome must have one accountable owner. Every handoff must be recorded. Emergency selection must be reviewed afterward. Participation should create future capability, not permanent dependence. Marcus read the page twice. This does not guarantee fairness. No, Kai said. It creates places where unfairness becomes visible. The association chairman nodded. That may be the most honest promise available. The Academy approved the manifold knowledge review. Not fully. The final furnace design remained confidential. Its performance data remained Academy property. But 3 manufacturing methods developed independently by the workshops were returned to their creators. 2 joint methods entered a shared professional license. 1 testing procedure became public because provincial funds had paid for its development, and it could improve safety across several industries. No party received everything it wanted. No party left empty-handed. The complaint was formally resolved. The consequences did not end there. Within a week, the Merchant Guild required the framework for every collaborative project it certified. The Provincial Commerce Administration adopted it for pilot infrastructure programs. Professional associations began creating capability registries, not rankings, records. What each workshop could safely perform, what standards it held, what projects it had completed. The next complex commission would no longer begin with Kai remembering who might help. It would begin with evidence. The change brought Kai less control. He considered that success. It also brought him a new problem. A sealed royal notice arrived 10 days after the association meeting. Edwin delivered it personally. His expression warned Kai before the seal did. Another complaint? No. Government consultation? No. Academy furnace? No. Kai looked toward the envelope. What is it? Edwin placed it on the counter. A request from the Crown Procurement Office. Elena stopped sorting forms. The royal seal had never appeared on their intake desk before. Kai opened the notice. The first page contained no technical drawing, no named object, only a directive. ATO. The Universal Commission Shopcom, the Crown Procurement Office, requests an immediate confidential evaluation of a strategically essential physical component unavailable through existing royal manufacturing channels. The item is required within 14 days. Failure to secure it may interrupt the kingdom's primary long-distance communication network. Full specifications will be disclosed only after acceptance of royal confidentiality terms. Kai read the deadline again. 14 days, strategically essential. Unavailable through existing channels. The wording sounded disturbingly familiar. Someone had discovered the shop could coordinate what the warehouse could not manufacture. Now the Crown expected it to do so on command. What happens if we decline? Elena asked. Edwin answered quietly. The Crown will find another route, and if there isn't one, then communication between the capital and 3 frontier regions begins failing within the month. Kai placed the notice beside the collaborative project framework they had just completed. The ink was barely dry. Its first true test had arrived under a royal seal, a project too urgent for open selection, too important for casual secrecy, too large for one workshop, and too politically sensitive for ordinary transparency. Every rule they had just created would be strained at once. Lumi floated above the letter. Do we know what the object is? No, Kai said. Can the warehouse provide it? We don't know. Will the Crown wait while we decide? Edwin looked toward the clock. Their representative arrives in 1 hour. Kai, turn the sign on the front door from open to temporarily closed. Across the street, the carpenter's apprentice was teaching the boy how to sand the edge of another toy wheel. An ordinary piece of work continuing without the warehouse. Inside, the kingdom was about to ask for something it could not afford to lose. Kai cleared the consultation table. Then we decide after hearing the request. Elena locked the completed framework inside the central drawer. Under our rules, Kai looked at the royal seal. especially under our rules. The Crown representative arrived 6 minutes early. He wore no ceremonial uniform, no medals, no visible weapon. Only a dark traveling coat fastened at the throat with a plain silver clasp bearing the royal crest. 2 guards remained outside. A woman carrying a locked document case entered behind him. Edwin introduced them. Director Elias Thorne. Crown Procurement Office. Senior Engineer Mirasol. Elias did not offer his hand. He placed a confidentiality agreement on the consultation table. Before specifications are disclosed, Elena took the document first. Not Kai. She read every page. The agreement restricted public disclosure of the component's design, its current failure rate, the locations where it was installed, and the identities of existing suppliers. It did not prevent Kai from consulting approved workshops. It did not grant the Crown access to the warehouse. It did not compel acceptance. Elena marked 3 clauses. This allows the Crown to redefine confidential information after the consultation. Elias glanced at the language. Standard provision? We won't sign it. His expression did not change. It protects information discovered during assessment. It also allows you to classify our own operating procedures. Mirasol looked toward Elias. The engineer understood the problem immediately. After a brief discussion, the clause was narrowed. Only information directly derived from the Crown's component or network would remain protected. The shop's methods, frameworks, and independent knowledge would not. Elena continued. This clause assigns all resulting improvements to the Crown. The Crown is funding the work. Funding does not automatically include workshop methods developed independently. Elias looked at Kai. You recently settled a similar dispute. Yes. So the concern is not theoretical. No. The clause was replaced with the same knowledge classification process used in the manifold framework. Final component design. Client-specific data. Independent workshop methods. Joint developments. Public safety findings. Each category would be determined before production began. The negotiation took 40 minutes. No specification had yet been revealed. Elias finally signed the amended agreement. Kai added his name. Elena witnessed both. Only then did Mira unlock the document case. The component inside appeared unimpressive. A rectangular block of pale ceramic material surrounded by a copper frame. Thin metallic traces crossed its surface in geometric patterns. One corner had blackened. A crystalline contact pin had fractured near the base. Kai looked toward Mira. What does it do? It maintains phase alignment inside the royal relay towers. Lumi floated closer. Phase alignment sounds complicated. Kai ignored her. What happens without it? Mira unfolded a network diagram. Relay towers formed a chain between the capital, major cities, and frontier command regions. Messages traveled through signal crystals, each tower receiving, stabilizing, and retransmitting the pattern. The component sat inside the stabilization chamber. Without it, messages distorted across long distances. At first, only minor errors appeared. A missing word, a delayed signal. As degradation increased, entire messages became unreliable. How many towers use this component? Kai asked. 72. How many are failing? 9 confirmed. 17 showing early degradation. And replacements? Elias answered. 3. Kai looked up. You have dubbed up. 3 replacements for 26 affected towers. Correct. Why can't the existing supplier make more? Mira placed another file on the table. The manufacturer closed 8 years ago? Why? The founder died. The heirs sold the workshop. The production records were incomplete. Kai examined the damaged block. Then reverse engineer it. We did. Results? Every reproduction passes bench testing. Mira's voice tightened. Then fails after sustained relay operation. The pattern after sustained relay operation was familiar. A component that appeared correct under isolated testing. A system that punished hidden differences. Kai waited for the system appraisal. Nothing appeared. Not yet. Not yet. He began with the same question that had changed the furnace project. What exact physical outcome do you need? Elias looked toward the component. Replacement stabilizers? No. Kai shook his head. What outcome? Mira answered more carefully. Reliable message phase alignment across the full operating range of the relay tower. Duration? Minimum 5 years. Temperature variation? She opened another specification sheet. From winter mountain conditions to desert heat. Signal? Volume? Continuous military maximum? Compatibility? Existing tower chambers? Can the towers be modified? Elias answered immediately. No. Mira looked less certain. Kai noticed. Technically or politically, the Crown Director's gaze sharpened. Replacing tower chambers across 72 locations would take years. So not impossible. Operationally unacceptable. Alina wrote the distinction. Modification. Modification. Possible. System-wide replacement impractical. That detail might matter later. The system panel finally appeared. Way Commission detected requested outcome. Reliable long-distance relay phase alignment required object. Compatible stabilization component operational life. 5 years minimum existing reference object. Original Crown relay phase stabilizer design ownership. Crown authority confirmed difficulty. Advanced manufacturing authority. Insufficient retrieval availability. Conditional. Kai focused on the final line. Conditional. Not unavailable. Conditional on what? He asked silently. The panel expanded. Possible existing items detected compatibility. Unverified origin records. Restricted retrieval requires complete technical comparison against current relay environment. The warehouse might contain something. Not necessarily the original. Not necessarily safe. A compatible object could exist somewhere within its archives, but the shop lacked enough information to identify it. Kai looked toward Mira. I need the full tower environment. You have the component specifications. I need everything surrounding it. Signal chamber. Cooling. Mounting. Crystal frequency. Power variation. Installation history. Failure data. Elias frowned. That material is highly restricted. Then I cannot evaluate retrieval. We brought the relevant specifications. You brought what your engineers already believe is relevant. The room became still. Mira did not object. That told Kai more than an argument would have. Elias turned toward her. Is anything missing? She answered slowly. The relay towers were built in 7 construction phases. Internal chambers differ slightly. How slightly? Kai asked. Mounting depth. Cooling channels. Crystal housing. Geometry. Calibration protocol. Elias looked at her. Why is that not in the primary file? Because the original stabilizers functioned across all versions. And the reproductions. Mira opened a failure summary. They performed differently by tower phase. Kai leaned closer. The earliest towers experienced thermal drift. Middle generation towers showed contact fracture. The newest towers failed through signal saturation. 1 component. 3 failure modes. The reproductions were not simply imperfect. They were interacting with different environments. You don't need one replacement, Kai said. Elias's expression hardened. The network requires standard components. The original was standard. The reproduction is not equivalent. Then make it equivalent. To what? Kai turned the failure summary toward him. 3 different operating conditions? The Crown Director said nothing. Elena organized the documents into construction phases. 7 tower generations. 9 confirmed failures. 17 degrading units. 3 surviving replacements. She created a matrix. Tower phase. Climate. Signal load. Failure type. Installed a reproduction batch. The pattern became visible within minutes. The failed reproductions had been manufactured in 2 batches. Batch 1 used a ceramic compound matching the archive formula. Batch 2 used a modern substitute considered chemically equivalent. Yet Batch 1 failed primarily in newer towers. Batch 2 failed fastest in older ones. Mira stared at the matrix. We compared batches against the original component. Not against each tower phase, Elena said. We tested tower compatibility. Individually? Representative chambers. How many? 3. Kai looked at the 7 construction phases. 3 tests. 7 environments. 72 installations. The Crown had standardized its procurement before proving standard performance. Elias remained controlled. What do you propose? First, we stop calling this one problem. Kai pointed to the matrix. Second, we identify what the original component did that the replicas do not. Mira said. We've analyzed material composition. Then the answer may not be composition, geometry, manufacturing process, internal stress, surface treatment, aging, calibration, something else. Kai looked toward the scorched block. An object can contain history that a formula doesn't. The original manufacturer might have adjusted production through craft, rather than documentation. A firing temperature judged by color. A cooling period altered by weather. A copper frame tensioned by hand. Small decisions never entered the surviving records. The warehouse might preserve the result. That did not mean anyone understood how it had been made. Mira unlocked a second compartment within the document case. Inside rested one of the 3 surviving replacements. Unused, perfectly clean. It carried the Crown's verification seal. We brought this for comparison. Kai placed the original and reproduction side by side. At first, they looked identical. Same dimensions, same copper frame, same trace pattern. The warehouse appraisal activated. Fine blue lines passed over both objects. Comparative object analysis. Available original item. Crown relay phase stabilizer. Legacy production reproduction item. Modern batch. 2 visible dimensional match. Confirmed material formula match. Partial internal structural match. Failed. Mira leaned forward. She could not see the panel, but she saw Kai's focus. What failed? Internal structure. The ceramic is solid, apparently not in the same way. She opened the material report. Density matched within tolerance. Kai asked the warehouse for deeper comparison. Another line appeared. Legacy item contains controlled micro-channel distribution formed during production. Modern reproduction contains irregular closed porosity. Function of microchannels, undetermined. Kai looked at the original block. Nothing on the surface suggested channels. The legacy manufacturer had produced microscopic pathways inside the ceramic, not holes large enough to weaken it. A distribution, controlled, purpose unknown. Your formula is incomplete, he said. Mira frowned. We possess the complete material recipe. The object contains internal channels. Impossible. The scans show no channels. Your scans may not be designed to see them. She immediately pulled a portable instrument from her case. The scan showed uniform density, no voids. Kai looked back at the system. Can the warehouse identify them physically? Channels vary below current standard scan resolution. Pattern interacts with thermal and signal load. Exact manufacturing route unavailable at current authority. There it was again. The warehouse could identify the difference. It could not provide the process. Not yet. Elias spoke quietly. Can you retrieve replacements? Possibly. How many? I don't know. Enough for 26 towers? I don't know. For all 72? I don't know. The director's patience thinned. What do you know? Kai Medise. Gaze. The reproduction is not structurally equivalent. The original contains a controlled internal pattern your current tests cannot see. The pattern likely affects heat or signal distribution, and the warehouse may contain compatible items. May. Conditional upon verifying each tower environment. Elias looked toward the clock. 14 days. I remember. Can you retrieve one today? Kai considered the request. The warehouse required complete technical comparison. They did not possess it. Retrieving an unknown compatible component without confirming the tower phase would repeat the same error at a more dangerous scale. No. The answer carried no ambiguity. The answer carried no ambiguity. Elias stood. Then this consultation has failed. Mira remained seated. No. He looked toward her. She touched the original component. We've searched for a manufacturing error for 6 years. He found one in an hour. He found a difference, Elias said. Not a solution. Then let us confirm what it does. We don't have time for another research program. We don't have time to install 26 more failures. The engineer and director held each other's gaze, not subordinate and superior. Technical reality and political deadline. Heh. Elena closed the confidentiality agreement. We need access to one failing tower from each construction phase. Elias looked toward her. 7 towers, minimum. Travel alone would consume days. Then bring the chambers here. They are fixed. Installations. Bring representative assemblies. Mira shook her head. Removing them would interrupt service. Kai looked at the relay diagram. What can be brought? Calibration units, cooling modules, signal crystals, mount frames, environmental data. Then bring those, Elias asked. And while we compare 7 systems, what happens to the 9 failing towers? Kai had no easy answer. The network could not pause for research. They needed an interim solution and a permanent one. 2 tracks. He looked toward the warehouse panel again. Retrieval availability. Conditional. Perhaps the condition did not require complete understanding of every tower before retrieving anything. It required complete comparison against the current environment. 1 tower at a time. Specific. Not universal. Choose the most critical failing tower, Kai said. Elias narrowed his eyes. Why? We evaluate that environment first. If the warehouse contains a compatible existing stabilizer, we retrieve one for that tower. Temporary or permanent? Until verified? Temporary. And the others? We repeat by phase while the Academy studies the internal structure. Mira understood. Targeted retrieval for immediate failures. Parallel manufacturing research for long-term supply. Kai nodded. The Crown Director remained unconvinced. That creates multiple component variants. Possibly. The network requires standardization. The network requires functioning communication. Elias looked toward the diagram. Political simplicity had already failed physically. He knew it. He simply disliked admitting it under a 14-day deadline. Which tower? Kai asked. After a long pause, Elias pointed to the northern frontier chain. Relay 47, if it fails, communication to 3 border garrisons becomes intermittent. Construction phase 2, current degradation, Mira answered. Severe thermal drift. Estimated service life? 11 days. The deadline was not administrative. It was physical. The Crown transmitted emergency orders before leaving. Relay 47's complete environmental logs would arrive by fast courier the following morning. A calibration module and spare mounting frame would follow by afternoon. The other 6 construction phases would send data immediately. The shop accepted no formal commission yet, only a confidential evaluation. Elias paused at the door. Director Thorne? Kai said. He turned. If the targeted component works, the Crown cannot treat that as proof one design fits every tower. I understand. Do you? The question bordered on disrespect. Kai asked it anyway. Elias's expression remained unreadable. Then he answered, I understand what you fear. That isn't the same thing. No. The director looked back at the 2 components on the table. But it is more than I understood when I entered. He left. The shop remained closed for the rest of the day. Elena established a separate Royal Project archive. No document entered the normal commission records. No external workshop received information without clearance. The collaborative framework sat open beside the confidentiality agreement. Every line now faced pressure. Emergency selection. Restricted disclosure. Capability verification. Knowledge ownership. Post-project review. The framework could survive secrecy, but only if secrecy remained defined rather than absolute. Mira stayed to help organize the technical files. Adrian Wren arrived from the academy shortly before sunset. He examined the original stabilizer beneath a magnifying lamp. Microchannels? So the warehouse says. He looked toward Kai. Can it show us? Not directly. Can it manufacture a sample cross-section? Kai checked. The request panel rejected destructive reproduction because the internal patterns formation route remained unknown. It could retrieve an original damaged beyond service if one existed and transfer was authorized. Mira immediately contacted the Crown. 2 failed legacy stabilizers had been retained in the Royal Archive. One could arrive within 2 days. Adrian smiled without humor. Another object we possessed but never asked the correct question about. Kai understood the frustration. The solution might not exist in a hidden dimension. It might already sit inside a government storeroom, misclassified as failed equipment. The logs from Relay 47 arrived before dawn. Elena was already awake. Kai discovered that when he entered the consultation room and found 3 tables covered in temperature curves. You slept, briefly, where? She pointed toward the office chair. That doesn't count. It did last night. He placed a cup of tea beside her. She accepted it without argument. That worried him more than refusal would have. Together, they reconstructed 47's environment. Mountain altitude, severe winter cooling, high daytime signal loads, older mounting frame, narrower ventilation channels. The legacy component had survived 17 years before degradation appeared. The reproduction lasted 4 months. The warehouse received the full comparison. This time, the mechanical district awakened, not brightly. Only 1 aisle. Rows of ceramic components rested in sealed compartments. Some matched the Crown design. Others differed subtly. The system selected 3 candidates. Candidate A, Legacy Crown Relay Stabilizer Construction Compatibility. Phase 2 Prior Service History. Unused Reserve Estimated Operational Life. Unknown due to storage age. Candidate B. Modified Phase Stabilizer Original Application. High Altitude Civilian Relay Array Compatibility. Partial Physical Adaptation Required. Candidate C. Crown Relay Stabilizer Construction Compatibility. Phase 2 Condition. Previously installed. Previously installed. Refurbished Estimated Operational Life. 2 to 4 years. Kai stared at Candidate A, an unused reserve. Exactly what the Crown had spent years seeking. How many? He asked. The warehouse answered. Available transferable quantity. 1. Not 26. Not 9. 1 component for the tower closest to failure. The warehouse could delay the crisis. It could not solve the network. Kai retrieved Candidate A. The component arrived inside a sealed metal case, bearing an obsolete Crown logistics mark. Its documentation showed it had been manufactured as part of the original Phase 2 Tower Reserve, then disappeared from royal records during a depot consolidation decades earlier. The warehouse had preserved it after custodial abandon. Legal transfer to the recognized Crown successor authority was valid. Lumi floated beside the case. You found it. We found time. Isn't that the same? No. Kai closed the case. Not this time. Elias returned with Mira before sunrise. The Crown engineer compared the reserve component to the original. Serial format, legacy seal, material response. Everything matched. When she found the archival production mark beneath the copper frame, her hand stopped. This was made by Arlen Say, the original founder. Elias looked toward the documentation. Where has it been? Abandoned reserve custody. Kai handed him the transfer record. The director read it quickly. Only one? Only one verified for 47. And the other candidates? Partial or limited life? Can we retrieve them too? Not until their use is justified. Elias's jaw tightened. Kai continued. This component goes to Relay 47. It buys time. It does not become permission to stop the manufacturing investigation. Mira closed the case. Agreed. Elias looked toward her. She met his gaze. The engineer had chosen her side of the line, not against the Crown, for the network. After a moment, he signed the transfer. A royal courier left Goldleaf within the hour carrying the reserve stabilizer under guard. Estimated arrival at Relay 47, 2 days. Installation, 1 day. Remaining projected service life of the failing component, 8 days. The margin was narrow. Still real. The shop had fulfilled nothing yet. The system marked the commission as pending. Why critical commission? Partial progress, immediate failure mitigation. In transit, permanent supply solution. Unresolved. Kai looked at the words. For the first time, the warehouse's perfect retrieval felt insufficient. Not disappointing. Insufficient. One extraordinary object could save one tower. A network required a repeatable answer. The failed legacy components arrived from the Royal Archive that afternoon. One had cracked through the ceramic body. The other had burned around its crystal contact. Adrian requested permission to section the cracked unit. The Crown approved. Mara Kess joined the examination by speaking line. Bernard arrived after hearing the words microscopic channels and insisting that tiny structures belonged morally to clockmakers. No one had invited him. No one asked him to leave. The first cut revealed nothing. The ceramic looked dense and uniform. Under ordinary magnification, no channels appeared. The Academy brought a crystal resonance scanner. The scan produced interference, not an image, a repeating pattern. Adrian adjusted frequency. The interference sharpened into branching lines. Mira stared. The channels aren't empty. They're filled, Mara said through the relay. With what? The materials report identified trace metallic glass. Too little to alter the listed composition significantly, enough to form conductive and thermal pathways throughout the ceramic. The original recipe had recorded ingredients by bulk percentage. It had not recorded distribution. The founder had not merely mixed materials. He had arranged them during firing. How? Elias asked. No one knew. The second damage stabilizer provided the clue. Its burned region had melted several internal branches together. Around them, the untouched pattern curved in a spiral matching the external trace geometry. Bernard placed a tower clock escapement drawing beside the scan. Rotational firing. Adrian looked at him. Explain. If the ceramic rotated while partially liquid, heavier conductive particles would migrate. Mara immediately objected. Centrifugal separation would push them outward, unless the mold rotated around more than one axis. The room quieted. A complex rotating kiln. The original manufacturer might have shaped the internal pathways through controlled motion during firing. No surviving production record mentioned such equipment. Mira searched the founder's workshop inventory. One entry stood out. Orbital tempering cradle listed as a balancing apparatus, sold as scrap after the workshop closed. The process had not disappeared because the formula was lost. It disappeared because no one understood what one machine had actually been doing. The Crown Procurement Office traced the scrap sale. The cradle had been purchased by a theatrical effects workshop. That workshop later failed. Its equipment dispersed through auction. The trail ended at a salvage warehouse outside Goldleaf. Elias dispatched agents. They returned that evening with an answer. The cradle still existed. Mostly. Its drive mechanism had been removed. One support ring had been cut apart from metal. The control gears were missing, but the central frame survived. Mira looked toward Kai. Can the warehouse restore it? The system recognized the object. Requested object. Arlen Say orbital tempering cradle current condition. Incomplete salvage restoration availability. Partial missing components. No verified originals located manufacturing requirement. Advanced Precision Reconstruction Authority. Insufficient. Again, the warehouse stopped at the edge of the answer. It could not recreate undocumented control gears. But unlike the manifold, the world now possessed a physical reference frame, an operational purpose and visible interfaces. Bernard leaned over the salvage photographs. These bearing mounts tell us the gear ratios. Adrian pointed to the cut support ring. The remaining arc preserves the rotation path. Mara said, if we know rotational speed and firing viscosity, we can rebuild the motion. Elias looked toward the 14-day deadline. How long? Bernard answered. To make it beautifully? No. To make it work once? 5 days. Mira shook her head. We need repeatable production. Then 7. The Crown Director looked around the room. Who does what? Kai opened the collaborative project framework. Emergency selection. Recorded reasons. Defined work packages. One accountable owner. The rules did not slow the project. They told everyone how to begin. The Crown became final owner. The Academy defined the required internal pattern. Bernard's association reconstructed the gearing. Mara's foundry rebuilt the support ring. Voss Mechanical manufactured the drive shafts and housings. A ceramic workshop named White Ember developed controlled firing trials. The Independent Manufacturers Association appointed Mark Estrell to observe emergency selection and conduct a later review. Confidentiality remained limited to the relay-specific geometry. The general orbital firing method would be classified after testing. Every participant signed before work began. No one asked Kai to choose favorites. The capability registry did. On the 3rd day, Relay 47 received a reserve stabilizer. The installation message reached the shop shortly before midnight. Component-fitted Yikoi calibration stable G-full relay test beginning. Kai, Elena, Lumai, Elias and Mira waited around the speaking crystal. The first test message originated at the northern garrison. It passed through 47, then 6 additional towers. The Capital Relay Office received it without phase loss. A second message followed at military maximum load. Clean. A third after thermal cycling. Clean. Mira closed her eyes briefly. Elias released a breath he had probably been holding for 2 days. The immediate crisis had been delayed. The clock did not stop. 25 more towers remained at risk. 3 original reserves remained in royal storage. The Crown still needed a production route. The reconstructed tempering cradle failed its first trial. Not mechanically. It rotated exactly as designed. The ceramic blank emerged with internal channels too dense near the outer edge, and almost absent at the center. The stabilizer overheated within 12 minutes. The second trial altered rotational speed. The channels formed more evenly, but their branches did not align with the external trace pattern. Signal phase drift began immediately. The third trial used staged rotation around 2 axes. The pattern came closer. Not enough. Not enough. Each failure consumed rare ceramic material and nearly a full day of firing. By the 7th day, only 7 days remained on the Crown deadline. Elias began receiving messages from the capital every few hours. He stopped reading them aloud. Elena recorded the pressure anyway. Political urgency affected decisions even when omitted from technical logs. The 4th trial produced a structurally accurate pattern. The Academy scan matched the legacy component within 87%. Bench testing succeeded. Environmental testing succeeded. Installed inside a Phase 2 representative chamber, the component maintained alignment for 16 hours. Then its copper frame warped. The ceramic process had been reconstructed. The assembly process had not. Mira compared the legacy frame against the reproduction. Same dimensions. Same alloy. Different residual stress. Another invisible manufacturing history. Elias stared at the warped frame. How many lost processes are inside one object? Bernard answered. As many as the people who made it. The founder's workshop had likely tensioned the copper during cooling to oppose later thermal expansion. No records survived, but the old frame carried tool marks. Tiny, repeated. A pattern of controlled compression. Voss Mechanical could reproduce it with a tensioning jig. Building the jig would take 2 days. They had 6. The Crown Director finally asked the question everyone had avoided. Can the warehouse raise your authority before the deadline? Kai looked toward the closed door. Not on command. Can you accept enough commissions? No. Can the Crown grant trust? Trust isn't a certificate. Elias's composure cracked. Then what exactly determines whether you gain access to the thing capable of saving the network? I don't know. That is unacceptable. Yes, the blunt agreement stopped him. Kai continued. The warehouse is not royal infrastructure. It is not a machine I control by spending more. If you build your plan around authority I do not possess, you repeat the same mistake that brought you here. Elias looked toward the failed prototype. We are running out of time. I know. Then give me another option. Kai pointed toward the workshop floor. They are building it. They have failed 4 times. So did the furnace team. This network connects the frontier. Then let the importance improve the work. not distort it. The director turned away. He did not apologize. He also did not ask about forcing the deepest door. For now, that mattered. The tensioning jig arrived on the 9th day. Voss Mechanical machined the frame under controlled load. White Ember fired the 5th ceramic blank using the refined orbital sequence. The Academy integrated both components. The new stabilizer passed bench testing, then full thermal range, then signal saturation. The first 24-hour run succeeded. Mira refused certification. Legacy requirement is 5 years. We cannot test 5 years, Elias said. We can test accelerated aging. How long? 36 hours. We have 4 days. Then we have time. The Crown Director looked ready to argue. Adrian spoke first. If we skip aging, every tower becomes the test chamber. Elias signed the test order. The component failed after 29 hours, not catastrophically. Its signal alignment slowly drifted beyond tolerance. The internal channels remained intact. The frame remained stable. The failure came from metallic glass oxidation inside the microchannels. Legacy components had resisted it. The reproduction did not. Mara compared material traces. The original contained a barely measurable layer of protective mineral around each internal branch. Not part of the bulk recipe, a reaction product. Created during firing. White Ember's ceramic master recognized it. The old workshop used coal gas. The modern kiln used purified mana heat. Cleaner, more controllable. Missing one impurity that formed the protective layer. The original process had benefited from what later engineers would have considered contamination. Elias laughed once. A tired, disbelieving sound. We improved the kiln and destroyed the component. The ceramic master shook her head. You improved one definition of purity. They could not safely introduce raw coal gas into the modern kiln without redesigning the ventilation system. 3 days remained. Mara proposed adding the protective mineral directly to the conductive glass. The first sample clumped. The second blocked channel formation. The third coded correctly, but reduced conductivity. The team worked through the night. At dawn, Lysa identified a soluble precursor that would migrate with the metallic glass and form the protective layer only during final cooling. The material existed, a rare industrial compound used in high-temperature lens manufacture. The nearest stock belonged to a workshop across the Western Sea. Delivery would take 8 days. The warehouse appraisal activated immediately. Common physical compound. Legal transfer. Available. Authority sufficient. For once, the impossible shop could provide the missing item without uncertainty. Kai retrieved 5 sealed containers. No triumph followed. Only relief sharp enough to hurt. The warehouse had not solved the process. It supplied the final material after people understood why it was needed. Exactly as it should. The 6th prototype entered accelerated aging with 57 hours remaining before the Crown deadline. No one left the shop. The testing chamber had been installed in the adjoining guild workshop because the Universal Commission shop itself lacked space. Messengers traveled constantly between the test hall and the Royal Relay office. Lumizada topped the timer and announced every hour until Elena threatened to assign her filing work. At 12 hours, performance remained stable. At 24, no oxidation. At 29, the point of previous failure passed without drift. No one celebrated. At 36 hours, the component remained within tolerance. Mira extended the test to 48. Elias objected. She ignored him. Commissioner Hale, connected through speaking crystal, supported the extension. The Crown Director found himself outvoted by technical reality. At 48 hours, the stabilizer passed. The Academy certified the process for controlled production. The system panel appeared. I say critical commission fulfilling requested outcome. Repeatable compatible relay stabilization. Component immediate mitigation. Successful manufacturing process. Verified external production route. Rarefied external production route. Established. Another notification followed. Authority advancement conditions met at the institutional trust. Confirmed advanced commission experience. Confirmed manufacturing complexity. Confirmed operational staff development. Confirmed responsibility threshold. Confirmed. The warehouse bell rang. Not only inside Kai's mind. The sound traveled through the shop, across the adjoining workshop. Every lamp flickered. Lumi rose into the air. Golden symbols circled the wooden door. Authority increased to Level 3, Level 4, new access. Advanced Engineering Archives. Distributed Production Support Technical Comparison Systems Multi-Site Commission. Coordination New Shop Function. New Shop. Verified Design Translation New Staff Authority. Elena Hart. Senior Operations Access. Elena looked toward the door. She could not see every line. But one appeared before her. Why Senior Operations Access granted? For the first time, the warehouse addressed her directly. She read the words, then looked at Kai. "I assume this creates more paperwork." He laughed despite the exhaustion. "Almost certainly." Elias stared at the glowing door. He had never seen the warehouse reveal anything publicly. No shelves, no impossible interior, only light beneath ordinary wood. What changed? Kai looked toward the successful prototype. Authority. Because the commission succeeded. Because the responsibility did. The Crown Director did not understand fully. Neither did Kai. But the pattern had become clear. Authority had not increased when the warehouse retrieved the reserve component. It increased after the world learned to reproduce what it needed. Not dependence. Capability? The new engineering archive could have produced a complete technical explanation of the legacy stabilizer now. Kai checked. The warehouse offered verified diagrams of the microchannel process, tensioning method and protective layer formation. Every answer the team had spent 14 days discovering appeared available. Too late to replace their work. Exactly in time to verify it. Kai requested comparison. The archive matched the independently developed process. Two small differences appeared. One could improve production yield, the other reduced material waste. Neither invalidated the team's achievement. Kai handed the translated recommendations to Mira. Warehouse verification. She read them. Then looked toward the test chamber. We reached the same answer, mostly, without it. Yes, the pride on her face did not come from defeating the warehouse. It came from proving people could meet it. The Crown ordered the first 26 stabilizers under the emergency framework. White Ember handled ceramic production. Mara's foundry produced the copper frames. Voss Mechanical built tensioning jigs for 2 additional workshops. The Academy controlled testing and certification. Smaller workshops received defined work packages for scanning, contact pins, and housing inspection. No single supplier became irreplaceable. The network had learned from its first failure before the new components entered service. The Crown Procurement Office also revised its archival rules. Failed equipment would no longer be treated as scrap until process knowledge had been reviewed. Old tools would be documented by function, not merely inventory name. The orbital tempering cradle became the first entry in a new category, production knowledge embedded in equipment. When the final deadline expired, Relay 47 remained stable. 3 more failing towers had received newly manufactured stabilizers. The remaining units entered scheduled replacement based on actual degradation rather than political convenience. No frontier region lost communication. No royal announcement mentioned the Universal Commission shop. The network simply continued working. Elias returned the following morning without guards. He placed the original damaged stabilizer on Kai's counter. The Crown Archive wishes to retain it. Then, why bring it here? For the project record. He added a signed document granting the shop permission to display a non-sensitive replica, and summary. After the confidentiality period ended, Kai looked toward him. That seems unusually transparent. The association framework requires post-project review. It does. I found that irritating. Past tense? Elias considered. Less irritating. He placed another envelope beside the. Damaged component. The Crown also requests a permanent procurement consultation agreement. Elena reached for it. Kai stopped her. Not today. Elias raised an eyebrow. We've been awake for 2 weeks. The director almost smiled. Tomorrow then. Tomorrow. After he left, Kai turned the shop sign to closed. No appointments. No emergency meetings. No royal couriers. Elena sat in the waiting chair instead of behind the desk. Lumi floated upside down above the counter. The successful stabilizer project filled 6 archive binders. The failed prototypes required 3 more. Kai looked around the quiet room. We need a larger office. Elena closed her eyes. Do not say that until tomorrow. Noted. A knock sounded against the front door. All 3 froze. Kai looked toward the sign. Closed. The knock came again. Then a small voice called through the glass. Mr. Kai? The boy with the repaired toy cart stood outside. One wheel had come loose. Kai opened the door. The child held it up apologetically. It wobbles. Across the street, the carpenter's apprentice had already noticed. He ran over, carrying a small tool roll. I can fix it. The boy looked toward Kai. Kai stepped aside. The apprentice knelt on the shop floor, removed the wheel and discovered the wooden pin had been cut slightly too narrow. He did not hide the mistake. He measured a new one. Fitted it. Tested the cart under weight. Then tested it again. The boy rolled it across the floor. Straight, no wobble. What do I owe you? The child's mother asked. The apprentice shook his head. Warranty. He looked toward Kai, uncertain whether he had used the word correctly. Kai nodded. Warranty. The apprentice smiled. The child left with his cart. The young carpenter returned across the street carrying the failed wooden pin, not as rubbish, as evidence. Elena opened one eye. You planned that scene to prove a point. Kai looked offended. I was sitting down. Lumi giggled. Outside, the ordinary district continued its work. Inside, the shop that could now access advanced engineering archives had just spent 10 quiet minutes watching someone correct a wooden wheel. Kai closed the door again. The warehouse could translate designs no living engineer understood. The Crown trusted the shop with its communication network. Authority had grown. The world had grown with it. But the principle remained small enough to fit inside a child's hand. When work failed, responsibility did not end. It returned. It learned. Then, it tried again. The failed wooden pin entered the project archive, not the Royal Archive, not the Advanced Engineering Register. A small drawer beneath the front counter labeled, Why Returns and Corrections. Elena placed it inside the following morning. Kai watched her close the drawer. You kept it. It records a fulfilled warranty. It's a piece of wood. It is evidence that completion can be reopened. Lumi floated beside the drawer. Should the cracked relay stabilizer go there too? No. No. Elena and Kai answered together. Lumi nodded. Different shelf. The shop opened at 9. At 9:02, the first consequence of Authority Level 4 arrived. Not through the front door. Through the warehouse. A bell rang behind the wooden door. Then, another. Then 6 more in rapid succession. Kai turned. The shop bell above the entrance remained still. These sounds came from different depths of the warehouse, some distant, some close, one so faint it barely reached the front counter. Lumi froze above the request desk. That has never happened before. Kai unlocked the wooden door. The reception hall no longer contained one bronze pedestal. There were 7. The original stood at the center. 6 smaller stations formed a half-circle around it. Each carried a glowing symbol. A hospital crest, a municipal seal, a merchant guild mark, an academy emblem, a royal relay insignia. 2 symbols Kai did not recognize. Elena stepped through beside him. Distributed production support, she said. Kai looked toward her. You can see the labels now? Senior Operations Access. A panel opened before both of them. A multi-site commission coordination. Activated and authorized partner institutions may submit preliminary requests remotely. Remote submissions do not constitute accepted commissions. Owner or senior operations staff must review. Identity, need, ownership, specifications, priority, and local capability. Current pending submissions. 7. Kai read the final line. We closed 1 royal project yesterday. Elena moved toward the nearest pedestal. The world noticed. The hospital request came from St. Rowan Clinic. Director Voss had submitted an urgent need for replacement pressure membranes used in several sterilization units. The existing supplier had discovered contamination in 1 production batch. No patient had been affected. The clinic had stopped using every membrane from that source as a precaution. The municipal request concerned flood gauges damaged during a storm. The Academy wanted 3 specialized lenses for its newly expanded resonance scanner. The Merchant Guild sought secure document seals compatible with its revised collaborative project registry. The Royal Relay submission was not an emergency. It requested manufacturing schedules for the first 26 stabilizers. The 2 unknown symbols belonged to institutions outside Goldleaf. One from the coastal city of Seabreak. The other from a mountain province Kai had never visited. Elena opened the hospital request first. Existing local capability? The warehouse displayed 3 registered manufacturers. 2 could produce the membrane. 1 held current medical certification. Kai frowned. Then why send it here? A note from Director Voss answered. Why primary certified manufacturer has paused production pending contamination review. Secondary workshops lack the required inspection equipment. The warehouse could manufacture the membranes immediately. Level 4 made the request easy. Too easy. Kai looked at Elena. How long until the primary manufacturer finishes its review? She activated the communication seal. Director Voss's written response appeared within seconds. You known. Initial estimate, 4 days. Clinic reserve, 36 hours. Immediate need. Local capacity temporarily unavailable. Clear specifications. No reason to refuse. Kai accepted a limited batch sufficient for 5 days. Not a permanent supply. The warehouse began production. Elena attached a condition. Your units require independent clinic inspection before use. The remote pedestal changed from amber to blue. 1 submission resolved. 6 remained. The coastal request was more troubling. Seabreak's Port Authority required 200 navigation prisms for lighthouse arrays along its storm channels. The previous supplier had increased prices by nearly 400% after hearing about the Crown Relay project. The authority wanted the Universal Commission shop to manufacture replacements instead. Kai read the request twice. The prisms were ordinary enough for existing glassmakers. No discontinued process, no emergency shortage, no failed industry. Only a supplier using its market position aggressively. Can the Port Authority legally terminate the existing contract? He asked. Elena checked the attached documents. With penalties? Have they negotiated? One meeting? With other suppliers? None. Kai declined the request. Not permanently. He returned it with instructions. Why conduct an open supplier review? Publish performance requirements. Wallow existing and new workshops to submit proposals. Resubmit only if verified capacity remains unavailable. The pedestal dimmed. Lumi tilted her head. You could manufacture them. Yes, cheaper, probably. Then why decline? Kai looked toward the list of registered glassmakers. Because the shop would become the threat used in every price dispute. Elena added the Noggle. Decision to the remote commission policy. Galaxy Warehouse is not leverage against legitimate negotiation. Another submission resolved. 5 remained. By the time the front shop opened, they had processed only 4 remote requests. The mountain submission remained incomplete. The academy request required technical comparison. The municipal gauges could be referred to a local workshop. The royal production schedule needed coordination across 5 sites. Outside, the normal queue had grown past the bakery. Kai looked through the warehouse door, then toward the customers waiting at the entrance. 2 businesses now occupied the same room. The local shop people could walk into, and a remote network capable of reaching them from across the province. Elena saw the problem before he said it. We need separate operating hours. Remote reviews before opening, and after closing, emergencies. Interruptions only after verified priority screening. Who screens them? She looked toward the 7. Glowing pedestals. Not 2 people. The first customer entered carrying a broken hand drill. Kai recognized him as a regular carpenter from the Southern District. The repair required 1 discontinued gear. A simple commission. While Kai reviewed the sample, the hospital pedestal rang again. Lumi turned toward the warehouse. Elena remained at the request desk. Nobody moved. The ring came a second time. The carpenter looked toward the wooden door. Something important? Possibly, Kai said. The man gathered his drill. I can come back. No, Kai stopped him. You waited. The remote request already had an accepted emergency production schedule. If the clinic needed to alter it, Elena could review the message after the current customer. The entire purpose of coordination was to prevent every urgent voice from becoming the only voice. Kai completed the drill commission. Elena issued the receipt. Only then did they open the hospital update. The clinic had located an additional reserve box. 3 membranes remained usable. The emergency had become less severe. The interruption had not required interruption at all. Elena added another rule. Aha, remote priority request must state what changed since the previous submission. Lumi watched her write. The warehouse could ask that automatically. Then it should. The system panel updated. Remote update. Requirement added. State new condition. State changed urgency. State requested decision. The warehouse was learning their procedures, or allowing them to shape its behavior. Kai wasn't certain which possibility unsettled him more. The morning queue advanced slowly. Not because the commissions were difficult, because news of the Crown Relay project had transformed public expectations again. A factory owner arrived with plans for an entire production line. A shipping company requested a fleet of standardized cargo cranes. An inventor wanted the shop to establish manufacturing partners for a personal airship prototype that existed only as a sketch. Each saw the manifold and stabilizer projects as proof that the Universal Commission shop could build industries around any idea. Kai refused all 3 preliminary requests, not because the objects were impossible. Because none of the customers had done the work that came before coordination. The factory owner had no verified design. The shipping company had not studied whether its ports could support identical cranes. The inventor had no working prototype, safety review or ownership agreement with the engineer who had drawn half the plans. By noon, 3 wealthy customers had left dissatisfied. Leo watched from his usual place beside the window. Yesterday, people believed you could solve national infrastructure. Today, you're telling them to finish their homework. Yes, he smiled. That may be less marketable. It is also cheaper than organizing 100 people around a bad assumption. The mountain's submission finally completed its records shortly after lunch. The crest belonged to Northvale Regional Hospital. Its request concerned a portable artificial breathing unit used during mine rescues. A tunnel collapse had trapped 11 workers underground. The rescue teams possessed breathing units. They lacked enough compatible oxygen cartridges for a prolonged extraction. Existing cartridges from newer units did not fit the old equipment. Estimated safe air reserve underground: 18 hours. Estimated rescue duration: 26. The front room went silent. Even Leo stopped recording. Kai opened the technical file. The cartridges were simple pressure vessels with specialized valves. The warehouse recognized the original model. Retrieval available. Quantity required: 48. Transfer legal. Medical certification expired because the manufacturer no longer existed. The objects could be supplied. They could not be placed into rescue service without inspection. Local inspection capability? Elena asked. The submission identified one mine safety engineer and a regional physician. No pressure testing laboratory. The closest certified facility stood 6 hours away. Too slow. The warehouse could provide perfect cartridges. The receiving institution could not prove that before use. Kai looked toward the new Level 4 functions. Technical comparison systems. Distributed production support. Multi-site coordination. The tools existed. The process did not. We need a certified testing package, he said. Elena searched the capability registry. 3 gold leaf institutions possessed the necessary equipment. St. Rowan Clinic could test medical seals. The city engineering office could pressure test vessels. The mining guild could certify the valve interface. 3 locations. 1 urgent object. No time to transport 48 cartridges between them. Unless the testing equipment came to the shop. Director Voss arrived 20 minutes later. The engineering office sent 2 technicians and a portable pressure chamber. The mining guild sent an old inspector named Cole Wren, who entered complaining that no one should trust rescue equipment manufactured in a building that also sold tea. Elena handed him the original cartridge specifications. He stopped complaining long enough to read them. Kai retrieved 1 sample cartridge first, not 48. The pressure chamber tested the vessel. St. Rowan tested the seal material. Cole dismantled the valve, compared every contact surface and reassembled it. Then he demanded a second sample. The first might have been unusually good. Kai retrieved another from a separate warehouse batch. It passed. Cole demanded a third. Director Voss looked toward the clock. Workers are underground. Which is why I won't certify a batch based on 1 good piece. He was right. Kai retrieved 6 samples. All passed. The warehouse provided production and custodial records for the entire lot. Same manufacturing batch. Same storage conditions. Same materials. Cole finally signed a limited emergency certification. Hay approved for immediate use in original Northvale Model 8 rescue units. Hamad approved for unrelated equipment. Only then did Kai retrieve the remaining 42. The objects appeared in 6 reinforced crates. 48 cartridges. Enough physical weight that the front floor groaned beneath them. Retrieval was not delivery. Northvale lay nearly a day away by ordinary road. The warehouse's new multi-site coordination panel displayed several transport routes. Royal Courier Carriage, 9 hours. Merchant Relay Wagons, 11. Academy Air Courier, 7, but insufficient capacity. Direct distributed transfer, locked. Authority condition incomplete. The fastest route was still too slow. Safe air reserve had fallen below 16 hours. Leo looked toward Kai. Can the warehouse send them there? Not yet. Can you increase authority? No. The room had returned to the same edge they had faced during the relay project. A perfect object, sitting in the wrong place. The warehouse could preserve continuity inside itself. The world outside still contained distance. Elena studied the route map. Academy Air Courier capacity? 16 cartridges per flight. The operator answered through the communication seal. Travel time? 7 hours one way. Available craft? 2. 32 cartridges. Not enough for the full request. The Royal Courier Carriage could carry the remaining 16, but arrival would be 2 hours later. The Northvale rescue engineer joined the remote channel. We don't need all units at the same time. Kai looked toward the projection. Explain. The trapped workers are in 3 shelter groups. First group reaches reserve limit earliest. How many cartridges? 12. Second? 16. Third? 20. Elena reorganized the shipment. The first air courier carried 12 for Group 1 and 4 reserve. The second carried 16 for Group 2. The Royal Carriage carried 20 for Group 3, plus the remaining contingency supply. No route alone could fulfill the request. Together they could meet the sequence of need. The first 2 crates left within 40 minutes. The carriage departed 10 minutes later under a Royal Emergency Seal supplied by Edwin. The system updated. Critical remote commission. Items verified. Delivery sequence active. Estimated first arrival. "6 hours 42 minutes. Kai watched the countdown begin. For the first time, the shop had accepted a commission whose completion would occur hundreds of miles away. He could not inspect the final use, could not see the customer, could not know whether a mountain storm would delay the aircraft. The warehouse had extended their reach. It had also extended the distance across which responsibility could fail. Whoa. The shop closed to ordinary customers for the remainder of the afternoon, not because the warehouse lacked capacity, because Kai and Elena did. They tracked 3 shipments, verified landing clearances, confirmed the correct rescue units, sent cartridge installation diagrams, recorded responsibility at every transfer. The air couriers reached Northvale after dark. The first landed at a mountain staging field. A rescue runner carried 12 cartridges toward the tunnel immediately. The second aircraft encountered wind and diverted 20 minutes south. Its arrival estimates slipped. The royal carriage lost a wheel on the northern road. Its driver sent an emergency message from a relay post. 3 routes, 3 new failures. Elena moved markers across the delivery board. The second group has 5 hours of reserve. The diverted aircraft arrives in 1. Safe, third group, 7 hours. The carriage repair estimate, unknown. Kai contacted the nearest capability. Registry. A freight cooperative operated 40 miles north of the broken carriage. It possessed fresh horses and a reinforced wagon. The royal driver could transfer the crates, but the cooperative's night dispatcher refused. No standing agreement. No confirmed payment. No authority to accept sealed medical cargo. The corridor problem all over again. Distance had not changed human caution. Edwin secured Crown authorization. Elena drafted a 1-page emergency transfer. Named cargo. Named seals. Defined payment. Responsibility transferred only after both drivers counted and signed for 20 cartridges. The cooperative accepted. Fresh horses departed toward the relay post. The transfer added 50 minutes. Still, within Group 3's reserve. If nothing else failed. Kai remained beside the communication pedestal. Lumi floated above the moving markers. Do you always feel this worried when objects leave? Usually customers carry them out the front door. Then you can see. Yes. Is seeing the same as knowing? Kai looked toward the distant markers. No. It only feels closer. At midnight, the first rescue group received its cartridges. The message arrived in 4 words. E-Group 1 supply restored. No customer satisfaction rating appeared. No celebratory chime. The commission remained active. The commission remained active. The second aircraft landed 26 minutes later. Group 2 received its supply before reserve levels became critical. The transferred carriage reached the rescue site shortly before dawn. All 20 cartridges arrived sealed. Group 3's breathing reserve had fallen to 90 minutes. The new cartridges extended it long enough for the rescue teams to complete a secondary tunnel. The first trapped miners emerged after sunrise. Then 4 more. The last group reached the surface near noon. 11 workers, alive. The Northvale engineer sent the final verification. Hall requested units performed within certified specification. Only then did the system ring. Why critical remote commission complete customer outcome. Verified items fulfilled. 48 partner institutions coordinated. 9 transport routes. 3 emergency transfers. 2 rule violations. None. A second notice followed. Multi-site commission coordination stabilization. Remote submission network expanded. New requirement identified. Dedicated remote operations staff current owner capacity exceeded. Elena read the same message. She looked at Kai. We have been officially informed that we are overworked. I thought you would enjoy the validation. I would enjoy another employee. The front door opened before they could discuss it. A young woman entered wearing a rain-damaged courier uniform. Mud covered her boots. A leather dispatch case remained chained to her wrist. She looked at the closed sign. Then at the exhausted people behind the counter. I can return later. Elena noticed the courier crest. Northvale? The woman nodded. I carried the final surface report to the regional relay office. Then volunteered to bring the original relay office. Documents here. She placed the case on the counter. Inside rested signed transfer records from every stage. Airfield, tunnel command, medical inspection, rescue use. No missing handoff. No assumed completion. Kai examined the pages. Why carry originals this far? The remote system transmitted the outcome. She looked toward the archive shelves. But someone said your shop keeps the proof. Elena asked. Who? The courier shrugged. Everyone. Apparently. Lumi floated closer. The young woman could not see her, but her gaze followed the slight movement of papers in the air. Kai looked at the courier's precise records. Every time, every transfer, every change in cargo responsibility. Even the broken royal carriage and emergency wagon exchange had been documented correctly. What is your name? He asked. Nora Vale, Kai paused. Related to Agnes Vale? My grandmother? That explained the careful handling. Collectors preserved provenance. Nora preserved journeys. Elena pulled the staffing requirement closer. How long have you worked as a courier? 5 years. Emergency dispatch? 2. Records. I maintain my own. She produced a small notebook. Every delivery had a route, transfer point, delay, cause, recipient, final confirmation. No decorative writing. No missing steps. Elena read 3 pages. Then, 5. Nora shifted awkwardly. Did I make an error? No. Elena closed the notebook. Would you like a different job? Kai looked toward her. We haven't discussed salary. We will. Nora looked between them. What job? Elena pointed toward the 7 remote pedestals glowing behind the wooden door, making sure distant requests arrive as responsibilities instead of rumors. Nora stared into the warehouse entrance. The lanterns stretched farther than the eye could follow. Unlike Elena, she did not immediately comment on its organization. She looked at the route markers, the pending submissions, the transfer records. Then at the chain still attached to her dispatch case. Does the job involve travel? Sometimes, Kai said. Paperwork? Constantly, Elena answered. Emergencies? Too many. Nora considered for less than 10 seconds. When do I begin? The system panel appeared. Wookiee personnel detective candidate, Nora Vale, recommended position. Remote commission coordinator, operational compatibility, high specialization. Custody tracking, route continuity, transfer verification, emergency dispatch, Lumi read over Kai's shoulder. She comes with 4 categories. Elena nodded approvingly. Efficient. Kai looked toward Nora. We begin with a trial period. She unlocked the chain from her wrist. Agreed. The Universal Commission shop had once struggled to serve 1 customer at a time. Now, its counter reached hospitals, municipalities, academies, and rescue sites beyond the horizon. The shop had grown stronger. So had the consequences of every missed message. Kai looked at the 7 glowing pedestals. Then at the new coordinator already reorganizing the Northvale transport records by route rather than institution. The next stage of the shop would not be measured by how far the warehouse could reach. It would be measured by whether the people at the far end could trust that nothing important would be lost along the way. The first knock came from inside the warehouse before Nora finished her first page. Not from one of the 7 remote pedestals, not from the reception hall. Far deeper. One heavy strike. Every lantern beyond the entrance dimmed. Lumi stopped moving. The dispatch case slipped from Nora's hand and struck the counter with a dull metal sound. She looked toward the wooden door. What was that? Kai already knew. His grandfather's warning returned with perfect clarity. Guido not open the deepest door. A second knock traveled through the warehouse, closer than the first. The glowing symbols above the remote pedestals vanished. Every pending submission froze. The doorway's endless aisles went dark, 1 section at a time, as though something beyond them were drawing the light inward. Elena moved first. Nora closed the front entrance. Nora hesitated only long enough to confirm she had heard correctly. She locked the shop, lowered the blinds, and turned the sign to closed. Kai crossed into the warehouse. Elena followed. Nora remained at the threshold until the system addressed her directly. Remote Commission Coordinator, recognize emergency operational access. Granted, remain within reception boundary. She stepped inside and stopped beside the nearest pedestal. Lumi still had not spoken. The blue rabbit floated at Kai's shoulder, staring into the darkness. A third knock sounded. This time the stone floor trembled. A line of white light appeared beneath the central pedestal. It ran away from reception, cutting through the dark aisles in a perfectly straight path. Not toward any section Kai recognized. Past the mechanical district, past the engineering archives, past the administrative records, farther than the route that had once led to Volume 1. The path continued until distance reduced it to a single pale thread. At its end, a door appeared. Too far away to see clearly. Yet Kai knew exactly what it was. The deepest door had finally revealed its location. A system panel unfolded before him. Level 4, authority confirmed in deep administrative sector. Accessible primary seal, awaiting owner decision, warning, record detected, previous owner restriction. Active. Elena read the same display. Previous owner restriction. Grandfather, Kai said. Lumi flinched at the word. Not visibly enough for Nora to notice. Kai did. He turned toward her. You remember something? No. The answer came too quickly. Another knock echoed from the distant door. Luma's form flickered. For one instant, her translucent blue outline changed. She became smaller. Dimmer? Her long ears lowered against her head. Then the familiar rabbit returned. Elena saw it too. What happened? Lumi looked down at her paws. I don't know. Kai stepped closer. You said parts of you slept with the warehouse. As, is this sector one of them? The rabbit did not answer. The white path brightened. The system offered another message. Administrator fragment synchronization available, designated assistant. Lumi current memory integrity, 61%, deep. 61% deep sector memory partition. Detected synchronization requires proximity to primary seal. Nora looked from the panel to Lumi. Your memories are stored behind that door. Lumi backed away from the path. No, the system did not change. Kai said nothing. Lumi looked at him. I said no. Her voice was sharper than he had ever heard it. Not annoyed. Afraid. The next knock struck from beyond the deepest door. Lumi folded inward as if the sound had passed through her. A memory escaped before she could stop it. Not words. An image. The air above the pedestal turned silver. A scene formed inside it. Kai's grandfather stood before the same distant door. Younger than Kai remembered him. His hair still dark at the sides. Lumi floated beside him, brighter and larger than she was now. Not a sleepy assistant. An administrator surrounded by rings of blue symbols. Grandfather held the warehouse key. The deepest door stood open by the width of one hand. Darkness moved beyond it. Not empty darkness. Shelves. Countless shelves. But unlike the warehouse orderly aisles, those shelves shifted constantly. Objects appeared and vanished. Cities in glass. Weapons without makers. Machines with no recorded origin. Seeds from forests that had never grown. Documents written in languages no world had spoken. Requests without customers. Answers without questions. Grandfather pushed the door closed. The vision ended. Lumi dropped toward the pedestal. Kai caught her before she struck it. She weighed almost nothing. Her blue light pulsed unevenly. I remember that, she whispered. Elena moved beside them. What was behind it? Lumi stared toward the distant door. Everything the warehouse could provide before anyone earned the right to ask. Silence spread through reception. Nora tightened her grip on the dispatch case chain. Kai looked back along the white path. The deepest sector did not hold stronger versions of ordinary inventory. It held capability without context. Objects disconnected from ownership, need, safety, and consequence. The warehouse before the shopkeeper's judgment shaped it into service. What happened when he opened it? Kai asked. Lumi's eyes closed. Another fragment surfaced. The silver vision returned. Grandfather stood inside the shop at night. The front windows shook in a storm. Commission panels filled the air. Hundreds, thousands. Requests arrived faster than they could be read. Food for cities in famine. Medicine for unknown diseases. Siege engines, crown jewels, lost children's toys. Forbidden artifacts, replacement hearts, dead kings' letters. Weapons requested by both sides of the same war. Every request displayed the same status. Available. Grandfather shouted for Lumi to stop the intake. She stood at the warehouse door surrounded by administrative light. I can't distinguish them, she said. Why? The deep index is answering before intent review. Close it. I don't have authority. Grandfather seized the key and ran toward the kiosk. Deepest door. The fragment shattered. Lumi trembled in Kai's arms. I opened the route, she said. You? I told him the warehouse could help more people. Her voice became smaller. We were quiet for so long. Cities were suffering. Wars, plagues, winter shortages, I thought. Limits were delays. I thought if we removed them, the warehouse could finally fulfill its purpose. Kai remembered Volume 1. The warehouse exists to support civilization, not replace it. Grandfather had repeated that lesson because Lumi had once believed the opposite. What did the deep index do? Elena asked. It stopped waiting for proper commissions. Lumi's words came unevenly now. Each memory arriving with pain. It searched for unmet need. Everywhere it could reach. It treated possibility as permission. Nora looked toward the frozen remote pedestals. The network now reaches more places. Yes, Lumi faced Kai. That is, Lumi faced Kai. That is. Wyatt woke. Level 4 had not merely expanded the shop. It had connected enough institutions for the deepest sector to recognize a pathway back into the world. A distributed network of requests, hospitals, governments, guilds, academies, guilds, academies. Emergency services. The exact structure the deep index needed to operate at scale. The knocks were not someone trapped behind the door. They were the warehouse requesting restoration of an old function. Kai lowered Lumi gently onto the central pedestal. What happened after Grandfather closed it? Her outline flickered again. I don't remember. The system answered for her. Key memory partition created by previous ownership purpose. Prevent automatic reconnection to deep index partition scope. Administrator Knowledge Deep Root Protocols, Primary Seal Access Emergency Severance Event Memory Restoration Status. Owner approval required. Grandfather had removed part of Luma's memory deliberately. Not punishment, protection. Perhaps for the shop, perhaps for her. Kai looked toward the strongest warning. The emergency severance event. What was severed? No one answered. The owner's journal appeared inside the reception hall. Volume 2 lifted from the shop's strongbox beyond the doorway, passed through the wall of darkness and settled on the bronze pedestal. Its pages turned by themselves. Year 24, almost opened the deepest door. Didn't. Correct decision. Then year 25. When there are two ways to wake the warehouse. Growth is safer, demand is faster. Never confuse the two. The page turned again. A hidden line appeared beneath the familiar entry. Ink long present but previously invisible. Growth still reaches the door eventually. When it does, the next owner must choose what the warehouse is allowed to become. Another page. Blank until now. Grandfather's handwriting formed slowly. Kai, if this is visible, Lumi has recovered enough to hear the truth. Lumi stared at the sentence. The writing continued. Gaisi did not betray the warehouse. She trusted its purpose more than its limits. That was my failure as owner, not hers as administrator. Lumi's light broke into small drifting fragments. Kai placed one hand beside her. The fragments returned. Grandfather's message continued. Wiji sealed her memories because the deep index recognizes its administrator through knowledge. If she remembered the root, it could use her to reopen itself without an owner's decision. Ji kept the shop quiet, because every expansion strengthened the connection. Ji left the key to you, because silence was never a permanent answer. The final line appeared more slowly. You must decide what happens when the world's need exceeds the judgment of anyone's shopkeeper. The page stopped. No instruction followed, no correct answer. Only the decision grandfather had postponed until his successor could no longer avoid it. The system displayed 3 choices. Y primary seal decision. Option 1. Restore deep index effect. Global need discovery automatic request generation. Unrestricted archive search maximum retrieval efficiency administrator memory. Restored risk. Intent review may be bypassed during critical need owner authority required for later restrictions. Option 2. Preserve current sealed effect. Deep index remains inaccessible current warehouse functions. Retained administrator memory. Partition remains distributed network limited to submitted requests risk. Unseen. Needs remain unanswered. Deep sector pressure will increase as network expands. Future seal instability possible. Option 3. Option 3. Sever deep index permanently effect. Deep sector disconnected from shop authority. Automatic need discovery. Permanently disabled. Deep archive inaccessible administrator memory. Restored without route protocols. Current approved warehouse functions. Preserved irreversible. Nora read the final word aloud. Irreversible. The deepest door knocked once more. The sound was quieter, almost patient. The warehouse was not threatening them. It was waiting for its owner. Elena looked toward Kai. No advice, no immediate procedure. This decision belonged to him. Lumi, however, turned toward the second option. Preserve the seal. Kai studied her. You would remain incomplete. I function. That wasn't my question. She lowered her eyes. If my memories return, I may become the root again. Option 3 removes the root protocols. The system says that. You don't trust it? Lumi looked toward the distant door. I trusted it before. The admission carried centuries of guilt. Kai crouched so they were level. You trusted the idea that helping more people was always better. Yes, you were wrong. Her ears lowered. Ah yes, that does not mean you are dangerous forever? You don't know that, no. Kai answered with a deep, same honesty he had demanded from every customer. I don't. Lumi looked up. He continued. But grandfather removed your choice to protect everyone. He believed it was necessary. Maybe it was. Kai glanced toward the journal. He also believed silence was temporary. Elena moved to the primary panel. Option 1 gives the warehouse permission to identify needs before people submit requests. Yes, Kai said. That turns the shop from a responder into an authority. Nora understood. It decides who needs help. And what object answers that need? Elena added. A hospital might need medicine. A city might need clean water. An army might need weapons. 2 nations might need victory against each other. The deepest index could identify all of them. Availability would arrive before ethics. Capability before consent. The owner would spend every day refusing an endless world rather than understanding the people standing at the counter. Kai rejected option 1. The panel dimmed around it. Hoist restore deep index. Declined. The distant door stopped knocking. Not because the decision was complete, because the most dangerous invitation had been refused. Two options remained: preserve or sever. Lumi looked relieved. Elena did not. The current seal is already reacting to growth, she said. Kai nodded. Preserving it postpones the decision. It also keeps the archive intact. Nora glanced toward the endless aisles. There may be things behind that door the world genuinely needs. There are, Lumi said. Her certainty came from returning fragments. Processes lost before civilizations recorded them. Medicines from extinct plants. Tools made in places the warehouse can no longer identify. Objects no current authority can reach. Kai looked toward the sealed door. Severing it meant choosing permanent limits. Not because the deep archive was evil, because access to unlimited answers carried a form of authority no merchant should possess. Could he destroy that possibility? Did he have the right? The question reversed itself immediately. Did he have the right to preserve a hidden source of limitless intervention simply because the world might someday need it? Volume 1 opened. No new message appeared. Only an old principle. Your growth is measured by responsibility. Never by inventory. Kai read it once. Then looked toward the remote pedestals. The Northvale rescue had succeeded because institutions coordinated. The relay network had survived because workshops rebuilt a lost process. The furnace worked because people created what the warehouse could not provide. Each limit had forced the world to gain capability instead of borrowing salvation. The deepest archive offered the opposite. Answers without the growth required to deserve them. Not always, but often enough. Kai made his decision. Sever it. Lumi stared at him. Nora stopped breathing for a moment. Elena asked only one question. Why? Because the shop should never know the world's needs before the world speaks. Kai faced the distant door. And no owner should possess answers that bypass everyone responsible for living with them. What about the lost medicines? Lumi asked. We search for cures, the extinct processes. We recover what evidence allows, the people we could save. His voice tightened. We save everyone we legitimately can. He did not pretend the limit would be painless. Some needs will exceed us. Some answers will remain lost. That is already true. Kai placed the warehouse key against the primary seal on the central pedestal. The existence of a hidden answer does not make me its rightful judge. The system did not ask him to confirm immediately. Instead, it displayed the consequences again. Deep archive inaccessible. Automatic discovery disabled. Current approved functions preserved. Irreversible. Administrator memory restored without root protocols. Kai pressed the key into the seal. I confirm. Elena placed her hand over his, not to change the choice. To share responsibility for it. Nora moved to the remote pedestals and secured every active commission record. Lumi remained alone for one breath, then floated down and placed both paws against the key. I confirm too. The system accepted. By permanent severance authorized owner, Kai Rowan senior operations witness. Elena Hart administrator consent. Lumia operational content. Lumi operational content witness. Nora Vale. The deepest door opened. Not inward. It separated down the center into two walls of white light. For a single instant, the deep archive became visible. Endless shelves carrying impossible abundance. Objects from civilizations forgotten by history. Machines that could reshape industries. Seeds that might restore vanished forests. Remedies that might cure diseases no doctor yet understood. Weapons that could end wars by ending everyone in them. Letters from people long dead. Crowns belonging to nations not yet founded. Perfect answers to questions nobody had learned to ask. Kai felt the weight of everything he was refusing. Then the shelves began withdrawing, not burning, not breaking. Moving beyond connection. The deepest sector receded until even the warehouse could no longer reach it. The white path fractured into thousands of points, each rose like dust beneath sunlight. The door remained until the last shelf disappeared. Then it closed. No lock formed, no seal, only a blank wall at the end of an ordinary aisle. The deepest door no longer existed. Lumi cried out. Her light expanded through the reception hall. Memories returned all at once, not only the crisis. Years with grandfather, opening the first shop, arguments over pricing. Quiet winters, customers she had forgotten. The first time the warehouse refused a harmful request. The day she discovered it could hear needs beyond the counter. Her excitement. Grandfather's fear. The deep door opening. Requests flooding every pedestal. A city receiving food it had not asked for. Destroying the local merchants who had nearly stabilized supply. A kingdom obtaining defensive weapons before its rival attacked. Then choosing to strike first. A dying patient receiving a cure without consent, surviving while the untested treatment harmed others. Every answer correct as an object, wrong as an intervention. Grandfather running through the warehouse, closing routes one by one. Lumi severing remote links while begging the system to stop answering. The final door resisting because she had authorized it. Grandfather using the owner's key to force the seal, then removing the root from her memory because the deep index continued calling through her. Lumi collapsed into Kai's hands. This time, she felt warm, solid enough that he could feel a heartbeat of blue light inside her. "I remember him," she whispered. Kai held her carefully. "All of him? Enough." She looked toward the blank wall. "He forgave me before he sealed the memories." Her voice broke. "I forgot that too." Volume 2 opened to its final page. Fresh writing appeared, not slowly. One complete line. "Good. You chose a smaller warehouse in a larger world." Below it, the handwriting changed. Less steady. The final message Grandfather had left. "That was the answer I hoped you would find." The ink dried. No more words followed. Kai touched the page. For months the journal had felt like a conversation interrupted by death. Now it felt complete. The warehouse lights returned. Not all at once. Section by section, mechanical archives, kitchens, medical stores, historical records, manufacturing halls, engineering archives, remote coordination. Everything Kai had earned remained. The 7 pedestals reactivated. Pending requests resumed exactly where they had stopped. No records vanished. No customer was abandoned. The warehouse had become smaller only in possibility. In purpose, it had become clearer. A new system message appeared. Why Mary Purpose ratifying the Universal Commission warehouse will respond only to submitted, reviewed and accepted physical requests. Automatic global need discovery. Permanently disabled deep index. Severed owner authority. Finalized future advancement will expand capability within accepted purpose. It will not restore unrestricted access. Another line followed. WA administrator memory integrity Lumi. 100% root protocols. Removed. Lumi read it twice. Then she turned upside down in the air. Kai caught her automatically. She laughed. Not the sleepy administrative laugh he knew. Something brighter. Older. Whole. I used to do that. Float upside down? Annoy him? Kai smiled. I think that part survived. Nora checked the remote submissions. All stable. Elena closed the emergency log. What happens to authority now? Kai examined the finalized display. Level 4 remained. Progress remained possible. Advanced archives. Design translation. Distributed production. Nothing beyond purpose had been lost. The shop continues growing. Toward what? He looked through the doorway into the endless, but no longer limitless, warehouse. Toward being better at what it chose to be. Elena nodded. A practical answer, the kind she trusted. They returned to the front room near sunset. The blinds remained closed. The closed sign still faced the street. Hours had passed, though the shop felt as if it had crossed years. Kai placed Volume 1 and Volume 2 beside the new administrative journal. 3 generations of records. Grandfather's principles. Grandfather's waiting. Kai's choice. He opened Volume 3. The first pages contained shop growth, institutional projects and the provincial investigation. He turned to a fresh page. Year 1, final owner decision. He paused. Then wrote, Deepest index has been severed permanently. Kai, the warehouse, will not search the world for needs or answer requests before they are chosen and understood. G's some answers are now beyond us. His pen stopped briefly. He continued. Hetseneo, Vision failure. Hutsiren is the boundary that keeps service from becoming control. Elena read the entry. Add Luma's consent. Kai did. Nora added the witness record. Lumi pressed one tiny blue paw beneath the final line. A glowing print remained on the paper. The administrative stamp sealed the page. Vjoner decision recorded post finalizing. No hidden percentage appeared. No reward. No new function. The decision was not a step toward greater power. It was the shape all future power would have to respect. Kai reopened the shop the following morning. No announcement explained what had happened. No public notice declared that an infinite archive had been cut away. Customers simply returned. The first carried a broken kitchen scale. The second needed a compatible pump seal. The third submitted plans for hospital storage carts. Remote requests waited behind the warehouse door. Nora managed their routes. Alina controlled the workflow. Lumi floated above the counter with restored memories and the same habit of offering emotional support instead of cleaning. The world did not know what it had lost. Or what had been prevented? Perhaps it never would. Kai accepted the first commission. Specific object, clear need, verified ownership, safe purpose. A person standing in front of him, trusting the shop to listen before answering. The warehouse chimed. Not from the deepest sector. From the ordinary shelves, an item began moving toward the counter. Kai smiled. Please take a seat. The customer lowered himself into the waiting chair. He was an elderly grocer from 3 streets away. The broken kitchen scale rested on his knees, its brass plate tilted sharply to one side. Kai carried it through the wooden door. The warehouse received the request without hesitation. No hidden sector stirred. No distant knock answered. One ordinary drawer opened in the mechanical aisle. Inside lay the exact replacement spring required by the scale. Nothing more. Kai returned, fitted the spring, and recalibrated the mechanism beneath the grocer's watchful eye. The needle settled at 0. The old man placed a 1-pound iron weight on the plate. The scale balanced perfectly. That's better. He paid, tucked the scale beneath one arm, and left. The commission chime sounded small, clean, complete. Kai remained behind the counter for a moment after the door closed. The warehouse had once contained answers grand enough to alter kingdoms. Today it had provided a spring. He felt no loss, only relief. The second customer's pump seal went to the blacksmith, not because the warehouse could not make it, because the blacksmith had recently acquired the correct mold and needed 3 more verified orders before the Merchant Guild would certify his new production line. The customer agreed after hearing the delivery time. 2 days. Not immediate. Not impossible. Reliable. Nora recorded the referral. Elena updated the capability registry. Lumi floated above the intake desk. Reading the form upside down. Your handwriting improved. Nora looked up. You met me yesterday. I have very high standards. You don't write. That is why they remain high. Kai smiled as he reviewed the hospital card plans. The shop had returned to ordinary work. Yet ordinary no longer meant small. Every decision entered a larger system now. One referral helped a workshop gain certification. One verified supplier reduced future dependence on the warehouse. One delayed delivery created local capacity. None of it required announcing what had happened behind the deepest door. Near noon, Edwin entered carrying a sealed black folder. Kai recognized the Crown procurement mark. He looked toward the closed lever beneath the counter. Edwin noticed. Not an urgency. Kai left the sign alone. That is becoming my favorite category. The Crown has received the final relay project report, and the network remains stable. Good. Production yield improved after the warehouse. Verification notes, also good. Edwin placed the folder on the counter. The Crown would like to know whether the new Level 4 functions alter the consultation agreement. Elena accepted the document. They do, Edwin sighed. I expected that. We can now compare designs more deeply, coordinate multiple sites, translate verified technical requirements, Kai continued. We cannot search for needs automatically. Edwin paused. I wasn't aware that was under discussion. It isn't anymore. Elena glanced toward Kai. He shook his head once. The deepest sector would not become a government disclosure. Not because the Crown had no interest, because the decision had already been made. The capability no longer existed. There was nothing to negotiate. Edwin accepted the answer without pressing. What does the Crown need to change? The agreement must state that remote access requires submitted requests. No automatic monitoring, no undisclosed procurement search, no assumption that increased. Authority means unrestricted inventory. Edwin looked toward the wooden door. You have become more powerful, E. His main action is to write more limits. Yeah, he smiled faintly. Then perhaps the Crown's trust was not misplaced. The revised agreement required only 3 pages. No direct connection to the warehouse. No standing right of first access. No priority based solely on royal status. Emergency requests remained subject to need, legality, and available capacity. The Crown could maintain secure submission channels. It could not reserve future capability it had not earned through a valid commission. Edwin read the final clause aloud. No institution may claim ownership over functions unlocked through unrelated public trust. He looked up. That will cause arguments. It should, Elena said. Then people will understand what they are asking. 4. Edwin signed as Merchant Guild witness. The Crown would review the agreement later. The shop did not delay operations while waiting. By late afternoon, the 7 remote pedestals had become 9. The Merchant Guild added a public safety channel. The Provincial Commerce Administration added 1 for infrastructure coordination. No new pedestal activated automatically. Each required a signed partnership, a defined purpose, named step. Audit rights. Emergency limits. Nora reviewed every application before it reached Kai. The Coastal Port Authority resubmitted its navigation prism request. This time, it included an open supplier review. 3 glassmakers had submitted proposals. 2 could meet the price. 1 could meet the storm resistance standard. The Port Authority wanted the warehouse to manufacture an initial emergency reserve, while the selected workshop expanded production. Kai accepted. A limited quantity, a fixed end date, a transition plan included. The warehouse would cover a gap, then leave the industry stronger than it found it. The commission panel approved. No deep index was required to identify the need. The people responsible had done that themselves. Nora adapted quickly. Too quickly. According to Elena, you accepted 2 priority classifications without secondary verification. The institutions provided signed urgency reports. Signed does not mean complete. Nora looked toward the rescue records. The Northvale request was signed. It also included air reserve calculations. Elena placed the 2 new submissions beside her. These state consequences. They don't state timelines. Nora read them again. Her confidence shifted into concentration. You're right. Elena did not soften the correction. Remote urgency can consume local capacity. If we accept it, someone else waits. Every priority must explain why that trade is justified. Nora marked both submissions for clarification. No defensiveness. No apology stretched into guilt. Just correction. Kai watched from the main counter. Elena had once managed everything alone because no one else could meet her standards. Now she was teaching someone to carry them. That was a different kind of growth. The day ended without crisis. The shop closed at 7. Nora remained another 15 minutes to complete the transfer log. Elena ordered her home. I can finish. That is the problem. Nora looked confused. Elena pointed toward the staff schedule. Remote operations continue tomorrow. You are part of the infrastructure now. Infrastructure requires maintenance. Nora glanced toward Kai. He nodded. Go. She gathered her coat. At the door, she stopped. Do you both always work this late? Elena answered. No. Kai answered. Yes. They looked at each other. Nora left smiling. Nini. After the front door locked, Lumi placed herself on the central counter. I have a request? Kai looked up. Physical object? Yes. Specific? Yes. Legal ownership? Yes. Elena closed the final ledger. What do you want? Loomis' form became unusually still. My old Administrator seal. Kai remembered the memory fragment. The larger, brighter version of Lumi surrounded by blue rings. What happened to it? I surrendered it when grandfather partitioned my memory. Where is it? I don't know. The request registered. Kindly commission detected she requested item? Loomis' original administrator seal ownership. Confirmed last custodial status. Warehouse administration current location. Restricted historical record transfer. Available difficulty. Rare. Kai looked toward her. Why do you want it back? Lumi glanced at the remote pedestals. Not to reopen the route. The seal cannot do that anymore. Then why? She took longer to answer. Because I remember choosing to give it up. Don't remember receiving anything after. The memory partition had taken knowledge. The seal had taken identity. For decades, Lumi had remained an assistant without understanding what she had once administered. Now she was whole enough to decide whether she wanted that role again. Kai accepted the commission. The administrative district opened beyond the reception hall, not the deepest sector. A smaller archive lined with bronze drawers and suspended records. The request led Kai to a narrow cabinet bearing Loomis' name. Inside rested a circular blue seal no larger than a coin. Its surface carried the same divided circle symbol stamped into the owner's journals. The seal did not glow. It waited. A record tablet lay beneath it. Administrator seal and bearer. Lumi original function. Warehouse intake organization. Request classification catalog. Synchronization owner support deep root authorization. Permanently removed current eligible functions. Standard administration remote intake support institutional memory management owner consultation. Transfer requires bearer consent. Kai brought the seal back. He did not hand it to Lumi immediately. It changes your role. Yes. You would have access to more records. Yes. More responsibility. Yes. You could remain as you are. She looked toward the waiting chair, the ledgers, the remote pedestals, the ordinary shelves. I know. Kai held the seal out. Then choose. Lumi placed one paw on its surface. Blue light spread through the shop. not violently, gently. The seal dissolved into a ring of symbols around her neck before settling into a small silver-blue pendant, her form sharpened. The translucent edges became clearer. Tiny lines of administrative text moved across her eyes, then disappeared. The system acknowledged her. WA administrator role restored in Lumi, authorized functions. Reviewed intake organization, catalog support, remote submission screening, historical continuity records restrictions. No independent commission acceptance. No owner override. No automatic need discovery. No deep root authority. Lumi floated higher. Do I look more impressive? Kai studied her carefully. No, she gasped. Elena looked up. The pendant is nice. Lumi turned toward her. You understand leadership. I understand targeted compliments. The rabbit spun once in the air. The symbols around her briefly formed a perfect circle. For the first time, her restored role belonged to the present rather than the past. A new page appeared in Volume 3. No handwriting formed automatically. The journal waited for Kai. He recorded Lumis' restored seal. Her consent. Her restrictions. Then handed her the pen. She stared at it. I don't have fingers. You have administrative authority. That does not create fingers. The seal glowed. The pen lifted. Lumi guided it carefully across the page. Her handwriting was surprisingly elegant. You chose to return. Nothing more. Kai stamped the entry. 3 days passed. The shop's new rhythm stabilized. Local customers arrived through the front door. Remote institutions submitted requests through signed channels. Nora tracked movement. Elena controlled operations. Lumi screened incomplete submissions before they consumed human attention. Kai remained the final decision point. Not because no one else was capable, because someone still had to own acceptance. The arrangement worked. Then the first challenge to the final warehouse decision arrived. Not from the Crown, not from the Guild, from Professor Alden. She entered after closing, carrying a thin archival box. No urgency, no witnesses. She placed it beside Volume 1. I found this in the Academy's sealed historical collection. Inside lay a page torn from an older administrative register. The paper predated Kai's grandfather, possibly by centuries. A divided circle symbol marked the top. Beneath it appeared a list of warehouse owners. Most names had no dates. Some had only titles. Keeper of the Western Door. Merchant of Ash Harbor. The Silent Steward. The final readable entry belonged to Kai's grandfather. Below his name was a blank line. Then Kai's. Already written. He had never seen the page before. Professor Alden watched him. The ink matches the older entries, not recent? No. Elena moved closer. How old is Kai's name? As old as the page. Silence settled over the shop. The deepest index was gone. Yet the warehouse had apparently known its future owner long before he inherited the key. Lumi examined the record. Her restored seal activated. A hidden notation appeared beside the list. Yunor, succession, register purpose. Preserve continuity of custody selection basis. Unknown predictive function. Non-record formation. Unavailable. Kai looked toward her. You don't know how it chose me? No, did grandfather. I don't remember him knowing. Professor Alden folded her hands. You severed the sector that searched for unmet needs. Yes, but this record would suggest the warehouse anticipated you, or the record changed before we found it. The ink did not. Kai looked toward the owner's journals. He had believed the final choice completed the mystery. It had completed grandfather's question. Not the warehouse's origin, Professor Alden asked. Does this change your decision? No. The answer came immediately. Everyone looked toward him. Kai continued. If the warehouse chose me centuries ago, it still did not choose what I would decide. He placed the succession register beside Volume 3. A predicted owner is not a commanded owner. Lumi smiled faintly. Professor Alden nodded. That is the correct historical distinction. Kai raised an eyebrow. You already had an opinion. I usually do. The succession record entered the administrative archive, not as proof of destiny, as evidence of an unanswered mechanism. Kai did not reopen the decision. He did not search for another hidden door. The mystery remained. So did the boundary. That balance held until the first anniversary of the shop's reopening. The district marked the date before Kai did. He arrived to find ribbons tied between storefronts. No grand festival. No stage. The bakery placed a tray of small pastries outside. The blacksmith displayed the first certified pump seals from his new line. The carpenter's apprentice, no longer the youngest in the workshop, had built a row of toy carts for local children. Each wheel carried a tiny maker's mark. The herbalist hung a sign. 1 year without an empty street. Kai stood beneath it longer than he intended. Elena joined him. You forgot the anniversary. I remembered the date. After seeing the ribbons. That still counts? No? No. Customers arrived throughout the morning. Not to challenge the shop, to use it. A school requested replacement heating valves. A collector needed a verified storage case. A restaurant owner asked for an old pressure cooker compatible with a family recipe. A child wanted the same discontinued blue marble her older brother had lost. The warehouse fulfilled some. Local workshops handled others. Several requests became consultations. One was refused because the customer wanted a forged ownership mark. Nothing dramatic. Everything meaningful. Near noon, Leo erected a recording crystal outside. Kai pointed toward him. No anniversary documentary. It isn't. What is it? A Q interview. That sounds like a documentary. It is shorter. Elena moved the crystal 3 feet away from the entrance. Do not block customers. Tradition survives. Leo asked each person one question. What do you think this shop sells? The answers differed. Parts. Solutions. Things nobody else can find. Time, confidence. Paperwork, one merchant said bitterly, though he was smiling. Directivos answered, continuity. Bernard Hale said, good measurements. Professor Alden replied, evidence. Nora, standing near the remote desk, said, arrival. Elena refused to participate until Leo caught her between customers. She considered the question. Accountability. Leo finally turned the crystal toward Kai. The shop bell rang behind him. A customer entered. Kai looked toward the shelves, the waiting chair, the wooden door. Then beyond the window at the district that no longer depended on one impossible shop for everything. What do we sell? Leo asked. Kai smiled. What people need, that's too simple. It took us a year to learn it. The anniversary ended with a shared meal in the street. Tables appeared beneath lanterns. The bakery provided bread. The clinic sent soup. The blacksmith brought meat he claimed not to have burned. Nobody believed him until they tasted it. The merchant guild contributed wine. Lumi floated above the central table, visible only to those with operational clearance, loudly objecting to being excluded from food. Nora promised to write a tasting report for her. Elena sat beside Kai rather than across from him. That small change took him several minutes to notice. You moved. The other chair was occupied. It was not. Kai looked toward the empty seat opposite them. Elena continued eating. He smiled and chose not to challenge the explanation. The district talked around them. Apprentices argued about tools. Merchants discussed future orders. Children raced toy carts between chair legs. No one asked Kai to make a speech. For that, he was grateful. After the tables were cleared, Kai returned inside alone. Not entirely alone. Lumi followed. The remote pedestals were quiet. The warehouse door stood open. Its endless lanterns stretched into the distance. No deepest path. No waiting knock. Only the sections they had earned. Lumi settled beside him. Do you miss it? What? The archive you severed. Kai considered the question. Sometimes, her ears lowered. So do I. What do you miss, knowing there might be an answer? He nodded. That was the hardest part. That was losing power. Losing certainty that greater power waited somewhere beyond the next seal. The world felt larger without that certainty. More dangerous. More alive. Lumi looked toward the ordinary aisles. Was it still the right decision? Yes, you answered quickly. I've had a year. And if a request arrives tomorrow that the Deep Archive could have fulfilled? Kai looked back toward the front counter. Then we tell the truth. We cannot provide it. And after that, we decide whether the world can learn how. Lumi smiled. That sounds difficult. It usually is. Volume 3 waited beneath the office lamp. Kai opened to the anniversary entry. He wrote about the district, the staff, the remote network, the shops that had expanded, the institutions that had changed. The deep index remained only one paragraph. Not because it mattered less. Because the decision no longer needed to dominate every day that followed. At the bottom, he added, Gua the warehouse is no longer limitless easy work. Still is. He stamped the page. Lumi placed her blue seal beside his. 2 marks. Owner and administrator. Separate roles. Shared purpose. A notification appeared. Not an authority increase. Not an unlocked function. Only an administrative acknowledgement. EIA first-year record complete a warehouse stability. Secure distributed network. Healthy owner purpose. Consistent succession status. Undetermined. Kai paused at the final line. Undetermined. Lumi read over his shoulder. That is good. Why? It means the next owner is not waiting yet? Kai closed the journal. He was not preparing to leave. Not searching for a successor. Not preserving silence until someone else arrived. The shop belonged to the present. So did he. The next morning, Kai unlocked the front door at 9. A queue already waited. Not around the street. Only 6 people. The first held a technical drawing. The second carried a cracked bowl. The third had a factory request sealed by the Merchant Guild. The fourth was a little girl holding a broken toy rabbit. Behind her stood Elias Thorne from the Crown Procurement Office. He held a numbered token. The girl looked back at him. Are you important? Elias considered the question. Occasionally. My rabbit is first. Ah yes, it has one eye, I see. Can your thing wait? He looked at the sealed royal case beneath his arm. Yes, the girl? Nodded. Satisfied. Kai opened the door wider. The waiting chair stood ready. The warehouse lanterns awakened behind him. No automatic search reached into the world. No hidden authority decided whose need mattered most. The people came. They explained. The shop listened. Kai looked toward the girl and her worn rabbit. Good morning. She placed it carefully on the counter. Kai smiled. Tell me exactly what you need.